Are you getting it?
Yeah.
You are? Welcome, trail running fans everywhere. I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Shelby Farrell, and this is Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft.
We are live from Mammoth Lakes, California, sitting at 8,000 feet in the sky, and the energy up here is unreal. The Mammoth is about to kick off.
That's right, Shelby. This isn't just a race. It is the Mammoth. This is an epic 214-mile foot race that circumnavigates a 760,000-year-old caldera. Over the next few days, the runners are going to experience pristine alpine lakes, golden fall foliage, abandoned mines, dense pine forests, and it's all woven into this one breathtaking loop through the Eastern Sierra.
And it's bookended with summits of Mammoth Mountain. Twice, runners will stand at 11,053 feet, looking out at 360-degree views of their entire journey. Talk about perspective.
Yeah, in that also, they're going to go through the Glass Mountains, where there's sage filling the air. There's traversed volcanic rock fields. We've heard some very unique underfoot terrain. They're going to cross the world's largest Jeffrey pine forest that exists in the world and circle the Tufa Towers of Mono Lake. So the course is super diverse. It offers about 30,000 feet of climbing over the 214 miles, and it's definitely going to be challenging. The sun has come up, so it was rainy here yesterday, but it looks like today is going to be a great weather day, at least to start. But we are in the mountains. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, crystal clear blue skies when we woke up this morning, so I can't wait to see the footage from the summit. The Mammoth was created as a labor of love by Tim Tollefson and Hillary Yang to showcase the beauty of the Eastern Sierra and give runners an adventure of a lifetime, with community and quality that we know from Trailfest, which went down last weekend right here.
Yep, we're going to keep rolling strong from Trailfest. All that energy is still here in the village. And again, this year marks history, right? This is the inaugural year. The Mammoth is the first 200-plus mile race in the U.S. to award prize money to podium finishers. So winners on each side will earn $5,000, second place $3,000, and third place $2,000. The stakes are high, the competition is super fierce, and the views are absolutely unforgettable.
The runners are lining up, as you can see in this footage. I can feel the nerves buzzing.
We were there yesterday, Shelby. We were right there. It was a lot quieter.
Yeah, I'm so excited for them. So, with that, welcome to the Mammoth 214 miles. Let's get this race started.
All right. Yes, thank you guys so much again for joining us. We are really excited to be leading an all-female commentary team for this race. Myself, Shelby, Alyssa Clark. We will have Sally McCrae joining us on Sunday, and then we will have a number of individuals jumping in here and there as well. Race directors Tim Tollefson and Hillary Yang may also join us on the couch to share a bit about the inspiration of the course. If you are unfamiliar, there is a film out there as well. Sally McCrae did this entire route in kind of preparation and in scouting and preparing for creating the race and the event. And we have some start line vibes down here. We're going to try to get it maybe a bit of audio, but yeah, this is there is race director Hillary Yang
going over the course markings, which is crucial. You don't want to add extra miles when you're doing a multi-day event.
Yeah. So thank you guys for joining us again. Please let us know where you're tuning in from in the chat. We want to know why you're here. Are you following a runner? Are you just curious to see the landscape and the vistas? Yeah, what is bringing you to the stream this morning? And thanks for being with us.
We got Tara Dower on screen, Jake Jackson in the flannel looking sharp.
He's like ready to go to work. Literally like going to the office with his, his flannel on. In flight from London to Atlanta. That's pretty cool. Tempe represent, St. Louis, Minnesota, Ellsberg, California. We got Montreal in the house, Oregon, small town, Illinois, Bozeman, Montana, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Lots of cheers for Max Relief. Denver, Colorado. Colorado represent. We've got, Tara Dower and Rachel Entrekin right there. Everyone is super curious to see how that battle unfolds. Seattle, Austin, Texas, Germany. Thanks for joining. Wait, it's got to be like evening in Germany, right?
That might have been Andrea Moore.
Yeah, if you'd like to track runners, Mountain Outpost has put the live tracking link in there if you need to follow anyone. One caveat, that is great timing. Every now and then it is not super, sometimes we lose that. Sometimes it's not exactly accurate, so we don't take it as 100% gospel. But definitely a great way to follow your runners that you're paying attention to up there. Michigan, Costa Rica, watching from Brazil. Got a shout out for Roman Track, Folsom, California. All right, yeah, we should get into some of the details here on, we've got 131 individuals who are signed up for this race, 39 women, 92 men, taking on this inaugural year. I know we have at least a couple of 60 to 69-year-old individuals tackling the course.
What's exciting about this event too is the fact that it is a loop. It makes it very easy for crew to follow their runner along. Versus something where you might need to coordinate multiple Airbnbs. I imagine most of these runners are kind of basing in this Mammoth village area, so, kind of central, and then.
Yeah, for a 200-miler, it seems to be quite like crew and support friendly. We were making note that maybe only about a 45 to 60-minute drive to the furthest aid station, which is awesome. Mammoth is also going to be a 200 with the most aid stations of any 200 in the United States. So runners are never going to go more than about 15 miles between aid stations. And we learned that for that reason, there's a number of individuals who are kind of tackling this like with drop bags only, just kind of leave the logistics and the crew piece to the side and not even have to worry about that. Sometimes that can be as or more stressful than preparing for the race yourself. So a lot of people are going to be just really relying on those aid stations to get them through the race, which is a really unique way to attempt it. I don't know if you have thoughts on that. Let us know. Would you go crewless at a 200-mile race? I don't know.
I think if I were to do this, I wouldn't go crewless, but maybe you could definitely get away with a smaller crew and maybe skip some pacer sections even. Just keep it really simple.
Yeah. That is another unique kind of component or another point about the Mammoth is that you, if you do have a pacer on this course, you are not able to leave them other than at an aid station. So it is kind of similar to the Hard Rock, mentality that you're in the mountains and your pacer, you need to stay with your pacer, or your pacer needs to stay with you. And so that is a bit of a unique, kind of aspect here. You can't, if you're doing great and your pacer's not doing great, you can't leave them, which might make you consider, who your pacers are and what sections they're doing and all of that. Look at the vibes. There's Katie Asmuth and Pete down at the start line, Mammoth locals.
I think I saw some
Super
pink
stoked.
and blue smoke flares.
Yes, we got flares.
And I'm hoping so.
They always bring the party.
The
to
memes
the
about the pink smoke flares have been hilarious post Mammoth Trailfest. So I hope these runners are treated to some.
We're getting close.
Pink air.
Less than a minute to the start. So again, thank you guys so much for joining us. This is really exciting. This is the first year of the Mammoth 200, and it is about to kick off.
Look at the ladies up front. We have Jimmy, Elum, and Max right behind them. But thank you for letting the ladies hit the front of that line.
Love to see it. Yeah, there's the pink and blue smoke going. Heck yeah, yes, that is Timothy Olsen, Ellie Pell. Timmy Olsen is running this race. We're going to talk about a number of the people that are in the field today, but we've got a lot of exciting and dynamic individuals racing. And here we go. Let's go.
Blast off.
So they run through Mammoth Lakes Village. And the first thing they're going to do here is traverse up to Mammoth Mountain. So nice, solid 4,000-ish foot climb to kick off. Somewhat Western States vibes-esque here. Got a just nice climb. And we got Jake and two ladies right out there in the very, very front. Here you're getting a view of everyone who's taken this on. We see Kevin Goldberg, 200-mile veteran.
He's running with his wife. That's
Yes.
going to be special. I can't wait to hear the stories after
We
that.
can hear it outside the studio.
Yeah.
It's cool.
They're running right behind our studio.
Let's go. It's a beautiful morning here. Trying to take mental notes of everyone's kit, which is definitely going to change in like 5 hours.
We're going to get a fashion show over the next couple of days,
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
We're definitely gonna comment on some of these outfits. People are looking good out there. Onto some dirt and climbing out of the village here. It did rain quite a bit yesterday. There's a little bit of moisture still and some puddles. So
I bet it's perfect dirt, though.
yeah, probably very nice and not dusty at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and you start with this climb. So I'm curious what's going through these runners' heads right now. Is it conserve energy or just send it and find out what happens?
Use the start line energy. Yeah, I mean, I think, we've heard Rachel Entricken say that, like, you also need to optimize when you're fresh, because the fact of the matter is you are going to kind of your energy and your body is just going to slow down over the course of this type of distance. And so there's also something to be said for utilizing the freshness in the legs, but being smart. This course, right, has a huge climb to start, and then it's got some descending, a little bit of technicality, and then this whole middle section is kind of going to be very interesting to see how people tackle it. Like, is it while it is quote unquote runnable, are people going to really try to be, speedy through that section, or are they going to try to conserve, knowing that they also have, a decent amount of climbing toward the end of the race here? Of course, sleep strategies always play in when they're in 200-mile races. Are people going to sleep at all? If so, when and is it going to be prescribed, or are they going to kind of let their body dictate?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of runners thinking there's not going to be much sleep during this race. And if you've watched Sally McRae's documentary on the Mammoth, she did not sleep during that. And, because of this diverse landscape, there's a lot of different contrast in the rocks, and she was hallucinating pretty hard at one point in that film.
We're getting some emojis in the chat here for people. Bread for Kyle. We got crowns for Rachel and Max. Some candy for Tara. Candy Mama, Tara Dower. That seems very appropriate. Shout out to Stefan Tampy. Oh, yeah, perfect. Garmeyer threw a video camera in there for Jeff Pelletier. So, yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about the people in the race for sure. But who are you excited to see running, Shelby?
Everyone, honestly. I mean, I think they're all going to have such a unique journey out there. There's a woman who I don't know. I've only crept her ultra sign up results. But Amber Wiebel really interests me as a runner. She did Western States and Hard Rock this year with very strong performances at both. She was, 4th place at Hard Rock, 18th at Western States. She's from Sun Valley, so not far. She's used to this climate.
Yep.
47.
We think this might be her first 200. I love the truck and the like warehouse box package for Jake Jackson. He is a UPS driver by day, ultra running crusher by night.
Yeah, that's a hardworking man. He must be so good at time management.
Yep. Yeah, so a few of the other individuals that we've got out there, we mentioned Kevin Goldberg. Do you know if he's running the whole thing with his wife or if they will separate? I don't know.
It sounded like a together thing.
Okay, that's very cool.
I want to say, did he say their anniversary? I think their anniversary might be around now. So it's very celebratory.
That's perfect. A runcation through the Eastern Sierra. We've got, Jimmy Elum taking on his first 200-plus mile race. Jimmy is someone who has won many 100-mile races, including a lot of the classics. Holds the record at Cascade Crest 100. Has won High Lonesome, second at Run Rabbit Run, I believe. He was a former guide on the JMT and spent a lot of time here in the area, so knows the terrain very well. Training wise, I noticed he had about 120 plus mile week recently here with 25,000 feet of climbing. That's some solid training in there. So he is certainly somebody we are expecting to be up in the front of this race.
I'm also excited to see what Parley Hannon does. She has been playing with the Speed Project over the last couple of years, but she really comes from the marathon world. She ran, I believe, a 2:35 at the trials, and 3 times D3 national champion.
Yep.
So she has some speed, but recently kind of got the bug with the Speed Project, which, if you're not familiar with it, it's a really fun kind of underground running scene event. It started in Los Angeles. You run from the Santa Monica Pier to Las Vegas. She won Speed Project at Atacama, so they've gone international with the Speed Project, and it's very much choose your own route and get from point A to point B the fastest, however you want to. No rules, baby. So she'll have to follow some rules with this race. There is required gear and all that. But
there is required gear, and I think that's, rightfully so. It's, we have opinions here, especially in the United States, about mandatory gear, but we're in the mountains. We've seen, things happen. Storms roll in on a moment's notice, and, at the end of the day, we want to keep all the runners safe out there. And so mandatory gear is part of the game here. We want to make sure everyone is set up for success, regardless of kind of what happens with the weather and the climate. Adair Ramirez is someone that I forgot to mention when I did my little interview yesterday and listed some of the men's contenders, but Adair Ramirez is no longer a dark horse. He cannot hide anymore. He was third place at Cocodona 250 this year, and just an amazing runner who really put on a master class of completing 200-mile distances. We interviewed his whole family. He is a father and a husband, and works a full-time job, but just absolutely loves to run. And so it's really exciting to see him also lining up in this field. I have a feeling Mirel Ramirez may be related in the chat. Yeah, we've got Jeff Pelletier in this field as well. Jeff is a veteran at these longer races. He has completed Tour de France, Swiss Peaks 360, whole bunch of 100-milers. He did, UTMB and is an amazing videographer and creates a lot of beautiful, films and content around these adventures as well. So very excited to see what he's going to do out there. Couple other names to mention. We have Rachel Moore, who has completed 170 miles at a backyard ultra in 2024. That's some good.
That's impressive.
That's some good stuff coming in here.
And I mean, it's so interesting to think about these different formats of racing. A backyard ultra may not be a mountain race like this, but she knows how to keep going.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is such an important skill when you're lining up for a 200-mile race.
Yes.
We also have Callie Vinson. Shout out Callie. Callie's coming off of a DNF at Cocodona, and but she knows how to play in the 200-plus mile distance. This will be her third 200-plus mile race, and she also did the 200-plus Maricopa Loop FKT, which is I'm from the East Coast originally, but got to spend some time in Arizona, and Arizona has these incredible city parks, and this Maricopa Loop FKT links them all together around Phoenix, basically. So that, I imagine, was a pretty cool self-created adventure for her.
For sure.
And this is, what we're looking at on
Oh my
screen
gosh,
right now.
so
This is
pretty.
where they're headed. This is the summit of Mammoth Mountain, 11,053 feet in the sky.
Yeah, and a lot of this course is really exists above 8,000 feet. So while they don't go up to like a 14er per se, they do get up to 11,000 feet as the max altitude, but the average altitude is about 8,100 feet. The course, like we mentioned earlier, 214 and a half miles, 31-ish thousand feet of climbing and descending over the course of the next few days here. Yeah, this weather is spectacular because we could not see very much yesterday, so this is like a gift to the drone pilots out there.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about how flippant the weather can be, we landed in Bishop, which is about an hour outside of Mammoth. It was balmy, sunny, beautiful, and we watched the moody clouds rolling into Mammoth as we made our way here, and then it was cold rain.
Yep. Yeah, it was quite cold yesterday and just definitely like precipitating. Someone asked in the chat about the cutoff for the race. It is 110 hours. So runners have 110 hours to complete this. Here you're getting an amazing view of just kind of the rock formations and the structures out there.
'18 aid stations too. So
It's a
great
lot.
support.
Great support. First things we're going to see here, we're going to hopefully see some runners up at the summit. That is, however, about 9 miles into the race, so we've got a little bit of time. And then we have this area called Duck Pass. That would be the next stop. Beautiful. I've seen pictures. I kind of want to go out there and run in that area, so hopefully I can get out there. But from what it looks like here, you're just seeing the lakes. So pretty. So pretty.
And we are thinking our first runner will arrive at the summit around 9:45 a.m. local time, Pacific. So we have some time until they get there.
Yeah. Thank you again to all 1,200 of you tuning in. The race did start about 13 minutes ago, right at 8 a.m. local time.
Yes, shout out to the drone pilots. They're absolutely slaying it right now. Look at this footage.
It's
Who
gorgeous.
wouldn't want to run
I know.
here?
If that doesn't make you want to come run this race. There are 5 sleep stations here at the Mammoth.
And we did see a lot of vans in the parking lot, so
Yeah.
I'm sure runners will be taking advantage of
Yep.
their support and crawling into vans. But if you're not hooked up with a big van, you can get
Always
in a
take-
sleep station.
A sleep station, dirt naps.
Yeah.
Choice is yours. Here at the Mammoth, you are not allowed to. You're not allowed to leave the course in a vehicle. So you can sleep in a vehicle if it is at that aid station, but you are not allowed to leave the course not on foot for any reason. Otherwise, you're basically saying you're gonna be calling a race. You have to kind of stay on the course or right near it. You can, like we said, you can sleep. You spend as much time as you want, but you cannot leave from the aid station in a moving vehicle.
So no hot showers and hotel stays for these guys.
No hotel stays. So I'm Corinne Shalvoy. This is Shelby Farrell. We're privileged to be calling this first year of this race. It's really exciting and hope to give you guys some education about the area and the runners who are out there, their backgrounds. Let us know if you want to know anything, if you're rooting for someone in particular. There's obviously going to be some names and faces that we're going to learn a lot about over the next few days.
Stop it with these views. I feel like I'm looking at a laptop screensaver right now.
Yeah,
They're
seriously, you could clip
unreal.
that. So pretty. Quick shout out to Shelby, my co-commentator here. Shelby was 4th at Cocodona 250 this year. No big deal. So you know exactly what the runners are experiencing right now. How do you think about tackling 200 miles, Shelby? Like, we've heard breaking this down into bite-sized chunks, kind of going from aid station to aid station. You hear that even in a 100-mile race. But how do you think about not letting the enormity of the task at hand in front of you, like, get into your mind?
You have to just really want it. You have to want it. You have to be present. Ooh, we're starting to see some runners, so I'll shut up. We can talk more about my mindset later. I want to watch these guys.
Yeah, but I think, like, yeah.
You just take it step by step, as cliche as that sounds. But when you're in a landscape like this, it's hard not to want to keep going because there is something beautiful at every turn.
Yeah.
And so just continue to stay curious and believe in yourself through it all. I believe we ran on this part of the course yesterday when we were
making running
our
back
way down
from
our
our
commentator brief
from our hotel down to the village.
and it's very cruisy. It's beautiful California carpet.
soft underfoot, kind of pine covered. This is really cool.
However,
Looks like we have a pack of, I don't know, 6-7 runners right all up there together.
they will hit some awesome technical steep descending after the summit, where they'll go reverse down the Dragon's Back ascent, which is one of the races during Mammoth Trailfest. So this is utilizing, I feel like I recognize that the neon. I don't want to say who's who, but
we're going to try to identify kits as much as we can. You're starting to put together who some of these people might be. Yep.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, and we can tell. I mean, I can say that's Tara Dower in the second place, and looks like maybe Rachel first. Well, I shouldn't say that, but that is definitely Tara Dower in second.
She had
She
that
got
blue
the
vest.
pink sleeves. Yeah. Ultra runner. Whoa. This is wild.
Ooh.
So yeah, we're going to follow runners as much as we can with our drone coverage and, follow cam coverage. The first aid station that they're going to hit, technical aid station, will be at about 9.2 miles. So that is the summit aid station. And there, we're going to definitely get like some splits and some idea of what the field looks like, who's out in front right off the bat. But as you can tell here, we're doing a great job of finding these runners before that. I
think the first 5 miles of a 200 are, they're not the best because there's other highs throughout the race, but it's definitely this ultimate high when you're starting something like this to know, what am I getting myself into right now? But the excitement, and at least at the start of Cocodona this year, people were chatting a little, and it's maybe the only time where that chatting kind of helps bring the nerves down, and you're not in full competitor mode yet.
It is interesting, though. We definitely have someone very much out front here, kind of running on their own, and then a pack of 3 or 4 basically together. Yeah, weather in Mammoth Lake's looking really, really good over the next few days. We're seeing highs, at least in the village, which would be one of the lower points of, mid to upper 60s, maybe down into the I'm going to go with the hourly here. Yep, mid 60s kind of today. Overnight, looking like it is going to dip down, but maybe not getting lower than upper 30s.
It looks like it's cleared up a bit, too. At one point, they were predicting some spotty storms on Saturday night, but I'm not seeing that in the forecast currently, so
it's looking like it could be great. Yeah, it would be. But as we talked about before, depending on where you are in the pack and like where these little storm cells might be, you might run through we even saw that at Cocodona, right? We saw individuals going through little hailstorms, and then somebody 2 hours back was like, no, I didn't get any hail.
Well, my crew set me up like I was about to go through some hailstorms when I was going up and over Eldon, and ended up being a beach day, but it was because they had witnessed the runners just ahead of me get nailed. So they're like, it's going to be so cold up there, and I was dying, overheating, but...
Better to be over-prepared.
Totally. And at that point, it's like, what's a little extra weight with 4 extra jackets in your pack?
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, and with that one, the night before, it was freezing. You couldn't take a dirt nap because you'd put yourself in a compromising state. Yeah, so those are some of the decisions that these runners will have to face as they get deeper in this race. Mountain weather, it's cold on summits. If you lay down in the dirt for too long, you might risk verge of hypothermia.
Yeah. But there are sleep stations, if you can get to them, that are warm, covered. Again, if you're just joining us, thank you so much for being here. This is Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. We are just getting started here. We're going to be doing coverage all day today into the evening, kind of when it gets dark. We are likely going to cut overnight and then come back early tomorrow morning and try to stay on and live as long as we can. We are potentially expecting winners of this race to be finishing sometime very early Sunday morning. And so, yeah, we will, if we can, make sure to be following those front runners on both the men's and the women's side. We're going to have to research Jonathan Cuplack. He's got a lot of fans in the chat here, and definitely I think I saw it was his first 200, but we'll try to tell us a little bit about Jonathan so we can educate everyone on him.
Oh, and thank you, Jeff Allen, for these Jesse Haynes facts. I'm gonna read them out loud to you.
Yeah, Jesse Haynes in this field. Let's hear about Jesse.
4 times top 10 Western States finisher, and I'm trusting Jeff Allen in the chat right now.
Okay.
Has won Moab 240, works full time, 50 to 60 hours a week, averages less than 30 miles a week running, 52 years old. Let's go.
What? What I'm surprised by is that training volume. I mean, when you have a base of a couple of decades, I think it's just an example of it. You don't have to do crazy high volume to actually get out here and compete, not only finish, but compete at a high level at these races. That's really impressive.
It really is.
Jesse Haynes.
And it goes to show you that there's a lot of different ways to do this sport, whether we're talking about the training or the racing. We see athletes doing 100+ mile weeks all the time. Is it necessary? Not for everybody. You can, especially with a multi-day event, you can find a lot of balance through cross training. There's definitely value to strength training for these runners. It's about durability out there.
Totally.
And you need to find what works for you. Yet we do live in a world where we're scrolling social media and people are posting their Strava runs regularly, and you feel like, oh, if I'm not doing 100-mile weeks running at this pace, like, I suck. Well, that's not true. That's not true. You can do it. And yeah, kudos to individuals like Jesse Haynes and Jake Jackson, who are just like hardworking men, maybe fathers. Jake's definitely a dad.
Yeah.
Getting it all done.
Yeah, and I think it also it starts to factor in that there are people that have different talents, and when you have your talent in this sport might be that you don't get injured. Your talent might be that you're really good at sleep deprivation. Like, there are things that from a mental standpoint, just kind of the drive and continuation to want to keep going, those things factor into this, and the longer the race, the more it becomes about some of those other things than necessarily the baseline fitness. So we're gonna do something super exciting here. We have a number of chronicle videos. You guys have come to love those from Mountain Outpost. We're going to throw to one of those right now just to give you a little bit of a view into the Mammoth, and you can look forward to more of these coming over the course of the next couple days.
Go wrong, but I don't expect any.
What brought you here?
I have a long tradition of doing the first of any 200-mile race. I have not run in this area very much. And Hillary, the race director, is a friend and mentioned she was race directing a 200. I'm like, what? How did I not hear of this? So I guess I'll have to sign up for that for sure.
Getting it all
out of the way today, guys. It's not going to rain for the rest of the race. It's going to be great. Maybe.
On, and we're just really grateful to actually be standing here with you. The entire thing, the variety is just unparalleled, and so really appreciate the terrain you're in.
That being said, everything out there. Wait, good question. Label them with your bib number.
Mammoth Chronicles. These are put out by Tony Hill. He's an editing wizard. He'll be pumping them out all weekend. And
Who are you?
oh, who am I? Who are you? I'm Shelby Farrell, joined with Corinne Chalvoy, and we will be
We're excited.
two of your all-female commentating hosts this
Yep.
race.
We will. Yeah, we're so excited to be here. This is a really exciting thing. The first year of any race is so interesting. We're going to see what's going to come up, what's going to challenge these runners, what what times are going to be laid down as like the standards on this course. And so to give everyone who is tuning in a little bit of an idea of what the runners are going to encounter, we have an amazing, and it takes a few minutes because it is 214 miles, but we have an amazing flyover that we are going to show you all of the entire course. So enjoy this, and we'll be back here to talk a little bit more depth about some of the detailed sections. right, there you go. That's the giant loop that is the Mammoth 200 course. As a flyover, you're basically circumnavigating a giant crater, which is super cool because there's a lot of different terrain, a lot of different underfoot conditions, some technicality, but I think I would say in general that, Tim and Hillary would agree that this course is quote unquote runnable for a 200-mile race. We are going to, see kind of how that translates into times, but we are expecting some pretty fast times, especially by the runners in this field over the course of the next couple days. So again, like high level, right? You have a pretty decent climb that the runners are on right now, up to the summit of Mammoth Mountain. They're going to descend, go over down to Duck Pass, and then they're going to run around a number of lakes. Convict Lake, which we've heard is beautiful and just really, really stunning kind of vista there. Crowley Lake. Then they're going to do another little climb up to Green Church. Sawmill Meadow, Taylor Canyon, a little bit of rolling terrain here in the middle that maybe the runners are going to be able to optimize from a speed standpoint. They are going to go through Lee Vining, and then Grant Lake, Obsidian Dome, the Inyo Crater, and then a climb back up to the top of Mammoth. Not as steep as the first climb, as they will go up a different direction, but they will summit Mammoth Mountain a second time right toward the end of the race, even after the 200-mile mark.
I think that'll be a pretty emotional finish for these runners. As we said, you got a 360 view of the course at that finish, so they can look back at what they just did. And I mean, I feel that just talking about it, honestly. Yeah. That's powerful.
It's exciting. I mean, they do descend then back into the village for the actual finish, and they'll be coming down what you are seeing them on right now, which is kind of this, meandering through the pines, dirt, single, double track. Here we do have eyes on the whole front of the pack as they kind of make their way up that first climb.
I do think that the return to Mammoth Summit is going to be a really, really tough push, probably at night. We talked about runners finishing in the early morning hours of Sunday.
Yep.
So fatigue will be maximal. And if this is as close as we've seen other 200s play out recently, it's
exciting.
Going to be
it
exciting.
Could be very cool. It could come down to who has legs for the last climb or who's able to move on the last descent. We had some predictions I threw out there in my own personal channels who are people thinking were going to be the female and male winners of the Mammoth 200, and we got a lot of really cool responses, but definitely Tara Dower, Rachel Entrican were some names that showed up quite often there. We had Amber Weeble mentioned as someone to watch on the women's side. I think on the men's side, a lot of people are thinking Jimmy Elum's going to do something special here. We're not calling anything right now. You never know what is going to happen, and we have many times. Look at this! we had a squirrel just partaking in some breakfast right there. That's awesome. We learn about people like Adair Ramirez, who just gets third at Cocodona, and nobody knew his name before this. So definitely going to be some folks that we're going to learn about that might show up in the front of the pack here. But Max Jolliffe.
Will he become the king of Mammoth?
Will he become the king of Mammoth? I mean, he won't have to rebrand anything because KOM works for King of Moab, King of Mammoth.
Just has to run these two races for the rest of his life.
Yeah, exactly. We got the squirrel cam. Definitely keep an eyes on Parley Hannon too. For sure, Kevin Goldberg, some veterans to the 200-mile distance. What do we think that squirrel is
Kevin's
eating?
already in the chat, too, by the way. He
yes!
said it's so nice, all capitals out here.
Oh, man. Thank you, Kevin.
So nice.
Kevin is known to join the chat often to keep him company, so it's great to have you in here. Kevin, we're rooting for you and your wife. Oh, we got squirrel emojis. Throw a squirrel emoji if you want to see more squirrels eating breakfast.
Actually, if you want a great description of the course, Kevin Goldberg and his co-host Peter Noyce did an amazing interview with Hillary Yang on their Distance to Empty podcast. So that is worth listening to. They get in depth on every section.
I want my last name to be Noyce. I think that's a cool last name. The people's runner. Squirrels, cows, bears. Yeah. Let's go. We got the Ted Lasso references coming in. Yeah, I think that squirrel definitely just threw down like at least like 30, 40 grams of carbs right there. I mean, it might have been pure, I don't know what he was eating, but
It almost looked like a chicken wing, but I think it had to have been a pine cone.
he was fueling. We don't know if it was a natural or if somebody threw some substance out there. Big Goldberg energy, big Melanie energy. Yes, for sure. BGE and BME. These are things that are only the early followers of the chat are going to remember. They're secret codes, so yeah. So talking a little bit more about some of the individuals in the field here. Timothy Olsen, right? He is currently 42 years old. Timmy, I don't know what he prefers to go by, Timothy. But Timmy Olsen's a two-time Western States 100 champion, 2017 and 2018. He ran 14:46 at Western States way back in 2017, which still is an extremely fast time. He completed the PCT and, recently here, he did take a few years off of maybe organized racing. Maybe was focused a bit more on, you can probably tell us some of these stats here, Shelby.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like rewinding to the PCT, those not familiar with the PCT and FKTs, the Pacific Crest Trail is 2,653 miles, which I believe he finished in 51 days, 16 hours, and 55 minutes, getting the fastest known time. And that's amazing. So that's like the speed record on the trail. So he has, and that's, a lot of similar terrain to what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
PCT goes all the way up the country. So he has experience at altitude and varying terrain. He knows long, sustained, high effort runs in the mountains. So he brings a lot of experience and like mental discipline and flow state with his meditation and breath work.
I mean, and just an OG pioneer of this sport. Like, he has been in it for so long and is a really unique individual. We actually have an interview. Perfect timing here. We're going to throw to an interview with Timothy Olsen ahead of this year's race, so you can hear more from him as firsthand.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm David Yausling with Mountain Outpost here at Mammoth 200. We're here with Timothy Olsen, ultra running legend, OG, inspiration for me. What's up, Timothy?
Thank you. Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah. Two-time Western States champion, FKT holder on the PCT, 50 miles a day. What's got you excited about Mammoth 200?
Yeah, I guess to start off, my first 200.
Something new.
Something new. Yeah, that curiosity just keeps kind of creeping in, and I've been following the 200s the last few years here, and perking my interest, and then seeing Hillary putting this on, and I've actually ran a little bit with Tim many years ago on from Convict Lake up around there, so. Excited to be back here and really check out this full loop.
Some great mountains and trails around here.
Yeah.
Where are you guys coming from today?
Yeah, so we're from Southern Oregon, Applegate, small little town out there. Have a little homestead, some animals, a little creek that runs through there. And
who's watching the animals while you're gone?
Yeah, our amazing neighbor right now is helping us out. So yeah, shout out to him.
So there's been a steep rise in 200s in the last few years. Which was ones that piqued your interest, and which ones have you been watching?
Oh, I mean, just seeing kind of the different footage that's been out there. Like Cocodona's having, Mountain Outpost coming out there and having the live feed, and just been just kind of noticing that. Notice there's people going after like Triple Crown of them, and yeah, and then just kind of that merging worlds of that long distance with the FKT, kind of just going out there and well supported loop. Yeah, just I think watching other people go and push that 200-mile distance, and then for myself of like, what do you do with the food and sleep? And yeah, I think it just makes a lot of things come up, and so let's see what the party's about.
It's definitely going to be a party. Let's just backtrack a little bit for some people that might not be familiar with you. You got your start in Ashland back in the day.
Yeah.
And what piqued your interest then, and where did that take you? What were some of your notable, those memories that, you kind of cherish and always think about when you're on the farm and stuff?
Yeah. Well, back to when I ran the Pacific Crest Trail and when I came back into Oregon, a lot of emotions, a lot of just like really good feelings of where it all began for me. Getting to the top of Mount Ashland, PCT goes right through there, and had a bunch of friends from back in the day come and run with me there, and that was my first 50K back in I think 2009, 2010, and yeah, that's how we ended up back in Oregon. It called us back. It's a beautiful place. I love the trails, the forests that are out there, and good place for my kids to grow up. And
Nothing better than that.
Yeah, and so, gosh, it started in Ashland. That's where I remember going to a group run, not knowing anything about trail running, or ultra distance for sure. Got to the group run. This dude Hal Kerner welcomed me in.
Shout out Hal.
Yeah, shout out to Hal, Rogue Valley Runners there, and yeah, kind of took off from there. They still got the group run going on there, and it inspired me to ask some questions. Hal, what's up? What are you doing? And he just got back from running Western States, and he won it that year. And I'm like, that sounds interesting. And next thing I know, I was like, wrapped into the trails out there with them, and thought they were killing me when they were first training with them. They were like just cruising. I'm like, how can anyone run this fast on there? And I think it all comes back to like the curiosity of being out in the forest. And for me, I think going into the forest is like going into those inner caverns of yourself, and it's fun to explore and just see what's going on there, and just notice, appreciate all the beauty that is within and all around.
It's a bit of mirror to the soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's so you're on the farm these days with the boys and your daughter.
Yep.
And what's your training look like this year?
Training has been different now that we have 4 kids and a slew of ages from 13 to 6 months right now. So
we got them right here in the studio.
Yeah.
Right here.
Trying to navigate all of that has been challenging, but the dream of I'm really grateful to have such a beautiful family, amazing kids that just love being out in nature, and I'm always grateful when I get to spend time with them, do cool things like this, bring them out to a cool place, and excited to show them tomorrow. We've been just on the road trip over here, getting to see Mount Shasta, and then coming to just all the big mountains as we entered, the Eastern Sierra here. It's gorgeous, and so knowing that I'll have a fun loop to go out, and my kids will be playing at the lakes, fishing, hanging out, doing their thing. It's a good time.
When you try to get out the door for runs, what do they ever try and jump in with you, or let us go?
Occasionally, they're not they're not trying to run too far yet.
Okay.
We have a little route around the property, and so they get playing and running with me, with playing basketball, with running around the farm, taking care of the sheep and all that. So and training wise, I try to sneak it in as much as I can. My wife has gifted me a little more time this past couple months to put in a few more miles on the legs, so feeling
much
a little
appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you, Krista. Grateful. Just where I am in my life, it's definitely different for when I was in Ashland with no kids and able to run, 140, 150 miles out on the trails, no problem. And now here, training's more mellow and sleep is less, but all of that.
That's the prep for the race.
Yeah,
here.
it goes for the prep for the race. So I take all of life as the main training, and I feel like life has always prepared me for the unexpected and
wherever curiosity leads you.
Yeah.
Well, you work with Tarek still.
Yep.
And what's your gear? What's your nutrition plan for the race?
Yeah, still working on all of that. I came in, got a few different shoes. Running with Adidas Tarek still. Gonna start with the Sole Stride. The soles in this, so I'm happy with those shoes. A little more boost cushion for me, and I pack from them as well. So I've been trying to utilize all their stuff. It's funny, I kind of went back into the archives of PCT days and was pulling out stuff from there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like these past few years haven't really, added a lot of new gear or anything different. So kind of going to the tried and true, it worked for me there. And, we'll have hiking poles, still have my Lakey poles, actually using the same pair that I used at the end of the PCT. So bringing some of that, all the love and grace from the PCT onto this adventure too. And it just kind of continues on. Even just the mindset of going in, when I did the PCT, it was just not really looking for a finish. It was just knocking off miles every day as best I could. And that's kind of my plan for the 200 of going in, knock off as many miles as I can in a day. Not worried about the sleep, because it's I'll sleep if I can. There'll be not a lot of sleep. So I'm just prepared for that, and I'll get a little dirt nap if I need, and otherwise keep going. Nutrition, I've been doing a lot of raw honey, so I have some of that, and so I'll be drinking some of that out there, have some gels. Excited to try the Never Second. Haven't tried it yet, so we're going to see how that feels, but that's out there. And I got some honey stinger waffles, some random Pop-Tarts, and then the family hopefully will cook up some good grub with me. And
so you got the family for crew?
Yeah, got the family for crew.
Nice. What experience? You said you came out here with Tim years ago running, and that's kind of your exposure to this area. So this is going to be a new adventure, new terrain for you.
That, and I've been out for a few times by Mono Lake, and the PCT out here. It's I don't think part of the course, but so I'm a little familiar with some of the views and a little bit of the area. But for the most part, it's 200 miles that I haven't seen before, and really excites me. Getting to go explore that distance, just the going around the caldera for this and seeing all the different lakes and things that all the beauty that nature has to show you. That's why I do that. I'm here for the views. So
love it. It's really cool. Tim and Hillary, having had so much experience, and this is a first year race. I don't know if you've had experience jumping into first year races, but it seems like we're kind of setting the culture with the runners here. So
I think I feel very privileged to be here and to be for a first year race. And of course there's always little quirks and stuff on a first year, but that's just that's how it grows and how we all learn. And so I'm excited. I feel like this one, there's a lot of aid stations, look well stocked, and the people putting it on, buddies of mine from for many years in different situations. I think Hillary, the first time I met her, she was photographing out in Costa Rica. I was doing a challenge out there, and met her there. And Tim, different races over the years, and
probably UTMB at least.
And getting to run with him here was really nice. Getting to just briefly know him a little bit, and know that they really care about the people, the sport, and it shows in already of just entering the town and seeing all the support already. And putting my trust in them. They've been elite. They know what the front of the pack would like, and they've been to a lot of races where they know and have heard what everyone from front to the back all need and like. So I'm excited to see how it all goes, and learn along the way.
Just be present as possible.
It's for me, a run is just a meditation. Just going out there, really connect with my body, you're going to have a lot of thoughts, a lot of emotions, things come up. And can I be that calm in the storm of when, things are feeling a little more spicy and then just navigating through that best I can and being present.
How have you dealt with the sleep challenges before? Like what you mentioned gratitude, and
that's acceptance of just being like, here I am, not feeling as good as I probably would like to, or when you have that, and accepting that I can just keep taking the next step and being grateful for that, grateful for the opportunity, grateful for each breath, each step, each plant, animal that's out there that I get to connect with, and feel the energy of that, feel the energy of the mountains.
When you break it down like that, it just feels like so life-giving. So.
Yeah. And taking that, like, very grateful for this earth, and that reciprocal nature of being, giving my gratitude and thanks, and just recognizing, all that this earth gives and shows us, and respecting and honoring it with giving my all out there.
That's awesome. A lot of people probably ask you what they should do to get into running, but what's a message you have for people when they're asking you about what steps they should take?
Yeah, of just really learning to listen to their body. And I think running, movement for the body, it's a really amazing opportunity to move from the mind and all the thoughts and chatter there, and kind of drop down more deeper into the body, whether that's the heart and feeling like gratitude and love for nature, for just each breath, each step, being here on this earth and the time here. And I think when you can take each step with gratitude, it can change your life. Sport definitely changed my life. I remember when I was trying to figure out what I want to do with my life, and I used running as this recovery coming out of addictions, and just not treating my body the way I wanted to, and realizing each step was an opportunity to treat this temple, this body, much better than I have in the past, and noticing what's going on. We're given this cool vehicle to work with, and so it gives you all these signals and clues, and trying to tap into them and really feel that is why I got into it. And I think a great way for people to jump in and just be curious of what's it feel like to take this step and the next step, and maybe it's a mile, maybe it's 2 miles, and maybe it's something else. You find something else that really grabs your heart, your passion, and follow that. And I think when you find something that ignites that passion,
Unlimited.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll be following along on the live stream. We'll be seeing you at the start. We'll be looking forward to seeing you at the finish. We're really glad you're here. Thanks for taking the time. It's good talking with you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right.
We have a special guest in the studio joining us. Katie Asmuth, professional trail runner, lives right here in Mammoth Lake. She's the expert on this course, so we're going to hear about it from her. She's run most of it, it sounds like, except for...
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be called the expert on this course, but I'm definitely more familiar with it than most of our viewers. So we'll take that.
Yeah.
I think the only person that's done the entire course is Sally Craig.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was actually really fun. A couple weeks ago now, Rachel Entricken came out and reconned a bunch of the course. So I got to see a section that I had never run with her, which was really fun. And then most of the Glass Mountains, we can kind of walk through it, but a lot of that section I don't know, because it's just not a section we frequent. When you live in Mammoth, the Glass are a little bit more remote and, not like in the wilderness, but it's going to be epic for them. They're going to be able to look back at the Eastern Sierra while they're running that section. So there are sections I don't know, but I definitely know the loop and I can walk you guys through it if you want. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
let's
super
do
fun.
that real quick.
Yeah.
This is Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200. I'm Corinne Shalvoy, Shelby Farrell, and again, we're joined by Katie Asmuth here on the couch, Mammoth Local. What are you going to be doing? You're wearing many hats, including coaching a soccer game, a child's soccer game over the next couple of days, Katie.
Yeah.
What's on your plate for Mammoth?
Yeah, okay, so well, like most of you know, we just finished up with Trailfest, which was a big undertaking for a lot of people. We had 250 volunteers during Trailfest. It was a massive effort. And of course, the same organizers are also doing the 200. So it's been really, really fun to have all my friends here in Mammoth. The last couple weeks has been really fun. So for the 200, I'm starting with pacing Rachel Entrikin from the Green Church Aid Station to Taylor Canyon. So that's like 58 point something to like 88, 89. So that section, and that's actually a section of the course I've never been on. The beginning part, I've like gravel cycled before, but I've never run that whole section, so that will be fun. We'll be entering the Glass Mountains together. And then after that will be from about 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., and then make our way back to Mammoth, and then I'll sleep, coach a soccer game, and then gear up to I need to sleep. And then gear up to be the aid station captain at June Mountain, which is mile 172, 171. And we'll be there until Monday night. So from Saturday evening to Monday night late. It's going to be a wild ride and cannot wait.
Which of these things are you most nervous about? Aid station captaining, pacing, or coaching the soccer game?
Probably my kid's soccer game.
Because it's undefeated versus undefeated. What is the name of the soccer team?
The Green Goblins.
Green Goblins. We need some Go Green Goblins in the chat. This is the most important thing of the weekend. But no, that's super cool because you're going to be experiencing it in so many different ways and greeting all of the runners coming through your aid station as well, taking care of them, which I know you love doing. And
it's
it's going to be awesome.
This is going to be so fun. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of us are really looking forward to the Rachel Tara throwdown. Mm-hmm. And we're all just kind of hoping I'm hoping that we get to run all together. Rod Farvard, a good friend, fellow teammate, is going to be pacing Tara during that section that I'm pacing Rachel. So hopefully the four of us are all just kind of like together.
That would be a dream.
That'd be fun. That'd be
It'd
super
be really
fun.
fun.
All right, so we want to get into
I do want to hear about the race vibes at the start.
Okay, yes.
Because
real
we saw
quick.
you on screen at the start, and
Yes.
it looked hype. You could hear it from the studio. So what was it like out there?
Yeah, so I pulled my kids from school, clearly, because that's
Of
what you
course,
do.
very important reason.
They just went late. It's fine. And we get there, and it's just, what was different about it is that usually at a race start, they're kind of the corral. You have the runners in the corral, and then there's the spectators on this side. But in this, it was really fun. There was, in the beginning, 15 minutes before the race, everybody's kind of with their crew still in the corral and chatting. It does feel like a community event. You cannot do this race alone. Sure, you might not have crew or pacers. You might just be relying on aid stations, but really it takes a village to get you through 214 miles.
Yeah.
And it really felt that vibe out there where everybody's kind of collectively all excited about this crazy adventure that they're about to partake in. And a lot of people, this is their first 200 and 200 plus mile race. And there's nerves out there. It's exciting. They've been planning this for a long time. And I just feel like there was a lot of excitement. Of course, the whole, once the runners took off down the line, there's spectators all the way down down the village, which, to be honest, surprised me at 8 a.m. on a Friday, that there were so many people out supporting, which was very cool. And lots of cowbells, lots of energy, music. Of course, when we counted down the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we had the color
smoke.
bombs went off. And it's fun. This is a really exciting, I think once in a lifetime for a lot of people, or maybe they'll keep coming back. But it's a really big event. And honestly, as soon as they all took off, I'm not going to cry again, but I was like, and I looked at Hillary, and I'm just like, this has been such a massive
it's actually
undertaking.
happening.
It happened. To just send them off feels like a big sigh of relief. To actually get to this point has been a a long time coming.
So much work that's gone into this.
Yeah,
including
and so much
by you.
love and, you know,
That's
just
awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's been very, very fun. So
Folks are curious a little bit more about the course, and since we have someone here who has been on a lot of it, we want to talk a little bit more in depth. So we're going to go back to our flyover, and we're going to pause it so we can kind of talk about the section that they are on right now, or that they're going. Some of the sections they're going to be traversing throughout the day today. All right, so we're gonna get started here.
Okay, so this is the start. As you can see, they start in the village. Wow, this is very fast. Start in the village, and you kind of go up through a forested area up to onto our Mammoth Mountain. So Mammoth Mountain itself is very famous as a big time resort for skiing and snowboarding in the winter. That's how most people know of Mammoth Lakes. I moved here for the summer, but it's epic, and Mammoth Mountain has been an incredible partner here for trailfest, for the Mammoth 200, and we are going, the runners are going to be on the mountain itself, running on these mountain bike trails. The mountain bike park is actually open only for runners for the last, I think it closed, I think the last day was like the 13th or 15th of September. So it hasn't been open that long for runners. Usually it's closed all summer long from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So this is actually really, really fun to have all of our runners experiencing some parts of the mountain that you would normally not be able to run, which is very fun.
So is it safe to say this is pretty smooth?
Yeah, you're climbing.
Terrain?
I mean, the whole
you're
time you're climbing, but this is all pretty
technicality wise.
Yeah, there's going to be, you can see some of the steeper sections where it's like the straight line.
Yeah.
There's going to be some rocks, some techie stuff, but for the most part, this is pretty nice.
Okay.
They're going to be on Gravy Train. They're going to be on Breakthrough Trail. They're going to be on trails that are really flowy, fun mountain bike trails.
Nice.
Again, some of this is a part of the 50K course. It looks also to head up to the summit. They run up off the top, it looks like. And yeah, I think it's uphill. But there's going to be some flatter kind of sections, but there's going to be runners. I would say a lot of people will be, fast walking parts of it, hiking this stuff because it's the beginning of a 200 miler and you're headed to the 11,053 feet at the top of Mammoth Summit.
Yep.
And once they get to the summit, it's stunning 360 views. You get to see the minarets. You get to really look over the whole entire course, the whole caldera. It's a really got to be emotional for runners up there to hit that summit. They actually go to the tip top. So not just where the sign says Mammoth Mountain and Dave's Run. It's like they're going to the actual summit, just like all of our runners at Trailfest.
And they have to go through the arch.
The arch.
Very
right.
important to go
there
through. There's the arch.
There's the arch.
Like just like clockwork.
And
the
they're
arch
going
shows
to
up.
be there in less than 30 minutes now, which is exciting.
Okay, very cool. This is about 4,000 feet. Similar.
Yep, this about
similar to like
3,200.
The Western states, start of Western states. How would you compare it?
Very different in the sense that it's not on a fire road. So the escarpment is up a fire road. This is or like a ski run, but they're going to be on single track. All of this.
Yep.
And that's just a totally different vibe than the escarpment. And there will be some like punchier sections where people are hiking up, but there's going to be some flowy sections in there too. And I think, right now nerves are high. People are excited.
Yep. Okay. All right. Sweet. So we're at the summit. We're going to go to this next section here between the summit and Duck Pass, which is about a 9-ish mile section. So as you can see, this is what's going on.
They run down Dragon's Back, which is very famous for our Trailfest. All 3 Trailfest races go down Dragon's Back. They curl up around, and then this is Horseshoe Lake, the first lake that they hit on their right. And then they're going to run through Horseshoe Woods, through that forested section. This is a really fun section that I run when I want to do my kind of easy runs, actually.
Okay.
So you can see here after the first lake, actually they do pass McLeod, which is the tiny little lake, the first lake all the way on the right.
Yep.
Gorgeous lake. And yeah, we've had a lot of fun and family adventures there. Down to Horseshoe, they go around Horseshoe. Horseshoe is also stunning, beautiful views from Horseshoe around this forested area. And then they go through that forest area to the next lake you see, that's Lake George. Lake George, you get a great view of Crystal Crag, a really kind of famous rock climbing wall for people here, and it's just a beautiful, iconic view. And then they're going to climb from George up. There's pretty steep climb there, actually. It's not long, but it's steep. You're definitely hiking that. And actually some big, like, double step stairs to kind of climb some of it. And that's really great because then you look back and you see this stunning alpine lake behind you. But that's a really fun, like, climb, but they'll definitely be hiking. And then from there, once they hit there, they actually doesn't look like they go all the way to TJ Lake, but very close. And they'll probably be able to see it off in the distance and then be able to run on this really fun, flowy California carpet vibe to get back to that Duck Pass trailhead. So they don't actually go to Duck Pass or Duck Lake if you've been in the area. They're just going to be at that trailhead. But that section is really, really fun. That's a section that I do a lot for, like, easy flatter runs. So I think runners really enjoy opening up their legs there.
And we're expecting maybe first runners around that point around 11:30 today. So could be faster. We'll see. But again, that's about mile 18. So that's the first 18 miles of this course. The Dragon's Back descent, right, is quite technical.
Quite technical.
A mile and a half that drops about 1,500 feet.
No, it will be like 3.1 miles of descent and 2,400 feet of loss.
Okay.
And there's sections that are quite technical. We call one section the hourglass section, where you kind of have to use your hands to get up it. I think people will be scrambling a little bit. It'll be good. It'll be good to kind of, get into the mindset of adventure on that descent.
Yes, and Duck Path will put them at a total distance of about 18.3 miles, and they will not have crew access there yet, so they will not see their crew yet.
First crew is going to be at Sherwin Creek, so we could go from Duck Pass now to Sherwin Creek.
Okay, they're going down. That's awesome. So they're going to cut down here, down to Twin Lakes, it looks like. We are now, going across. This is Mammoth Rock Trail here. They're passing right by my house, which is super fun. They're going to be dropping down to Sherwin Creek. There's an aid station there before they start the climb up to Sherwin Lakes, which they will pass. So that's a really, really cruisy, really fun section. So I would say from really the descent after Dragon's Back to Sherwin Creek is pretty much downhill or flat, except a couple of punchy climbs like I mentioned. But it's really a fun section. That's kind of my bread and butter daily runs. So
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're going to do the first about 50K before they see crew. So they're going to be needing to carry everything that they'll have a couple aid stations. They could refill bottles, but essentially carrying all your fuel and stuff for the first 50K of this race. We had a question in the chat about what California carpet is. And you want to define California carpet, Katie?
Sure. California carpet is our cruisy, like, butter trails that are just, you can open up.
I envision soft, like, underfoot, kind of pine covered, like you feel like you might be running kind of on nature's carpet.
Yes, and just easy to run on, right? Like, not technical, essentially. Opposite of technical.
Perfect.
No rocks or roots, just kind of like you can open up and really feel the flow. Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, cool. So down here to Sherwin Creek, and then they get to go check out a couple lakes, Convict Lake and Crowley Lake.
Yeah, so from here, wow, we're going very fast. Okay, so we are now at, they're cruising down from Sherwin Creek. So now I'm feeling like they would have already passed. Okay, yeah. So from here, they would have already passed. At Sherwin Creek, they would have already passed Sherwin Lakes and done the descent down to Sherwin Creek. That's a really, really fun section, actually. Then from Sherwin Creek down to Convict, that's all gravel roads. Very runnable. When you start getting closer, you see that little, like, reservoir pond. That's not really an alpine lake. That's more of like a pond. But around that area is actually really soft, pumicey kind of Sierra kitty litter, we call it. But you're going to want gaiters for that section, in my opinion, or I don't know.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of that. We'll you might be emptying your shoes if you don't have gaiters or that kind of stuff.
Well, we'll see how much the rain packed down that sand, because it might not be so bad. That's one of the sections. If you're a gravel cyclist, you wouldn't do that section kind of in the summer because it would have already gotten really eaten up. So by now, I would assume that it's really like thick sand. I haven't been there in a bit, but yeah, I would say from Sherwin Creek to Convict Lake, there's a lot of runnable, big fire road section.
And you're kind of on the valley floor, right?
Yeah. You've already you're on the floor now.
Cool.
And now you are headed to Convict Lake. That is actually really fun once you start turning to Convict Lake. That's a single track there. Convict Lake will be your second. I think you get a crew stop there, right?
Yeah. Yes, correct. So right after Sherwin, you only have to go 8.5 miles to your next 8th stop.
That's an easy
Convict.
8.5 miles. That's like a cruisy 8.5 miles. They're gonna be enjoying that, except for that sand in one little section.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So at Convict, you're around mile 40.5 of the entire loop here, and we might get into it a little later on the history of why it is called Convict Lake, because there's a lot of history behind it. But then we're going to go from Convict Lake to Crowley Lake.
All right, so this is gorgeous. I mean, this is all single track here. This is somewhere you would go if you're, oh my gosh, that back section of Convict right here is insane foliage. It's going to be off the hook, absolutely stunning. I cannot wait for our runners to see that. It's a really famous loop. It's about 3.5 miles around that loop. And then they get to hit that aid station again, which is great. And then make their way down. This is all cruisy, kind of gravelly trail here. There's some road section here as you start heading to Crowley Lake. So they're going to be running kind of alongside the road here. There is some like fire road section. You enter into the little town of Crowley Lake, which is a really beautiful little town. And that will be their next stop.
Amazing.
Yep.
That's about a 13-mile stretch.
Yeah, I would say around Convict Lake is going to be a highlight for a lot of people because it's just such a pristine, beautiful lake, and you can
Everyone's
see your
gonna
crew
see it in the day.
It's going to be really, really fun. And I think that foliage on the backside, the trees are just turning now. It's going to be brilliant. We go there every year to play around in the leaves and make, yellow crowns together with the kids, and it's just a really, really magical place back there. So I think spirits will be really high
and fairly easy to access. Like if spectators, it looks like it's kind of right off the road there. You could just drive up and check it out if you want to go just cheer on runners.
Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely parking. There's not like tons and tons of parking, but there's definitely parking. I think that would be a great spot to see a runner. Definitely.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to keep going through a little bit of this.
Okay.
Let's do a couple more sections just because we want to maybe cover what will be happening today.
Yeah, and so Crowley Lake, we're thinking runners will be there around dinner time tonight, 6 p.m., maybe earlier.
It's going to start spreading out.
Yep.
Like pretty significantly. By Crowley Lake, you're going to have a wide spread of runners, I'd say. Yeah.
You're going to be 53.5-ish miles into the race. Then you're going to make your way to Tom's Place. And also, what is this
and
next
then Green
one?
Church.
And Green Church.
And Green Church, yeah. So from Crowley Lake to Tom's Place, you're going to be on some fire road. You're going to be on a little bit of road, a little bit of single track there. That's going to be pretty chill, to be honest. Mostly flat, descending. Kind of uneventful there. We're going to get to Tom's Place. That little community there's a little restaurant there. It has, I don't know if people can stop and get food there, but there's going to be an aid station, but for spectators and whatnot. I believe that's also a cruise spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which one, Tom's?
Yeah.
Tom's Place is actually a water-only stop.
Oh, is it?
Green Church is a aid.
Okay. Yeah,
and
yeah.
crew.
I know. Yeah.
Aid and crew.
So Tom's Place will be, like I mentioned, that's as pretty from Crowley to Tom's. That's pretty chill. And like if they need something, they can grab a Coke at Tom's Place general store. But yeah, it's pretty chill. We are looking at Lake George on your screen. That is Crystal Crag, I mentioned that.
The crag that people climb?
Yeah,
Nice.
My kids climbed it for the first time this summer.
Sweet.
And there are so many crystals at the top. It's
Oh
very
my
cool.
gosh,
but there's
that's
Crystal
awesome.
Lake back there too. So if you're spectating, that's actually, I don't think you're supposed to go back there maybe after the racers have gone through, but that's a really pretty, beautiful area. So yeah, from Tom's Place, I don't know if we want to keep going or are we going to save it? Save the next section.
Let's do one or two more.
Okay. So from Tom's Place, you go under this tunnel, which is very cool. Hopefully we have some photographers there because you go under the road, but it feels very dramatic. And you cross the road. This is all fire road then here. Kind of some rocky sections, but it's all fire road. And then you start getting into some sandy sections. And this is all stuff I've gravel cycled a ton. But, this is stuff that you would only run kind of really in the fall or time, or like in the spring is nice because anything around Mammoth is still snowy. So this would be a section that you could run, when there's the winter running, I should say. Yeah. And thicker sand starts to happen. Green Church is actually not Green Church. If you're from here, you think of Green Church as the actual Green Church on the side of the 395 at Benton Crossing and the 395. But we named it Green Church because it's just an homage to the Green Church. And it's on Benton Crossing. And Green Church is going to be the first place. That's when I start pacing Rachel, which will be fun. And that's going to be a really clutch aid station for crews. And
it's around mile 70.
Nope, that's around mile 59 or so.
Green Church, 69.6 on the race website. Technically, I might be wrong. 59, 60.
Yeah, I'm seeing 69.1.
We see 69.
The runner's guide.
Anyways, is that the first point they can get crew or get pacers? Sorry.
Yes, that's the no, because I'm trying to think. I think you can.
I think you can get drop-off pacers at Crowley Lake.
Yeah, I think you can get pacers before that because
really? Okay, that's interesting.
Rachel's getting Dom Grossman before.
Okay, so
me,
Crowley Lake. So first pacing around mile 50-ish would be cool.
It's early. Hopefully Dom and Rachel can do another.
We're gonna fact check.
Hopefully Dom and Rachel can do another podcast for us. They just released the Between Two Pines episode with the two of them, and it's outrageous. You should probably give it a listen.
All right, we're going to look at that. General race week. This is the first year. We're all learning together. Runner policies
and
here.
I think there have been a few changes. So, depending on when we've printed documents, things could
pick up and drop off pacers at Crowley Lake. Yep, looks like that's it. So around 53. So kind of, and that would make sense because like 6 p.m., right? It's kind of going to be starting to get darkish after that. So in the first dark point, kind of wanting to start to allow people to have folks with them.
Okay, I definitely misspoke. Yes, Green Church at 69, and then I will be running to Taylor Canyon at 98.
Yep,
got it. Okay.
And Crowley Lake, you can pick up a pacer. It's a crew station, aid station, crew accessible, drop bag accessible, pacer accessible. So it seems like, you can have crew before there a couple times, but it seems like Crowley's probably going to be a bit of a kind of like a key area.
Yes, and I think that people are going to, I think that by Crowley Lake, people are going to start being like, whew, okay, I still have, 160-ish more miles to go.
60 miles, yeah.
But I also think that from Convict to Crowley is such a chill section that hopefully people are like, all right, let's keep on moving, Because once you leave, I would say Tom's Place, you really start heading into this kind of sandy, it's like a whole nother section. It's going to be a completely different vibe than where you had come from.
Yep.
So you'd kind of come from the forest and like very alpine lakes and little towns, that sort of. And then you're going to be starting to get very remote. And it's going to be, lots more sand, kind of gravelly roads. And
it's going to be getting dark.
Yeah, it's going to be getting dark. Like from Green Church to Sawmill Meadow, it's uphill. You know,
Okay.
it's like 3,000 feet, I think, of climbing in sand. That's going to be kind of a slog section for people. And once you hit Sawmill Meadow, I mean, it's very, very remote. We have a family friend who is, you know, has the only cabin in the entire Glass Mountain range. That's about a half mile from Sawmill Meadows, and he'll be helping out at the aid station there. But besides that little cabin of his, there's really nothing back there. I mean, it's very remote. They're not going to see anybody except for people that are with the race.
Yeah, according to the manual, now you're deep in the Glass Mountains. It says don't be surprised if you don't see anyone.
That's right.
For the next 30-ish miles.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're cruising along maintained forest roads, winding around the backside of the Glass Mountain through overgrown double track with intermittent views toward the White Mountains. But again, it's going to be dark, so you might not be able to see that. And to Boundary Peak, Nevada's highest peak in the border of California. You're going to be able to see that, or you could potentially see that from this section.
Yeah, depending on how bright the moon is,
Yeah.
though, that is really dark skies back there, right? So hopefully the moon's out. I haven't actually seen the moon cycle, but it'd be really fun to get some moon shadows on the Eastern Sierra range and then into the White Mountains to be able to see that. That would be epic. So hopefully we get some really beautiful starry skies and get some, it's going to just feel really remote and beautiful back there. Yeah. And I think weather's going to hold up for runners. So
Yeah, it's looking great.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of like got good right when it needed to, seems like. So, okay. Thank you for taking us through all of that, Katie.
Yeah.
That was amazing. So we'll continue to talk about the rest of the course, but this is what a lot of folks are going to be encountering here this first day into the evening.
awesome. Well, thanks for having me, you guys.
Yeah.
Have fun. This
Thank
is
you
going
so
to be
much.
an
Thank you for
amazing adventure.
Good luck
Sharing
to
your
the Green
home with us,
Goblins.
too. I mean, these local trails. You say you're not an expert on this course, but you
mean-
sounded pretty pro.
The Glass Mountain part, I think a lot of people that live here aren't, you
Yeah.
know, which I think makes it really fun for people that are running it to see something that we don't get to experience that often. So that will be really fun for runners to be a part of, you know. This is the inaugural year.
I
mean,
know.
this is a first for all of us.
Yeah.
For them to experience this, the grandeur of the Eastern Sierra in one big glorious loop, it's really epic. This course is very cool. So
This
yeah.
is like me sitting here talking about Hard Rock. Like, it's your backyard, you know, and so you like want to share it with the world
like,
and how
and
pretty
then
it
this
is.
section, they're gonna
We
love
can
this
feel
section.
the
And then they're gonna-
excitement that Katie
Yeah,
has
yeah.
for the area.
Yeah.
So it's awesome. And not too long here, we're expecting to start seeing runners up here at the summit, maybe in the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you so much, Katie. We appreciate you jumping on the mic. I know you're busy,
Super fun.
busy. So come
Super
back
fun.
anytime.
Yeah.
And say hey. And yeah.
Gotta go get these drop bags to my aid station. So
All right.
All right, you
Thanks,
guys.
Katie.
Have fun.
Thanks, Katie. That was really helpful.
Are we cut?
She knows her stuff about
I don't know if we're muted. Hold on.
this course.
All right, welcome back. This is Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200. I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Shelby Farrell, and we just had Katie Asmuth, local here, giving us a rundown on a number of the first sections of the course. We have eyes on some runners here, so we're going to just show you this drone footage and see if we can't start to identify some of the front runners in the pack here.
I feel like I know who that front runner is, but I don't want to misspeak, so I'm gonna hold it in, but
We're going to wait till we get official confirmation. But we're expecting runners to be making their way toward the summit of Mammoth Mountain here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. That will be kind of our first time checkpoint at mile 9.2. And again, this first section, it's hard to tell right there. That looks flat and they're running, but we know that there's, 3,500 feet of climbing here in this first section. So they've definitely been doing some uphill running, hence why it's taking a bit of time.
and they're climbing to the summit, which is 11,053 feet. So if you have not trained in altitude, you might be feeling the difference in the air right now.
Yeah, I think we could safe to say this is call it a high altitude course. I mean, average elevation is 8,100 feet. That's pretty high. Like, they're going to go up to 11,000, but they're going to spend a lot of time above 8,000.
Yeah, and we do have some, front runners like Max coming from Southern California who doesn't live high up in the mountains, and it'll be interesting to see how some of those flatlanders could be affected by being so high.
And for a sustained amount of time.
Yes.
Like, over time, altitude can do interesting things to your physiology, your body, your breathing, your digestion,
Go
all
to
of
a
those
grocery
things.
store and you see how bloated the chip bags are. So there's something there.
Yeah, yeah. I think like one of my tins of hairspray was inflated and not sitting flat today. So, and I only came from 5,000 feet in Denver, about 6,000 in Castle Rock. So definitely makes a difference. And of course, nutrition, being able to stay hydrated over the course of this long of a race, it's just becomes super important and critical. I think temperatures are looking really, really good out there. Quite mild. Obviously there's no precipitation right now forecasted, but that being said, we're in the mountains. Things can change very quickly. I was just in the San Juans of Colorado and running a race, and left an aid station, asked my husband, who is very good at the weather, whether or not it was going to rain, and he said, I don't think so. And then 30 minutes later it started snowing. So that can happen.
That can happen. I mean, during Cocodona 250 this year, for me, the section from Mingus Mountain to Jerome, I was told it was going to be sunny when I got to Jerome after going through rain and mud all day, and I got to Jerome and it was pouring. So apparently it was sunny for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's just
don't
become
know.
a storyline that, it's just worth being. There is a mandatory kit, but it's just worth being prepared for any and all conditions at any given time. You're going to be out there for stretches in numbers of hours in between aid stations without anybody, and you want to be able to take care of yourself.
And this is why I love this distance. It's not like you're running a 10K and can just power through and, crawl under some covers when you finish. You're out here. It's about attrition and surviving and knowing how to be smart in nature.
Yeah, temperature regulation, all of that. So, we're getting lots of banter in the chat. Hi, Russ Disworth, my co-host on Ultra Uncovered, is in the chat saying it's okay for us to say that we think it's Max in all black with yellow shoes.
Yeah.
I didn't say it. I just read a comment. So we'll see. But yes, there is a chance that is who we were looking at here on that drone cam. Was that your prediction, Shelby?
That was my prediction.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
have a prediction for the person behind him too, but I'll let the chat make the guess.
Speculate on that. Yeah, they can be the
This is fun.
identifiers.
as the day goes on, we'll start to get close-ups on runners and really know exactly what they're wearing so we can call with confidence.
Yeah. All right. I want to know for people in the chat, if you just heard Katie talk through some of these sections, right? We definitely have some rocky, some technical. We've got Sierra kitty litter was like a term used, some sand. So what do you all viewing and listening think would be an ideal shoe choice? We're not going to like call out certain brands here, but what gaiters were highly recommended. Is there a shoe that you think would be ideal for, this first, 50K of the Mammoth 200? Let us know what you think.
I don't know. These craft shoes look like a nice option. They're light.
I don't know which model of craft that is. That's the Nordlight Ultra Pro. I definitely know that is a shoe that was worn by a couple of people at CCC or the UTMB races who are on the craft team for sure.
Really like the look of that shoe.
We're here to educate you. California Carpet and Sierra Kitty Litter, Cameron Lopez. These are things you're going to become very familiar with and start just throwing out in your normal day-to-day vernacular over the next couple of weeks. People are being funny. Road Super Shoes. Alpha Flies and Send It. Not sure that would be the smartest thing, but never know till you try. And if you want to check out kind of the tracking as we go on throughout the race, we've got that pinned up in the top of the chat, live map tracking. Also, if you go there and you click on that pin, you're going to see the whole loop on a map. And we are also curious, like, what you think this looks like. There's been debate about whether it was, what were our choices, Shelby?
An ostrich, a donkey, or a llama.
Okay, ostrich, donkey, llama, or something else.
I think it kind of looks like a chubby unicorn.
I think it looks like a unicorn because it's got like a downward, like pointy horn at the top. But yeah, take a look at that map and let us know what you think this giant loop looks like in terms of animals. Somebody saying Mount to Coast. Got some llamas coming in. Votes for llamas.
Poor Trail Flow. I've been taking shots every time someone references Max. Not doing well now.
Don't do it.
It's
No way.
9:35 in the morning.
That's a dangerous game to play right there. Mafates. Okay, people think it's a llama. A unilama.
Unilama.
Yes, I like that. I like that. This is just a super pretty view of the vista of the mountains of the Eastern Sierra. It's pretty cool that we have these ski areas to then utilize in the summertime for some epic trail running.
I'm obsessed with it. So I actually skied before I ran trails. And when I did the inaugural Mammoth Trail Fest, that might have been my first race or second race on a ski resort, and I was just mind blown because it does, I don't know, you feel like you're skiing when you're cruising through some of these flowy single tracks on through the trees.
For sure.
I don't know, it's cool to have memories doing two very distinctly different things in the same place.
Yeah, and they look so different in the winter versus the summer months.
So
all right,
different.
we got drone footage on some runners here. Again, it looks like potentially pack of 3 up there in the very front with someone not too far back in 4th. Do we see poles out? I'm kind of curious. This is kind of I feel like this might be a course that I think we've heard a lot of people saying they were going to be utilizing poles, especially just due to the distance.
It's a hard decision to make, honestly, because
Fourth back there definitely looked like they were kind of pole planting.
it's definitely a personal decision where sometimes I feel like I'm running smoother, faster without poles. Like, can poles hold you back at times? But again, we're talking 214 miles. Is it actually going to really help you in the long run, saving your legs a teeny bit, offloading?
Yep, exactly. Distributing that weight throughout other leverage points. We have somebody who thinks that the map looks like the donkey from Shrek.
I could see that.
Kind of like that, Jenny. We have a turkey.
Ann Baker in the chat, hoping Rachel and Tara are talking smack to Max. Yeah, again, I've mentioned this podcast episode already, but the Between Two Pines episode with Rachel Entrekin and Dom Grossman, who'll be pacing her later. Rachel can talk some smack, so watch out. I say that with love. She's like, comically talking smack. It's all good sportsmanship here.
This is really cool terrain, and they're definitely climbing. As you can see, they're in kind of a hiking cadence there. It's a little hard to know, what that grade is or how steep it is, just from this vantage point. But obviously, as we start to pan out here, you can tell they're making their way up toward the summit.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of hike the switchback, trot those in-betweens.
Jason Gerhardt wants to know what's up next on our race calendars, Shelby. You have anything coming up?
No, you go first. You actually have an exciting race coming up.
I'm doing the Javelina 100K in just a few weeks, so straight from the Uray 50 miler with 20,000 feet of climbing and 50 miles to the Javelina 100K.
That she won, by the way. First place female.
Yeah, it was awesome. Hometown race. But we're going to go from something very, very steep and verty to something very flat and fast and see how that goes. So
You've played at Javelina, though. You know how to handle that party.
Javelina's the best. It is a party. It is a party for sure.
I will be out there at Javelina, spectating, crewing, maybe pacing.
All right. Yeah, there's some people in the chat who are going to be at Javelina for sure. If you have not been, highly recommend it. Super fun environment.
It's an experience. I mean, the trail community in general is unreal. We heard from Katie Asmuth earlier, who was at the start and helped paint the picture of what those start line vibes were like for us. I mean, we're all here to support each other to do these crazy things. And I don't know, everybody comes from different walks of life. They train differently, they race differently, but we come together to do this one awesome human feat. So.
All right, so we're zooming in a little bit. That's a really cool view of this trail.
Yeah.
That looks so wild and just barren and epic. And we're going to try to get kind of a bit more of an ID on these runners. Boy, but I think I know who that is. Do you think?
I don't know
who got it.
Who's in the middle right now.
I think that's Tara.
Okay, she took off the arm sleeves.
With a jacket on.
Okay.
I don't know. We should not say. I think it's for sure Max in the very front there.
And I think it's Rachel in the back.
And I think
I recognize her.
Rachel Entrekin, her running style there in the back, and a little hard to tell who is in the middle, but. All right, so we've got some blue shoes on Rachel Entrekin in the third place there. Those look blue. Very blue.
They look cool.
All three runners have their poles out here. I think that could be Jimmy Elum in the middle. That looks like it could be Jimmy Elum in the middle there. So we're thinking, and again, not 100% confirmed, but this could be Max Jolliffe. Did I say it right, Sean?
Jolliffe,
Max
Olive.
Jolliffe. Olive. Okay, got it. Thank you to everyone here helping. Max Jolliffe, Jimmy Elum potentially sitting in second here, and Rachel Entrekin in third. Somebody right behind there in fourth. Everyone's got the poles out. They are climbing up Mammoth Mountain.
This is, they'll be 9.3 miles in at the summit. So this is still very, very, very early in the race.
Super early.
But we're already starting to see a bit of a gap.
And a couple of runners just behind them. It's a beautiful morning here, 9:40 in the morning at Mammoth Lakes. A little runnable section there that runners are kind of making their way into a running gait. Again, shout out to all of our field work being done, the drone pilots, the camera folks. There's also going to be a ton of amazing content coming out on socials throughout this entire race. We have a number of chronicles lined up to recap things and paint a picture of both the front, but also, middle and back of the pack and everyone's experiences here at this inaugural year of the Mammoth 200. Follow along on all the channels.
You can rewind and watch the first Chronicle 0 of the start. It's already launched. There's also an interview with Timothy Olsen that was recorded pre-race that we showed this morning. So, if all of you out there watching are looking for ways to procrastinate from work, we got you today.
That's so pretty. Look at that. Man.
The shadows.
That doesn't make you want to go on a
mountains.
trail run. I don't know what does.
So when they summit, we'll see the arch again. They have to go through the arch.
That is going to be their first opportunity to refill some bottles, get a little bit of aid. Runners are going to see their crews for the first time at at Sherwin Creek, which is around the 32-mile mark, just over 50K into the race.
We have confirmation on who we're looking at right now.
Max Jolliffe, Jimmy Elum, Rachel Entrekin are your 1, 2, 3 currently in the Mammoth 200. Max Jolliffe in the all black, white or we don't know, lighter colored shoes. Jimmy Elum there in second, like a white long sleeve or jacket on, and Rachel Entrekin rocking some what appear to be blue shoes, third place. Those are your 1, 2, and 3 right now. Maybe about 8 to 8.5-ish miles in, maybe 9-ish miles into the Mammoth 200.
They're getting close though. Few more switchbacks.
Thank you to all 1,500 of you who are joining us Friday morning for the first year of the Mammoth 200. We are so glad you're here with us as we see runners starting to make their way right up here to the summit. Co-commentator Shelby has put in the chat, we got Max Jolliffe, Jimmy Elum, and Rachel Entrekin, 1, 2, 3 currently in the race. do have 4th and 5th fairly close behind there. We're going to try to ID those runners and let you know as soon as we have confirmation on who they are. Some of our trusty camera folks out there on the summit getting the footage.
What a beautiful morning to summit Mammoth
And
Mountain.
they're basically like all running together now in a pack. Is this a move being made by Jimmy Elum to take the lead? Oh, that's a cool shot. Woo! Look at that. That's amazing. Ana Mendez, what's their pace? You know, it's really hard to tell. Pace is all relative in trail running, and especially when you're climbing. But I think, you know, we had estimated front runners being at the summit at around 9:45. We're going to be real close to that. So I think that, you know, for all intents and purposes, these runners are basically on track as to what we were anticipating kind of pace should be for a really, really solid time in this 200. Yeah, it's super hard to tell. I mean, right now they could be jogging at a 8-9 minute pace. They're going slightly downhill. But on some of those climbs, obviously, they were doing some hiking. Looks like the poles have been put away by all 3 runners here. Russ thinks Jimmy is drafting. That was a great strategy. Now we got Rachel Entrikin leading this pack of 3 right here.
I believe that's Noah, who was running the social media for Mountain Outpost. That was just
Shout out Noah, getting some footage for us. You are looking at your race leaders of the Mammoth 200. It is very early. We are only an hour and 48 minutes into this race, 49 minutes. Give a shout out to Mountain Outpost in the chat if you are loving this footage. This is super crystal clear. Absolutely know exactly who we're looking at here. Rachel Entrikin, Jimmy Elum, and Max Jolliffe.
Cruising in.
Looks like there's a little bit of wind up there. Windy summit vibes from Mammoth Mountain.
Rachel rocking that Tantrums pack. It's actually the same pack that I used for Cocodona. It's a prototype of the new Rome 11-liter pack. Big fan.
Here's our 4th place right behind here. Stretching out the legs.
Michael Cosper in the chat. Pretty sure they're on course record pace. Love it. Inaugural race. First year record about to be set.
I think that is a safe assumption. Question is the course record at Mammoth going to be set by a man or a woman? Ooh.
Woman can.
Spicy take. Women can. What do we think, folks?
Anything goes in this sport. And yeah, that really keeps it exciting. It's fun competing against the men.
Totally.
It's so fun.
Yeah, I mean, we've got like, I don't know if that's a jacket or just a long sleeve that Jimmy's rocking, but yeah, they're definitely like some, all right, woohoo! That's a good group of runners right there. Hell yeah, through the arch.
All together.
Am I supposed to say hell? I don't know. That's awesome. First summit done.
It looks like Rachel Entrikin's going for the send as they make their way to the Dragon's Back descent.
Yeah.
All right, who's going to be next? Is that
326. Bib 326. Ah. All right. And bib 240.
Oh, that's
Is that
Parley.
Parley Hannon?
It is.
Okay. So we think your second female right now might be Parley Hannon.
Rachel and Jimmy taking a little bit of a lead here. As we look at Max Jolliffe cruising along the summit of Mammoth Mountain for the inaugural Mammoth 200.
All right. So they have a little bit of an out and back here where they're going to go to the aid station and then go back to that arch before making the descent. We got a high five. That is Tara Dower. Loving the energy, the high fives. Rachel Enschke and Jimmy Elum out in front of Max Jolliffe. That's your 1, 2, 3 currently. We had Parley Hannon. Second female to come through, Tara Dower. Third female. And I'm trying to get a name on that third male. I think we also have Teddy Tonelli up there in that front pack.
What a glorious descent after 3,200 plus feet of climbing.
I also encourage folks to go check out the Mammoth 200 Instagram. There were a few videos that folks did coming into the race, just talking about their thoughts heading in as they prepare to run. There is one there of one of our front runners here, Timmy Tonelli, who is, Teddy Tonelli, who is running. And number of others. Parley Hannon did one for the Mammoth. So if you want to learn a little bit more about these runners, go check those out. That is Francesco Sinceri, also known as Teddy Tonelli.
God, okay, yeah. I was trying to put
We got
the names
multiple
together.
names.
He's somebody, after watching that interview, he's somebody who I feel like would be fun to have a beer with after this race.
Francesco
he's
Sinceri,
hilarious.
brother of Michelino Sinceri in the Mammoth 200. Tara Dower documenting that video footage is sure to show up in her next YouTube. She's taking it all in, getting some content as she goes through that arch. Tara Dower most recently set the overall FKT on the long trail.
Yes, which is a trail that I have played on for many hours and can say it's very different terrain than what she is currently experiencing. It's rugged, it's rocky, it's rooty.
And that was in August,
Yes.
early to mid-August that she completed
About
that.
272 miles with 66,000 feet of vert.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit different than what we're doing now.
So I'm wondering how that's, how do the legs feel? Like, obviously you're running more of this, but like, just coming off something so steep and rugged, and is it like, oh, this feels smooth, this feels flowy, or it's only been a month, like, is there fatigue still in the legs? It's really hard to know. I mean, obviously Tara is a queen of fatigue resistance, it appears, so just be super interesting to see kind of how that stimulus either translates or assists, or is potentially still kind of in the body from the long trail. But I think if we know anything, we know that these women, Tara, Rachel, are showing that you can do a lot of these really long efforts in fairly short duration from one another, and do them well. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Another runner coming up here. It's Amber Weeble.
Yes.
332. Yeah, we believe that's, I saw Amber, so I'm going to go with Amber Weeble.
Yeah, I would say, in continuing the conversation of going from the long trail to something like the Mammoth, it's, can you rebuild your gears? This is going to require some speed and real running to be competitive versus that super, super strong power hike. So, I don't know, it's fun. Fun to use our legs in different ways.
Again, this is a little out and back section where they go to the aid station and then back up to the top of the summit before starting that long descent down to Duck Pass. They're going to be going on about a 8.99 mile stretch here.
I recognize those tattoos.
Is that Chrissy?
Chrissy how do we say her last name? Harklerode? Apologies to any family and friends listening.
Harklerode?
We were saying it'd be great to
Harklerod?
have like little audio clips of how to pronounce last
Yeah,
names.
this is, in the future, we're going to get a library of name pronunciation,
Yeah.
have runners say their names so that we can pronounce them correctly. So we apologize if we are wrong on that. Let us know if we're saying a name wrong, if you know the individual, but doing our best here. But we think that was Chrissy Harklerode.
Harklerode, yes. And
I'm
she
going
put
with
in some
Harklerode.
serious training out here in Mammoth. I believe she was playing around in the Sierras for about 30 days, just getting some reps on this terrain under her belt.
This is Tara Dower, and do we know the other individual? I have a guess, but I'm not going to say. Got two runners here. Getting ready
We
to...
previously saw her with Jesse Haynes.
Yeah, that's who I thought it
Okay.
was.
Making mental note, he's got the orange kicks on.
I feel like that kind of looks like his gait, too.
Yeah.
Start to identify runners by their form and their gait. Thanks for all your comments in the chat. Yeah, look at that view as they start to descend.
Max Jolliffe Unsolicited Memes is coming for you if you mispronounce his name. We got it. Jolliffe. Olive. Bam, boom. We have a lot of really veteran runners out here. You know, looking at Jesse Haynes, he has 122 races on Ultra Sign Up.
Oh, and his Ultra Sign Up score is 92.3, and he's 52 years old. No big deal. Like, Jesse Haynes is an absolute crusher in the sport. So cool to see him taking on this inaugural year of the Mammoth.
I was just confirming, but I believe he has a Tahoe 200 win under his belt. He bit third at Bigfoot in 2019. So, you know, not only has he had some incredible Western States finishes, but he has experience in the multi-day realm.
For sure. Question in the chat about the elevation over 11,000 feet at this summit, just over 11,000 feet. That is the high point of the course, 11,053 feet. Average altitude of the entire race, however, is 8,100 feet. So runners are going to be going here between around 8,000, 7,000 feet at the low points to up to 11,053 feet. They're going to traverse 31,000 feet of climbing over the next 214 miles. Some question on whether or not we are actually looking at Jesse Haynes. We don't know. We have not gotten official confirmation. We do know Tara Dower is in the front of your screen here. So yeah, as soon as we can ID runners for sure, we will let you know. But right now you are looking at right around your, 4th through 6th place runners. We had Max Jolliffe, Jimmy Elum, and Rachel Entrekin, your 1, 2, 3, right in the front. I do have word from one of our producers here that is Jesse Haynes. So we're going to go with it. Jesse Haynes and Tara Dower running together. If you're following a runner in the Mammoth, let us know who you're here for, who you're cheering for, who you want to follow. We are going to be excited to learn more about some of these runners as the day goes on. Days, nights, multiple days. And, we got a little insight here. Per Rachel's partner, she hit her summit split to the minute. So that's epic. Thank you for that intel, Miss Katie Asmuth. We appreciate you. That's Jeff Pelletier soaking it all in.
Oh, with Drew Darby
following. He was smiling. That's got to feel good to hit that summit and go through that arch.
Yeah.
Got to celebrate every little summit, figuratively and literally, in this race.
Yeah, this almost might feel like a new beginning for them. It's like we started in the village, now we're at the summit, now it's really starting. You know?
Get some downhill climbing. We got runners coming up. All fairly close to one another. Big shouts.
Yeah, we saw Jake Jackson go through earlier too.
Yes, Jake.
Kisses.
Was that kisses or a little yawn?
I'm not sure. I'm going to go with kisses.
Everyone's giving love to their runners and who they are fans of in the chat here. Ethan Herrera, Kyle Sharo, shouting, let's go, Kyle Sharo. We need to know if that is actually a runner who's pulling a Kevin Goldberg and jumping into the chat. We're going to figure that out. There is a Kyle Sharo. We may have another interloper in the chat who's actually out there on course. I think it was like a yawn as well. I think it was like a...
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it was
easy.
like a
Yeah.
oxygen deprivation yawn. Maybe it was like a no big deal yawn. That's what Russ thinks. Joe Corcione in the chat. Shout out Everyday Ultra. What's up, Joe?
Joe, when are you gonna toe the line for this? Come on, buddy.
I'm sure it's on his list.
Could have done it right before Kodiak. Why not?
Michael Langwell, I agree. All the runners are great. Absolutely.
Yeah, the chat interloping is fun. So when I ran the speed project, they would do like this live call-in, I don't know, every hour or at some set time, and I would log in. It was on Instagram. I'd log into my cat's Instagram account.
Nice.
So they didn't know it was me, but
Nice.
I don't know. Now Kevin Goldberg has shown us that it's okay to do that.
Love it. Yes, absolutely. Okay. I think I would do it if I was in a 200. Like, gotta keep yourself engaged, and that's gonna look like a lot of different things: music, talking,
Yeah.
at different times. You got a lot of time out there.
You got a lot of time. I definitely enjoyed forgetting about my phone. You know, you're in this thing, and the only thing you really need to focus on is running it. So, I don't know, but at the same time, sometimes you need a little entertainment.
Yeah, or distraction, or
Friends.
company. So again, this section that runners are on right now was the village to the summit, 9.3 miles, 3,200 feet of climbing, only 200 feet of descent. So this has been a steady, for all intensive purposes, climb to get to this point in the race. You're getting some incredibly beautiful views of the Eastern Sierra Mountains.
Okay, and I just saw somebody give some love to Andrea Moore in the chat. I hope I get to meet her in person this week. I'm kind of obsessed with her. I'm often the person behind the Ultra Sign Up Instagram, and Andrea Moore tags us a lot, so we chat. And she has her Ultra Sign Up profile is ridiculous. Like, she's 47 years old, 66 races, but she's currently registered for, I mean, she's done so many 200s, and she's registered for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 200s.
What?
Between like October 29th, 2025 and August 14th. But beyond that, like, she...
And August 14th, 2026?
2026.
What?
And then, but she just did like the Summit 200 in July. She did Tahoe 200. She did Cocodona in May. She did Arizona Monster 300. Like, this is going to be a streak of 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 11 200s in a row.
Wow.
From
That's amazing.
April 2025 to August 2026. That's unreal. Like, go Andrea Moore. I love you.
That's insane. All right, just to bring everyone up to speed, we have had a number of runners here go through the Mammoth Mountain Summit. I'm just going to name off the names. These are not in exact order, but all of these people have gone through. We do know for sure Jimmy Elum, Rachel Entrican, and Max Jolliffe. They were in the very front. That looks like Kevin Goldberg right there.
Is.
Kevin, and congratulations. If you're listening, way to hit that summit.
Oh, he might have dropped his wife already.
That's all right. Well, that's all right. Other individuals who have gone through there: Ethan Herrera, Jonathan Kuplak, Kyle Moss, Amber Weeble, Parley Hannon, Jesse Haynes, Teddy Tonelli, a.k.a. Francesco Sinceri, Chrissy Harkelrod, Matt Smith, Jake Jackson, Adair Ramirez, Derek Anthony, Jeff Pelletier, Timmy Olsen, Tara Dower, Matt Shapiro, Clara Fresher, and Brandon Morales. All have hit the summit and are starting their descent. Summit to Duck Pass. This is going to be a 9-mile stretch with still some climbing, about 1,100 feet over that 9 miles, but 3,100 feet of descending. And as we heard from Katie Asmuth, they are going to be descending a very technical Dragon's Back, which is part of all of the 50K and the number of the races in the Mammoth Trail Fest as well.
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I did the Mammoth Triple the first year, so it's been a couple of years, but I'm pretty sure I ended up doing that climb 3 times that weekend, and it's magnificent.
But you've descended it as well, right? During the 50K, do you descend it?
I think you descended during the 50K.
Okay.
And I remember, because I was doing it very spontaneously, I didn't study the course, and I remember hitting it and being like, oh, I'm here again.
Yeah.
Different
Nice.
direction.
So we're 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 13 seconds into the Mammoth 200, first year, 2025. Thank you all so much for being here. We are all massive fans of this sport, best sport in the world, as some might say. According to Dylan Bowman, trail running will save the world. Love you, Dylan. All right. We are getting some amazing drone shots of these runners.
And so as they're dropping Dragon's Back, they get a view of the lake's basin where there are 7 lakes in sight.
Such a unique landscape to have these huge mountains and all the beautiful lakes. Man, that's awesome. Let's go run there right now, shall we?
No.
Let's just jump into the screen.
All right, and we're out. Sorry, going for a run. For anyone just tuning in, I am Shelby Farrell here with Corinne Shalvoy, and this is the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200. We have watched the race make their way to the summit, mile 9.3.
Starting in Mammoth Lakes Village. Very much mountain town, ski town village vibes down there. We had the classic blue and pink smoke. The start, Mammoth Trail Fest. They got to do it in style.
The village was
Bringing that
lined
to the 200.
with spectators.
Yeah, apparently there were a
which is
ton of people out
so
for a Friday
cool to
morning.
see. Yeah, thank you, Mammoth, for letting us play on your trails. They're beautiful.
Clarification on an earlier statement here. Thank you, Run Steep, Get High. You don't descend Dragon's Back in Trail Fest, but all races go up it. So
Okay.
here they're going to go down it.
That's what I thought.
Yep, your top 3 in the race at this point, basically running all together. Max Jolliffe, Jimmy Elum, and Rachel Entrekin. Thank you so much for being here with us. We are excited to be calling this race and learning about all these runners who are tackling the incredible feat of 214 miles through the Eastern Sierra, 31,000 feet of climbing. We're going to be here all day. We're going to go dark tonight, overnight, and then we are going to be back early in the morning tomorrow for as long as we possibly can through what we expect to be the winners of the race, top 3 on each side, men and women at least, and then continuing on coverage through the final runner, I believe. Don't quote me on that. We're going to find out if we are doing that, but we are definitely here for the next.
Yeah, Sunday is
days.
going to be a party too. We'll be joined in the studio with Sally McRae, who is the only person who's linked this entire loop together in one shot. You can watch that film on her YouTube channel, theMAMMOTH.
Put a link to that for anyone who wants to check out in their downtime. I'm going to put a link to the film in the chat here. I want to know how many people in the chat have run a 200+ mile race. There's 1,500 people watching. Like, do a hands up emoji if you have run a 200+ mile race. I'm super curious if we have 200-mile runners in the chat themselves.
And actually, I'm curious too if you've never ran a trail race. So if you've never ran a trail race, give me a cat emoji.
Oh, cat emoji for never run a trail race, but just a fan following. And a raise your hand emoji if you've ever run a 200+ miler.
Ooh, doing your first ultra in 2 weeks. Let's go, Cameron Lopez. What race is it?
Is Jamil Curry running the Run Steep Get High chat? Because there's a wave in there. Who's behind that?
Oh, I love seeing the first trail races. I'm really...
No trail races. We're getting a lot of combos here. A lot of no trail races and a lot of raising the hands. The full spectrum of people who have never run a trail race. And people who have run 200+ miles.
The cat emojis make me so happy.
Lots of cat emojis.
Oh,
We
you
need
guys
it-
got to go sign up for a trail race. What are you doing?
Okay, let's include other, like probably the middle. If you've ever run a 100-mile race, what's our emoji?
The 100 emoji. Yeah.
The 100 emoji.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. We're going to include those people that are not crazy enough to line up for 200 yet, but they have done 100, which I don't know, like 2% of the world has run a marathon. So like less than 1% of the world's population probably has run a 100-mile race.
To everyone who's saying they have their first trail race on their calendar, like I can't even put words to how excited I am for you.
Hell yeah,
There's
let's go,
so
people.
much joy in just throwing yourself into the experience, and you know, you can only be new at something once, and it's a really cool feeling.
You'll never forget your first trail race. More cats coming in. This is super cool. Yeah, people are going to line up for Kodiak in a couple weeks. First ultras. Oh, man. You can do it, Samantha Lowe. You can do ultras. You can.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can absolutely do it. It's about consistency and believing and getting out there on the trails day in and day out to get to the point where you're ready. There are lots of trail races that are not ultras.
Yeah.
10K trail races, 5K trail races, 20Ks around the half marathon distance. I mean, for the first 2 years of me running trail races, I didn't run anything that was over like 17-mile trail race for the first couple of years. And now I've run like a couple hundreds.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm not crazy like you who jumped. Did you jump head first in, Shelby?
Well, I jumped right into the road marathon. Actually, that was my gateway drug, was wanting to qualify. Well, first just running it and then realizing I didn't hate it, and then wanting to qualify for Boston. And like we were saying earlier, I grew up skiing, so when I realized that there were races in these mountains and I could play in the wild and splash in lakes, I started to do that and ran my first 50K, then signed up for a 50 miler, then a 100 miler, and then Cocodona. Like exactly like that. Like I had run Javelin 100 before running Cocodona, and I love all the distances. And we were just talking the other night about I don't really know what my next race is going to be, but playing with shorter distances is really fun too. And honestly, yes, it's a shorter amount of suffering, but it's still hard. It's still really hard.
Oh yeah,
it's
absolutely.
what you make of it, though. I mean,
any distance can be hard. I mean, we've heard David Roach say that he thinks that some of his sub-ultra trail races at Worlds were harder than some of the 100-milers from an effort standpoint. You know, you're just redlining the whole time. It's just different. It's all different.
And you don't have to go into it and plan on redlining the whole time either. I mean, I think that's what's neat about this sport too, is there's such a spectrum of like, how competitive do you want to be? Are you just out there for the vibes, which is super fun too? And, you know, I struggle sometimes. So I like to be competitive, but I also love the vibes. So
yeah,
you can have it all though.
You can have
trail
different
running.
intentions on goals for that race and ways to approach it for sure. We had a question in the chat. Someone wanted to know our predictions for first year podiums here at this race. Is that something we want to?
I don't know.
We love everyone. Everyone's amazing. I mean, fantasy.freetrail.com. If you want to go play your own fantasy free trail, you can pick your top 5 in each side. And I did do a fantasy, so it's really hard to know. Like, I feel like every one of these 200s, we have somebody show up on a podium that nobody was necessarily predicting or had their eyes on. I mean, I will throw out mine here. What did I do? On the men's side, I went with Jimmy Elum taking the win, Adair Ramirez, who was third at Cocodona, getting second, and Max Jolliffe third, with Timothy Olsen and Jake Jackson in fourth and fifth. That was my prediction. It's probably totally wrong, but that's what I went with. On the women's side, I have Tara Dower winning, Rachel Entrican getting second, Callie Smith taking third, Amber Weeble fourth, and Parley Hannon in fifth. Again, I am not great at these predictions, but that's what I went with. And so somebody wanted my picks. There they are.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't know. I made some picks for Free Trail Fantasy too, but I'm not going to lie, my Free Trail game's been weak. So Sam Carthen, we haven't mentioned him. I haven't seen him yet on the screen, but shout out to Heldberg Running. He is a race director, and I'm getting signs that's Shad in the blue.
We got Shad. I need a last name. I know I should know it. I'm looking it up.
Shad Burkholtz.
Shad Burkholtz.
Bib 211.
Shad famously works a lot of the Mountain Outpost live streams, oftentimes running 10s, 20s, 30s, 40s, fit up to, I don't know, like 40 miles a day, following runners in and out of the finish line of Cocodona in particular. But he's everywhere. He is out there experiencing this inaugural year of the Mammoth 200. Quick little recap, just so if you are wondering, our second place female through that arch was Parley Hannon. Parley won the Speed Project Atacama in 2023. Also ran the Speed Project LALV, which is Los Angeles to Las Vegas in 2024. She is a sneaky individual, as she has nothing on ultra signup, so she is not showing up as any score. If you have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of Fantasy Free Trail to find her. But she is a former 3-time D3 national champion in college at, I don't know if it was track or cross country. I am not going to say either, but she's also an OTQ marathon qualifier, ran a 2:35 at the marathon trials, but we think also ran a 2:33 potentially as her marathon PR. very interested to see what she's going to do here. Obviously has done this type of distance, but doesn't look like she's done so in a organized race setting before. I mean, can we call a speed project organized? Unsanctioned? I don't know. This is
I guess, like, to put that into perspective, so when I did the speed project, it was my second foray at the 200 plus mile distance. The route that I created was about 290-ish miles. And like sleep strategy, for example, you know, like, you don't have aid stations. You're making your own aid station. So we had a rooftop tent on a Subaru, and my plan was to go for 10 hours and then sleep for 2 hours, or like stop moving for 2 hours, really, where it was an hour and a half of trying to sleep and then time on either side to basically eat and maybe change clothes. And so I did that on repeat, 10 hours moving, 2 hours not moving. And like that type of format you can't create in a sanctioned race where you're, you know, unless you're like, I'm going to only sleep on the side of the trail or something like that, you are figuring out your sleep from the aid stations, from the sleep stations, from crew access points that are out of your control. So that's where I see like the speed project and something like the Mammoth differing is you gotta work with the structure of the race. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, you're still covering that distance on foot. You're still problem solving and all the things that Parley will need to succeed out here over the next couple of days.
Yeah. Parley's 29 years old, from Maine, Scarborough, Maine. It was 5,000 meters, set the NCAA Division III record in the indoor 5,000 meters in college at Ithaca. So obviously some speed, which then, so it would be super interesting to hear her story on how she then transitioned to wanting to do something like a speed project.
Yeah, so the story that I was told, this is, you know, campfire stories, is Rob Perez, who you can find him on Instagram. He's a Washington, D.C. based runner. He put out a call saying, hey, I need pacers for the speed project. And she answered the call, really having no idea what she got into. And I think ran like 240 miles with him and felt fine after. So said, you know what, I could play here. And I think
that's crazy.
I think from the stories that have been passed down by ultra runners, that is what I was told about Parley.
Okay, which is a great point. I mean, I saw that we had lots of crew and supporters and volunteers in the chat as well. Like, but pacing is just like a great way to check out what the reality is of doing a distance, and you know, be with someone who is experiencing it, go through a section of it with them, you know, and kind of get a feel for it. And it's a great way to start to learn about whether or not maybe you want to jump into some of these distances.
Yeah, and Parley is being paced later on, probably crewed by James Poole, who's from the UK, and he is a TSP legend. So he
TSP means the Speed Project.
Yeah, so he has been a part of that community for a long time when it comes to the solo runner. So yeah, I'll stop rambling about the Speed Project. But the other half of it is relay teams going the same distance. So there's a relay team option, and then there's this sort of newer solo adventure that you can choose to do.
Awesome. Shelby also won the Speed Project.
Yeah.
What year?
When was that? Okay, 2022.
Nice.
So yeah, I did Cocodona the first year, 2021. I'm a huge fan of inaugural races, and I'm so excited to be here commentating. You know, I'm not running it, but I still feel like I'm a part of this inaugural year of Mammoth. And then, yeah, so then 2022, I did the Speed Project. I was living in LA at the time, so that was super convenient.
Yeah.
A lot of runnable sandy terrain in that. I don't know what route she chose, but there's about 100 miles of like sandy power line trails, which sounds really, really, really similar to the Sierra Kitty litter that Katie was describing us, Katie Asmuth was describing to us earlier when talking about kind of where our runners will be heading later tonight into these remote sandy road-ish, we'll call it, sections.
Yeah. As you're looking at Shad Burkholz making his way down, he is a mountain outpost staple in the usually behind the scenes, but this year partaking himself in the Mammoth 200. Excellent camera follow cam individual who does a ton of great work for us. So we're showing some footage of him here. I'm curious, Shelby, so like having done the speed project and, you know, Cocodona 250 multiple times, like kind of compare those two types of events. You know, one, again, like you said, you have this van with you, but you're making your own route. There's no set aid stations. Like, is it feel like a very different experience, those two things?
Yeah, it does. I think like the speed project or any kind of like, I mean, again, like FKTs could kind of fall in this camp, like depending on how you set it up can feel a bit lonely. Whereas when you register for a race like the Mammoth, you're also getting this community and your competition is in sight. There's trackers, so you know where people are, versus, you know, maybe something that is more of a solo mission. And you're still racing other people, but they're not all like around you, you know, like, so you really have to be self-motivated to stick it out. Whereas like you, in something like the Mammoth or Cocodona, you can kind of race, like you see people on course. I mean, this year, Eldon, I was 4th place female, 5th and 6th were right behind me, and I was freaking out, wondering if I could see them on the switchbacks coming up Eldon. Like, that you don't get in something like the Speed Project or a FKT even.
So like just more of feeling that competition vibe and other individuals out there like
doing the thing with you.
Kay.
Yeah. That's my answer.
Nice. Love it.
I love seeing runners pausing here to soak it in.
As they should. We got bib 313 here.
Yeah, you know,
Keep the hat on the head. It's windy up there.
If you've ever taken a selfie video of yourself in public, sometimes it feels awkward. This is the world we live in now. We should be documenting these epic accomplishments that we're doing and take the moment to capture it. So I love to see it. Oh, this is the woman we saw in the lobby.
Yes. What was her name? Rachel?
Yes.
It was another Rachel.
The third Rachel.
We saw this woman getting ready to go out to the start line. She was so excited. She had just amazing vibes. I think it was Rachel Moore.
Yes.
Or Rachel Sage. One of those two.
Okay, maybe Rachel Sage.
Maybe Rachel Sage. She looked so excited. She's like, everything has been amazing so far. This has been a wonderful experience. And she hadn't even started the race yet. Going into this with just the best attitude. She has now made it to the summit. Again, if you're just joining us, we are here at the Mammoth 200 live stream broadcast by Mountain Outpost, presented by Kraft.
Ooh, we got a new shot here.
This is okay. That looks like Jimmy Elum. Rolling down some nice cruisy trail right there. Yep. Do believe that is Jimmy Elum on your screen right now.
Cruising.
That looks like a fun section right there.
I mean, look at that trail work. You have steps, you have rocks lined up on either side. Yeah, I don't know. I'm such a nerd for seeing good trail work out there. Like, these trails they didn't just show up there. Like, there are organizations making these places what they are for us to experience and run through. So
This is Jimmy Elum, winner of the Cascade Crest 100 miler this year in July, winner of Wasatch 100 in September of 2024, winner of San Juan Solstice 50 in June of 2024, second place Run Rabbit Run, which we heard was a tough race for him because he called himself first loser, but no shame in second place, running a stout 17-hour, 45-minute run at Run Rabbit Run in 2023.
And there's a prize purse in that one, too.
Big prize
That
purse.
prize
Used to be
purse.
$15K when he ran it. It was $20,000 this year for
Yeah.
the winner. One of the biggest that we see in ultra running. High Lonesome 100, Jimmy won in 2023. Jimmy Elum, again, that's who you have on your screen here. He was on a mission to run a lot of the classic 100-mile races. You know, you hear about Wasatch, the Bear. He's run multiple times. Not only run them, but won most of them.
Now we have Rachel on screen.
This is Rachel Entrikin. Currently in Conifer, living in Conifer, Colorado. Rachel's 34 years old, and she has been on quite a winning streak as of late. She did have a drop at DNF at Spartathlon a couple of years ago, but otherwise, she's pretty much been on the top of the podium.
I think I remember reading her Substack on that, and it was just like so much road or something. Like, that was her comment. Like, this is a girl that loves the mountains.
Yeah, for sure. Winner of Cocodona 250 2 years in a row, current course record holder. Most recently won the High Lonesome 100 miler, also setting a course record there, 21 hours and 56 minutes. She came in 4th overall, so she is not someone who is unused to running in the very front of the pack, men's and women's field.
We're getting into those pines. It's getting harder to track the runners, but I'm sure they're appreciating the shade. Ah, there is Max Jolliffe.
Out of Costa Mesa, California.
And I don't think you should believe that 9th male, the Mammoth that you're seeing on screen right now.
Yeah, we're not sure. I mean, last we saw Max was right up there in that front pack.
Trackers are hard, as you can see. These runners are running through some dense pines.
Yeah, exactly.
And there was like a little out and back section at the summit, which can be confusing for a GPS tracker to figure out, you know, who's going which way in that moment that it pings. So cut the trackers some slack, and I'm sure they'll start to even out as we get going and hit some more open space.
Yeah, we've got 131 runners that had registered for this year's first year race. I don't know if there was a cap or if that was hit. There was a question in the chat about that, if there was a registration capacity for the race. It's a great question. If we get race director Hillary Yang or Tim Tollefson in here, we will try to ask them that question, get you an answer. But for a first year 200 miler, 131 individuals towing the line or signed up to do so. Pretty nice showing.
And the way this race was initially launched and marketed, I think was just absolutely spectacular. It started with a YouTube video that Sally McRae put out where Tim and her really like worked together she trained out here for like at least a month leading up to it, and she ran the whole course with Hillary Yang, who's the sort of main race director of the event, pacing her. And so you can watch that all in the YouTube video. And then at the end, they kind of tease like, and coming to you in 2025, the Mammoth. And I don't know, got me hyped.
Quick shout out to the logo for the Mammoth. It's like this super sick, like profile view or like half face shot of a mammoth in almost like this pencil drawing. Whoever did that is amazing artist. Love it. It's on all the swag. Definitely a really cool kind of style and logo they've got for the Mammoth here. Love to have some amazing creativity and style in the artwork around the branding.
Me some good marketing.
Yes, for sure.
I mean, the trailfest hats you see at races all over the world, truly. Those hats are so cool. If you participate in Mammoth Trail Fest, you're probably going home with one, and you're probably going to show up to your next race wearing it. And yeah, just good marketing.
Good stuff
and
that
it's
you
just,
want to wear outside.
It's
of the
about
race.
being a part of this community too. I think more so than the marketing. Shut up, Shelby, about marketing.
You're good.
I'm good. It's what I do for work. It's what I do. But yeah, it's uniting the community.
And just so you know, we do plan to get some insight. If you're used to Mountain Outpost coverage, sometimes we have field commentators out there giving us kind of the updates from the field. There is going to be a little bit less of that in this inaugural year of Mammoth. Like we are, first year, we're doing this a little bit on more of a skeleton crew. But what we do have is we are going to be sending some links out to some of these crews, and they are going to either jump on and talk with us a little bit about how their runners are doing, or just give us some insights into the behind the scenes of how the whole crewing and supporting is going. So that should be a really unique perspective to be able to get from some of these front runner and even mid backpackers crews that are willing to share with us and kind of be part of the live stream in that way. We may have some field commentators in certain spots, or be able to talk with some aid station captains, as we heard Katie Asmuth is going to be heading up the what was the name of her aid station? Lane Mountain?
June Lake.
Oh, okay. Is
Wrong
there a
race.
Lane Mountain here?
It's Cocodona.
Cocodona. I got
June
Cocodona on the brain.
Lake.
Yeah, June Lake. We know Billy Yang is out there heading up an aid station, so all hands on deck. Arc'teryx is the Levining. I don't think it's Levining. Katie told us that no one says Levining. It's Levining. We're going to go with Levining, but it's Lee. That is a 140-mile aid station, and that is Matt out with Arc'teryx, who's heading that one up. So we'll also try to get some thoughts from those aid stations.
And I think I heard that Tim Tollefson's parents were captaining the aid stations, these early ones. They were probably at the summit. So really cool to see full family community involvement here.
Yeah. Thank you, Hyperlight, for your donation to the Mountain Outpost and coverage team. Appreciate that so much. Awesome to have everybody tuning in here. That looks like a fun little stretch. We got 5 runners there, all going through that little area together. Again, early on in the race, runners are still somewhat close to one another. I think that becomes a real kind of question and strategy when you're doing a race this long. Do you try to stay with someone? Do you let yourself be okay kind of drifting apart from the rest of the pack and thinking you may end up being on your own a bit? Like, inevitably it's going to stretch out over time, but there's definitely, I think, some thought around, like, do I want to stay with this person, especially early on when there's no pacers?
It's so tricky because I do think the best races are run when you run your own race. But this is a competition, and I kind of like knowing where my competitors are.
Yeah.
So if you can do that, if you can find that balance of, like, okay, so yes, I'm running on somebody's tail, but in my mind, I'm still really focused on how do I feel right now, doing those constant internal checks and reflections on, what am I doing right now is so important, because you can get swept away just trying to hang on to somebody, which would be really, really silly, in my opinion, to do this early in a race.
Yeah.
And you forget to eat. Like, I don't know. I think that's where, if I'm in a race environment and I'm been on somebody's tail, sometimes I might like dip back to eat or something like that, to take those little self-check moments for myself. Because otherwise, you don't see them eating, so then you don't eat, and it can spiral. It's a game.
So right now the front runners are making their way from the summit of Mammoth Mountain to Duck Pass. It's a 9-mile stretch where they're going to lose 3,100 feet of elevation. They do climb about 1,100 feet during that section, but for all intensive purposes, quite a bit of downhill, especially as they descend Dragon's Back, which is a very technical, steep downhill. And they are going to have some unparalleled views of the lake's basin and 7 lakes ahead of them to run around or near. They'll hit Duck Pass, which is right around mile 18.
We're expecting to see the front runners come through Duck Pass around 11:30 a.m. So they're getting there. They're making their way. And there are no crew access at Duck Pass, no pacers, but they will have drop bags that they could utilize at Duck Pass. They will be 18.3 miles into a 214-mile quest at that point. So, plenty more miles to play. Okay, looks like we've pushed our estimation to about noon at Duck Pass. So,
okay,
stay tuned. All right, we're getting Lee as in P Vining is the proper way to say it.
I'm not going to speculate. I am not from this area. I do not know the answer to that.
Katie Asmith's been out here for a bit, but she is newer to Mammoth. I think she was in Los Angeles before, so she could have steered us wrong. How dare she?
I don't know. I don't know. Lee or Levining, either one. Both work, both correct. We're just going to go with that.
The longest stretch between aid stations. Great question.
15 miles.
15.25, and that's at Lee Vining.
Okay. Well, Yeah, so it is, the Mammoth is being touted as the aid station or the 200-mile race with the most aid stations of any 200-plus mile race. This is Jimmy Elum on your screen, looking nice and smooth. All right, he's rocking a red and yellow cap. That looks like maybe a long sleeve with a hoodie, or like a, yeah, I think that's like a long sleeve with a hood. Current race leader. Don't pay attention to 10th male in the Mammoth on your screen. He is leading the race right now. Going through some. All right, where are we at? We're coming back here. Okay, we think that's Jesse Haynes in the orange shirt. I think people were saying that Jesse was wearing an orange Arc'teryx top, so.
Okay, so we got him wrong before.
I'm just going to say that's Jesse Haynes. Yep.
Okay.
We're not perfect, people.
No, we're not. The other guy had orange shoes.
Cut us a little slack. We're doing our best. We're doing our best.
By 3 p.m. we'll know all of their outfits, and then they'll change them.
And then they'll change them, and they'll put headlamps on, and we will have no idea.
And we'll start tomorrow morning and get to see a whole fresh wardrobe.
That is exactly, but that's the awesome thing.
Yeah.
We get to see multiple outfit changes during this event. We're all here for it. Jesse Haynes rolling down that single track. People commenting he is flying. I agree. I love it. Great stride. Jesse Haynes, absolute veteran of the sport, 52 years old, 122 races on ultra sign-up, including multiple 200s. Winner of the Moab 240 in 2023, just 2 years ago. He's run Bigfoot and got third place at Bigfoot 200 in 2019. So someone who's very familiar with, kind of what the body and mind are going to do over the course of 50, 60 hours of running. We did see him have an unfortunate DNF at Cocodona 250 this year. I believe had some maybe breathing issues. We got Rachel Entrican on your screen right now. First female in the race today, and we think maybe second or third overall at this point in time also. Just back to Jesse Haynes real quick. Yeah, unfortunate DNF at Cocodona 250 this year. But I don't know about you, Shelby, but sometimes some of my best races have been after a DNF or after a very, very difficult, bad race.
Yeah, it fuels the fire. It forces you to pause and kind of reflect on, okay, what is your why? What are we doing here?
And just have kind of like that, like you said, that fire, that motivation, kind of like this desire to like complete something and do it well.
Yeah, it can't be awesome all the time. Like we're not gonna learn anything if we just knock it out of the park every time we go out for a run.
Yeah,
it's not realistic for most of us. So I'm excited to see what Jessie does out here.
Is this Parley?
It looks like her ponytail.
Yeah.
Oh, she had a moment of confusion there. Looks like she paused and pulled up the map. That, I don't know. I think I'm seeing tattoos on the legs. That could be Chrissy. Harlequin.
Okay.
It is confirmed.
Okay. Kind of looking for markers, making sure she's on track. Yeah, okay. Sorry for the identification there. This is Chrissy.
Oh, I feel for her right now. It's such a hard feeling. Like sometimes
Chrissy Harkelrod.
Even on the best marked courses, sometimes you get into a flow state and you don't look up enough, and then you start to question yourself. So this is why it's so important to always have the route downloaded, not just on your watch, but on a phone where you can zoom in and see up close, like where your dot is pointing you. And I think the hardest part in those moments is trying to stay calm, cool, and collected. I know I personally have freaked out, and you can see it in my heart rate data. There was one FKT I was going after, and I had a pacer with me at the time, and I was like, what do you mean you don't know where we're going? And he was a little bit of a novice pacer. He pulled out a paper map, and it was not quite, the sun hadn't risen yet, so a paper map in the dark is not the most helpful, and I lost my cool a little bit, not gonna lie, but I should have known better. It's like, it really is the runner's responsibility, whether it's in a pace section or not, to know how to navigate. It's kind of a cool factor in the sport of ultra trail running.
Here we are back at the summit as runners are making their way up to the top of Mammoth Mountain. We are just under 3 hours into the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200, presented by Kraft. Coverage here is being brought to you by Mountain Outpost. Taking a look at some of our runners, we got Max Jolliffe. We believe he is in second place on the men's side. Don't pay attention to what is on your screen. It says 9th place male. He is likely in second place.
Running smooth. Calm and steady is the way to be. I like that little, we got a little zoom in on the butt. I bet his fans liked that.
At this point in the race, runners have around 4,000 to 4,500 feet of climbing on their legs and a nice solid 3,000 feet of descending. When they get to Duck Pass, which is that next aid station, they will be at right around 18 miles. We're expecting that to be hit by our front runners right around noon today. So you're looking at some runners who are kind of in between that summit and Duck Pass section. Thanks, Rini. We think this is Horseshoe Lake. We're getting some views of. It's been exciting so far. We've had some of the people that we expected to see up in the front. Jimmy Elum currently leading the men's race. Max Jolliffe in second right now. Rachel Entrekin sitting up there in either second overall or third overall and leading the women's race with Parley Hannon. Last we saw in second place. Tara Dower not far behind them. So that is who we have seen up in the front, and a few other names that have definitely also been up there. Just for everyone following along, Ethan Herrera, Jonathan Kuplak, Kyle Moss, Amber Weeble, Jesse Haynes, Teddy Tonelli, Chrissy Harkelrod, all up there in that front pack.
It's fair game.
Lots of race to go. Lots of race to go.
I feel like we're just warming up on the
yeah.
mics.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be such an adventure for all of us, the runners, the commentators, and all of you tuning in on the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. It's crazy to see 1,655 people watching right now. Don't you just want to go register for a trail race?
Let's get a little mountain emoji if you have ever been to the Eastern Sierra in the chat. So if you've visited, if you've run here, if you've ever driven through, let us know. This is my first time here.
This is Parley and Parley Hannon and Teddy Tonelli, I believe.
Okay.
Second female, Parley Hannon, confirmed by our producers. Followed, Tara Dower on her tail.
Bib 260.
Jonathan. What's Jonathan's last
Right
name?
there with Tara.
Jonathan Kuplak.
Yeah, Jonathan Kuplak. All right, we got that kid identified now. Lots of mountain emojis in the chat.
Jonathan Kuplak, he is, the last race that he did was Canyonlands Ultra 100K in Moab. He was first overall.
Nice.
Yeah, he has a stout ultra sign-up ranking as well, 97.21%. First place at Zion 100 miler in 2024 as well. This looks like his first race of 2025.
Candy Mama emojis showing up, as well as mountains. Lots of people that have been here.
A couple of years ago, I helped a friend who was going after the John Muir Trail fastest known time, and I think we can talk about this story more later when these runners are feeling run down and ragged, but it's the hardest I've ever hallucinated.
Wow.
And I was the pacer, but there's just something about, I think, the terrain and the altitude it makes it kind of a vision quest when you start to get in the thick of it.
Yeah.
So the Sierras are just a really unique landscape.
Yeah, we heard about this section through the Glass Mountains that's not really visited by many people, and you know, in the runner manual it says you might not see anybody for 30 miles. It becomes very, very remote. They will be able to have pacers at that point, but sounds like some quite remote country. And again, you're going to be, you know, at high altitude above 8,000 feet.
Your mind starts to play some tricks on you, but not for these guys right now. They're still fresh. They're approaching their second aid station, where we think we'll see them around noon. Duck Pass, mile 18.3, so no hallucinations yet. Brains are still working.
Okay. We're gonna give you guys. We're gonna leave the visuals up here, but we're gonna take a super quick 2-minute break. We will be right back with you for more commentary in just a moment. Welcome back. I am Corinne Chalvoy. This is Mountain Outpost, joined by Shelby Farrell. We are here at the inaugural year of the Mammoth 200. This is your live broadcast coming to you thanks to Mountain Outpost, presented by Kraft today, and we are looking at some stunning views of the Eastern Sierra. The lakes right here, we understand this to be, I believe, Horseshoe Lake, that runners are running near and around. We're about 10 to 20 miles into, well, between, depending on where you're at, between like maybe 8 to 14, 15 miles into the race today. And runners have already summited, most of them, Mammoth Mountain up at 11,000 feet. Shelby, let's talk a little bit about our race leaders right now. And then we've also got some exciting interviews to share with the audience.
Yeah, we got to see Rachel Entricken, Max Jolliffe, and Jimmy Elum all come up to the summit at the same time. They were practically holding hands as they went through the arch. It was
They
spectacular.
weren't holding hands, just to clear it up.
They were not, but they all came through together. So pretty spectacular to see. But then we've seen some movement since then. Just a little spreading out.
A little bit of
bit.
spreading. Jimmy Elum's your current race leader on the men's side. Max Jolliffe is in second. TBD on who is running through in third exactly. We don't want to make assumptions without knowing 100%. But we had also had individuals like Jonathan Kuplak up there in the front of the race. On the women's side, we had, again, Rachel Entricken sitting in second or third overall, but leading the women's race. We definitely have also seen Parley Hannon, who was up at the summit in around second. Not sure exactly where she sits right now. We just had eyes on Chrissy
Harkelord.
We're going to work on that last name. Harkelrod. We're going to get it right by the end of this. Also, Amber Weeble and Tara Dower were in that front pack of the women's field. A couple other names of folks that we have seen up there in the front: Kyle Moss, Jesse Haynes, Teddy Tonelli, and of course, fan favorite Max Jolliffe was in second. Really just loving. We have had really crisp, clear coverage and footage. It's a beautiful day in the Mammoth area. Yesterday was quite rainy. We are super blessed that today the sun has come out and runners are experiencing some really like mild, comfortable, what looks to be, really pristine temperatures and conditions.
And the great thing about that rain yesterday is
This is Timothy Olsen.
This is Timothy Olsen. Great thing about the rain yesterday is it probably is going to help with the dust over the next couple of days, which, as you've seen if you've watched other 200-mile live streams or followed runners, that dust starts to affect your sinuses the deeper you go in it. So I think the rain yesterday was a bit of a blessing, and they're set up for a perfect weekend of running.
Yeah, we're looking at Matt Shapiro and Timothy Olsen right here. Matthew Shapiro, oftentimes behind the camera, but running the race here this year. That was a great shot of those two.
Timothy Olsen did a pre-race interview in the studio that we aired earlier. So if you're wanting to study up on that, you can scroll back and listen to Timothy talking about his excitement for the race. And Timothy's no stranger to mountain running.
Long efforts.
There's a wonderful video from his Pacific Crest Trail fastest known time, the Mirage. I think it's on YouTube. So you can watch that if you want to learn more about how Timothy's mind works. He's very, I would say, like calm, meditative human. He's into breath work, and those are skills that are going to carry you a long way in this distance, being able to keep the chatter in the mind calm and
Timothy
good
still
energy
has
flowing.
Sorry, Shelby. Tim Olsen still has the second fastest time on the PCT behind Carl Sabe. Tim Olsen ran it in 51 days and 16 hours and 55 minutes back in 2021. Again, we're talking about a 2,592 mile trail with 400,000 feet of climbing in it. the PCT or Pacific Crest Trail on that leaderboard of the FKT website. Carl Sabe, Tim Olsen with the second fastest. We've got Joe Stringbean McConaughey on there, Josh Garrett, and David Horton as well. Huge efforts.
It's one of the premier fastest known time routes.
And that is the south to north direction. We're also going to have runners coming into Duck Pass here in just a little bit. We're expecting maybe front runners around, between 11:45 to 12 to get in there. And we were able to check in and chat with your current race leader, Jimmy Elum, yesterday. Sat down for a pre-race interview with him. He loves this area, has done a lot of guiding in this area. So we would love to share that with you now. Here is our interview yesterday with your current race leader, Jimmy Elum.
What's up, guys? This is David Yausling with Mountain Outpost here at Mammoth 200. I'm sitting here with Jimmy Elum, ultra running crusher, new to the 200s. What's going on, Jimmy?
Yeah, brand new, first one. Yeah, really excited. I don't know. I've kind of been freaking Anna out because she's like, "You're way too relaxed. Like, come on, get more nervous." I was like, "It's just wasted energy being nervous now." I mean, it's such a long time out that. You have so much time to fix things, and I think that's what a lot of us are going to have to do out there. But I'm feeling great, yeah.
It's fun to do something new. It seems like you've kind of ticked all the boxes in the ultra running space as far as distances. So,
as far as distances, there's a few races out there that I'm still, still chasing after. But I feel like, I've gotten to a point of, it's hard to say mastered because I still have problems in hundreds. They haven't gone all perfectly, but after like Cascade Crest, I was like, I feel
course
like
record.
I know what I'm doing now. So yeah, brand new challenge, super excited. It's gonna be very different.
You have some history in this area. Tell us a little bit about what that history is here at Mammoth Lakes.
Yeah, I graduated college 2009-10 timeframe. Immediately moved out here, skipped starting real life and a real job, and just wanted to run in the mountains. So moved out here actually, not long after Tim came out after me, and so we spent a lot of time here. We both went to Chico State and ran for the team, and we followed another guy, Scott Bowes, who immediately was sponsored by Adidas and joined the Mammoth Track Club. So we were just riding that high of living and training in the mountains. It's a really, really special place, and those first few years I did a lot of road running and kind of like the Green Church area, some dirt road stuff. But it wasn't until I started guiding backpacking trips that I got the full taste of what the Eastern Sierra has to offer, and that's when
There's
you
a
get
lot.
into the good stuff. There's a lot. Spend your whole life out here.
Let's backtrack a little bit before we get into the race. You're currently based in Salt Lake. What's your year looked like for training? What have been some of your other races that have led up to this? And
Yeah, 2 years ago I moved to the Wasatch Back, so I'm actually in Midway.
Okay.
Still not that far from Salt Lake, but I train, out the door. I have infinite amount of trails, and it's not quite as heavy verty as the west side of the Sierra, the west side of the Wasatch. But it's really fun. It's really fun, and I think it's a bit more practical kind of training for races like tomorrow for the Mammoth, and also like Cascade Crest that I did earlier in the year. Just much more runnable overall, and I think. Yeah, too much vert can kind of slow you down a lot. So it's been nice to spice things up a little bit and, just overall run a little bit quicker than I have maybe before when I was doing, UTMB or High Lonesome or the Bear, those races. But yeah, absolutely in love with the Wasatch Back and training out there, and, just pretty low stress life, up to 20 hours a week training, nothing crazy. But, a few weeks here and there into the 120 to 130 range with 25,000 feet of climbing, and
getting up there to elevation as well.
Yeah, I live at about 6,000 feet and pretty much run up to 8-9 most days.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the altitude shouldn't affect me too much. Usually doesn't. You never know, though. It can affect you when it wants to. But, it seems like that probably won't be my limiting factor for the race. But yeah.
Let's talk about a little bit of the tech stuff. Like what's your shoe selection? What's your gear? What's your nutrition?
Yeah, so actually I have a wide variety of shoes. I'm planning to do multiple shoe changes. I'm thinking about starting in kind of the fastest, kind of most highly technical, maybe not the most overall comfortable for long term right away. So the Prodigio Pro, and then moving into something a bit more space in that toe box, like the Ultra Wild. Just kind of not a performance shoe, but just a comfortable shoe to wear. And then wrapping it up most likely with the Norda 005. Might have one more shoe thrown in there, the Mont Blanc Speed, but I think having 3 shoes is a good start and a good plan, but my crew will have all 3 of them. And when I do that, I'll also do a sock change. Dry socks, dry shoes, I think it's going to be a treat, 20 hours in. But yeah, starting probably mile 70, then again, maybe mile 130, 140, and just kind of play it by ear. We're getting quite a bit of rain today, so we'll see how that affects the course the next few days, and just be open to making game time decisions. And then other gear, so I have a good amount of North Face gear as far as like shirts, shorts stuff, Innovate jacket, rain jacket. We'll have some really sweet North Face mitts, bringing poles, definitely gonna have I love gear, so definitely gonna have like a good amount of stuff, but it's all like lightweight, really functional and practical, and and the nutrition, precision mostly, but also planning to start eating whole foods like very early on. A lot of like turkey cheese sandwiches, PBJ sandwiches, ramen. My crew's gonna have a lot of that. So not an overwhelming amount of selection, because you don't want to get into the paradox of choice there, but enough to take care of me when I need it.
And crew, pacers, what's that look like?
Yeah, my girlfriend Anna, she's going to be crew chief and pacing me, pacing 50 to 60 miles of the race,
Awesome.
Starting about mile 70. And then a local guy, Bentley, is going to hop in through both, 2 different sections in the nights. And then also going to have my local buddy, John Crowley, do from Minaret Vista home. Then I got my parents helping crew, and one other guy, Chris, who's gonna crew, and then a couple of Anna's close friends as well. So got a stacked folks, and I didn't want to put everyone out there 100% of the time besides Anna, because she can take it, but gonna do some shifts. Like some people are gonna help in the first night and then be out, and then kind of hand the baton to the next set of folks. And
I think Anna, you were just crewing Anna at CCC, and
Yeah.
so she's going to be helping crew you now this time.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more complicated overall, but it's
Not as much travel.
Not as much, not as much travel. But yeah, and that went super well. So she better do a good job. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to see you out there racing. The chat will be going off, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you at the finish. Have a great race.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's gonna be awesome.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Shelby Farrell, joined by Corinne Shalvoy, and this is Mountain Outpost's coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. We have been watching the race closely, and we are starting to get near the second aid station, which is
Duck
Pass.
Pass. Duck Pass, mile 18.1 right now on your screen. You're looking at Jeff Pelletier. He is one of our men's runners in this race. Looking nice and smooth.
I believe he'll have a film on his run. He has Drew Darby, who's sort of one of the now well-known videographers in the sport, filming him.
Okay, this appears to be somewhat of a pro move. I feel like this person has done a lot of long trail stuff, because they have a long sleeve shirt on over their hands and their Lucky gloves over that, which is the pull glove that connects to the trigger. It's a trigger system. If you're looking at these pulls right here, they have a little loop up at the top that your glove hooks into, so you don't have to grip the pull itself. But that looked like very much a pro move by Jeff, protecting your hands from from the sun there.
I hate cold hands too. It's just such an uncomfortable feeling. Cold hands.
This runner, gloves, full gloves on, looks like.
I would rather run in just a sports bra with gloves on than have cold hands.
Yeah, we're not fans of cold hands here in the studio. I know my co-host Russ Ditzworth is very, very particular about his hands being cold as well, and will show up on summer runs with gloves just in the off chance that it gets a little chilly. So
it's smart. You can use them to blow your nose, wipe sweat. They're a good accessory for our sport.
Yeah. We just showed a pre-race interview that happened yesterday with Jimmy Elum, who is your current race leader. If you missed it, you can go back, you can rewind, check that out, hear a little bit about Jimmy's thoughts on attempting his first 200-plus mile race. I think that looks like Jonathan. No. Okay,
Oh,
Sam.
that's Sam Carthen. So he's the Heldsburg
Cool.
running company guy. He's
Sweet.
young. I think he's 27 years old. He just got into 200 milers this year with the Tahoe 200, and then he was supposed to be volunteering, I believe, at Moab 240 and had the opportunity to run it. And I'm pretty sure he did that with no crew or pacers and got it done, finishing up there.
I think you told me 6th or something.
I think it was quite 6, but it's like,
Really?
we'll pull up his ultra sign up real quick. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Shelby was very excited about this runner.
I met him at the running event, which is like an industry event in running, and he had the Tahoe 200 on his calendar at the time, and he was picking my brain about multi-day stuff, and you could just, he was so excited. It was really fun talking to him, so it was cool to see him go out and run Tahoe 200. Heldsburg Running Company did an amazing job, covering his race. They were calling him, Princess Sam and stuff, and there's just these great videos of people taking care of his feet, and they have such a cool community up there in NorCal. So yeah, he did Tahoe 200, finished 48th overall, and then it was Bigfoot, not Moab. Bigfoot 200, he finished 12th overall and 10th male at age 26. I think he might have had a birthday between August 8th and now, possibly, based on what ultra sign-up is looking like. So pretty young dude, 27, bit by the 200-mile bug, and he's out there looking good.
And I'm seeing a trend here of 2 runners at a time. People maybe kind of buddied up coming in here.
People are making some lifelong friends.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversations happening. Why are you doing this? Why am I doing this?
These two.
All right, we know who these guys are.
I wish we could have mics on them right now.
We need mics.
So bad.
Kevin Goldberg, Jake Jackson. That is who we are looking at right now out there.
Goldberg's doing the one pole move.
One pole, waving. Hi, Kevin.
These guys are great. I mean,
they're such good ambassadors of the sport in general.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, Shelby,
I think they've both been playing with Cocodona 250. I know that. That's sort of where I was introduced to them. Jake's just a hardworking dad, UPS driver. I love his content. His wife is super cool. She makes the SoCal ice bandanas, so she's an OG ice bandana creator. And I don't know, just really, really good people. Kevin Goldberg's podcast is phenomenal if you're looking for a high level or even deeper than high level course overview. He had Hillary Yang on there recently within the last 2 weeks, and she goes over every section of the course. So yeah, just great ambassadors for the sport, those two. It's cool to see them running together.
Yeah, the Distance to Empty podcast, they focus specifically and only on 200-plus mile races. So a great one to check out to understand and learn more about these epics, as they have been called in our sport. Kevin did Cocodona this year. He was 13th male and 16th overall at Cocodona 250. Again, like you said, he's running this race. He and his wife are both running. If you see BGE in the chat, it means Big Goldberg energy. I guess we're doing big BME, Big Melanie energy as well.
Cute.
So
Yes. Now I get it. I didn't realize
that's what that
his
is.
wife was Melanie. Now it makes
If you
sense.
need to translate.
Yes, Pete Brown in the chat, Skip's boy Sam. So yeah, Pete Brown's another NorCal runner, ran Cocodona, and Skip Brandt is the captain of Heldsburg Running Company. We can say just like phenomenal race director. They're putting on a lot of cool events up there.
If you're just tuning in, just give you a little bit of an update here. You can see that our top 3 women, Rachel Entrekin, Parley Hannon, and Tara Dower. And we've got Max Jolliffe right here. This is a water stop. Is this Duck Pass? Okay, this is the Duck Pass aid station, and we think that is Parley Hannon. Yes. So Max Jolliffe, Parley Hannon, both in the Duck Pass aid station. Quick little grabbing some gels. Looking for drop bag.
These are our second place male and female, with Teddy Tonelli coming in. Third place male right there, Teddy Tonelli.
And Tara Dower. And that is
our new friend,
earlier.
Jonathan.
Is it Jonathan Kuprak?
Yes.
Okay. So we got a whole slew of runners right here coming into Duck Pass together.
And this is fun to watch because it's, I don't know, it's intense. You're coming in, you're like, do I want to leave? Like, is Parley thinking, like, do I want to leave before Tara leaves? Or is she just chilling, like, I'm going to do my thing?
Should we run together? Should we not? Okay, looks like Max went and got a couple of maybe already pre-filled bottles from a drop bag.
Smart move.
You can imagine maybe that's got some specific calories or certain electrolytes in it. These runners very much have figured out kind of what they want and need, and so they're going to be pretty prescriptive.
It looks like Tara has a filtered bottle. So, I mean, there are water sources out there, I believe. So if you wanted to filter water on course, that's absolutely a possibility.
Okay, we've got Parley Hannon leaving the aid station before Tara Dower. That's, we believe, second. It is second place female right now in the race. Rachel Entrekin is leading the women's race, but Parley Hannon is in second out of Duck Pass, mile 18.1. Got third place female Tara Dower in the aid station still. Looks like she's taking her time, refilling some bottles, but heading out fairly quickly as well. And I mean, I'm just going to guess it kind of looked like there was Coke in one of those bottles. Like pretty dark fluid. So we also have here one of your front running men, Jonathan Kuplak, leaving Duck Pass. Great group of folks there, all leaving together. And Teddy Tonelli stocking up on some gels, making sure they have everything they need between Duck Pass and their next stop, which is Sherwin Creek. They do have a good 14 miles. So, 14 miles, and there is some climbing. I think we heard Katie say there's a fairly steep climb in this next section. So, it's going to take a bit of time. They want to make sure they're topped off on fluids and have plenty of calories to get them through this next section.
Yeah, we're thinking they'll hit Sherwin Creek around, we'll say 2 p.m. was the original prediction. I think it might be a little after 2 based on how we're currently tracking. That is a crew accessed aid station to Sherwin Creek, so this will be the first time that they've seen their crew since they started the race.
Yep, right around the 50K-ish mark.
Yep.
That's going to be huge for them to see people that, they've been running for 3 hours and 40 minutes right now, and 4 hours out there on your own without, it's going to be an extra boost to see people they know.
Yeah, it's definitely like a benchmark moment in these races where you're like, okay, when's the first time I get to see my team, my people, and they just, you know, and you can like look into their eyes and they're looking into your eyes, and they like you connect. It's that human connection that can sometimes really help a runner rally and keep making the magic happen. So 50K mark. And we did miss seeing Jimmy Elum and Rachel Entrekin cruise through that Duck Pass aid station. So they've gone through, which puts Max Jolliffe in third place overall, second male.
Oh, do we have eyes on Shad? Potentially? Okay,
Yeah.
so Shad Burkholz, for those who may not know, staple of the Mountain Outpost production team, does a ton of follow cam work and just works at many of the Mountain Outpost covered races. It's not uncommon for him to run a marathon while following runners back and forth over a quarter-mile stretch of a course, or a little more. So he's out there doing the race himself, and it's great to see. Sean the GOAT. Yeah, Sean Haworth is getting some love in the chat too. Yes, we have Sean Haworth out there as well doing some coverage. And Tony Hill will be providing us some amazing chronicles. These are little recaps that we're going to get throughout the entire course, or throughout the entire race. And he's going to turn those out very quickly. We already saw episode 0. Be anxiously awaiting episode 1 of the Mammoth Chronicles. Those are all going to be available on YouTube as well, if you need to go back and check them out on the Mountain Outpost YouTube station. Hit the subscribe button if you have not done so already. Mountain Outpost is super excited to bring some of just the most, as you can see right here, beautiful courses of trail running to the masses. It's a huge labor of love. It takes a huge team of people to make this happen. Shout out to our producers, everyone behind the cameras.
And I think the runner we just saw was bib number 247, Ethan Herrera. Who do we have here? I don't know, but I like her braids.
Yeah, multiple braids. Rocking the hair game is on point here. Another female runner getting close to Duck Pass.
As a fellow female with hair, this is a actual real important decision to make. My hair was an absolute rat's nest during Cocodona. Like, you're just bouncing around so much, it tends to dread in a weird way.
Especially if you have as thick a hair and as much hair as Shelby Farrell does. I do not have that problem as much. My hair is super fine.
So
you could probably make like 8 braids out of your ponytail. I could probably do 1.
Yeah, I think my best bet would be like a cornrow type braided style. I don't know. I haven't figured it out. If anybody has a solution to thick long hair and trail running, put it in the chat, because I feel like I've tried most styles and usually always end up with a giant knot on the back of my head.
Thank you to the chat for letting us know we think that was Helen Payne that we saw on camera. So if so, Helen is 28 years old. She ran High Lonesome this year and placed 7th. So she has actually raced our race leader, Rachel Entrekin, just this year. We will get some more info on Helen. I am not super familiar with her, but 28-year-old, looks like she's also run, some races like Tiger Claw, some shorter distances. So I'm thinking, Palisades Ultra Trail Series 100-miler back in 23, San Diego 100 in 2022. Right now, I am not seeing any 200-plus mile races, at least, or efforts on, according to Ultra signup. So this could be her first attempt.
She's a Mammoth Trailfest girl.
Yes.
Looks like she did the triple in 2024. So she knows Dragon's Back ascent.
Familiar with the terrain in the area. We've got another female coming in here. 2 females and and a male. All right, so maybe a Fat Dog 120 finish as well in 2024. That might be her longest distance before this event. We're talking about Helen Payne
of San Diego 100 in 2022. Yeah, she's been chipping away at it for starting her first race on Ultra Sign Up was in 2020. So accruing that experience out there, knowing how your body reacts when things get wonky, it's the name of the game. We'll be doing a little commentator swap out in 15-ish minutes. Very excited to introduce the next lady on the team when she gets here. I'll let the anticipation build. If you have any guesses, you can feel free to throw those in the chat, but I'll give you one hint. She ran UTMB this year.
There's only a couple thousand people that could be women. No, probably not. If you've followed any of our lead-in media, you probably know who's coming. But yeah, it'll be fun to switch out with some fresh energy. I will be commentating with that next host for a couple more hours, then passing back off to Shelby,
where we'll be going deep into the night. Well, maybe 9 o'clock. We'll see.
I was going to say, what's deep into the night? I was going to say Aerovipe After Dark. There's no Mountain Outpost After Dark this first night. There could be tomorrow.
I mean, isn't After Dark like...
I guess it's like 6 p.m. here is dark. So, yes, we are going to go after dark. We're going to go till like, I don't know, 8:30 tonight and then pick up quite early tomorrow morning. But, man, this is just an absolutely gorgeous drone shot. This is what the runners are experiencing right now as they approach Duck Pass. And they, at this point, have gone to the top of Mammoth Mountain and all the way back down it. They have not seen their crews, and they will not see their crews for another 14 or so miles from this point. So right around the 50K, just over the 50K mark, 32-ish miles into the race, they will see crews for the first time. We see runners taking some time there at Duck Pass to just refill all of their bottles, make sure they have plenty of fluid, plenty of fuel to get them through this next 14-mile stretch. And we also kind of have one of our first cutoff times coming up here. Noon will be the cutoff at the summit of Mammoth Mountain. So runners have until noon, just about another 14 or so minutes to get to the summit. That summit's at 9.2 miles.
Yes. And 11,053 feet.
High altitude. Jesse Haynes appears to have just come out of the restroom right there. Quick bathroom break at Duck Pass. That's nice. There's like indoor bathrooms right there.
That is
convenient.
Really
this
nice.
is again Duck Pass, like not the pass itself. It is the Duck Pass trailhead. We are told that this aid station is set up at.
I wonder if these are Tim Tollefson's parents. I have no idea, but I do know that Tim Tollefson's parents are helping out at aid stations today, probably throughout the week. Really cool passion project by Tim and now Hillary Yang, who is the race director.
All right, Jesse Haynes grabbed his drop bag, taken some of his own powder fueling into a bottle there so that he can refill with what he has likely trained and practiced with here. Using the teeth.
Yeah, that's a good move. So you're pre-filling your baggies with the powder, bite it off so it makes a nice little funnel to get into your flasks.
What is this giant smile?
With the piece of the bag still in his mouth.
That's like a good sign. He looks pretty happy.
Yeah. The stoke is alive.
Jesse Haynes probably sitting here in the top 15 on the men's side for sure. Maybe top 10.
He might have a lollipop in his mouth, actually.
Wait, that's like a dry bag in the back of his pack.
Which is smart.
That is smart.
Because the sweat, I've made that mistake.
Pro moves being had all around here. This individual, full buff covering the face. Again, we see that even though it's not dusty out there, like, oh, is this Adair? That kind of looks like Adair Ramirez, 294.
Yes.
Adair Ramirez with the swag rolling into Duck Pass. Love it.
The early face covering is smart. We talked about that earlier. Like, it rained yesterday, so maybe the dust is down. But no matter what, you're just breathing in the forest for days. And
particulates.
And again, you'll see it if you watch Sally's film of the mammoth. Like, her sinuses were a little messed up. Her voice is a little froggy.
Lips completely destroyed. Like, if your lips get all like blistered and messed up, you can't eat anything or drink anything.
Brutal.
It's really hard.
You go to have a salt chew and just like wince in pain because your lips are messed up. So yeah, I think like the face covering, when I did the speed project, I committed to covering my face the entire time, and it made a huge difference. Did I look like a nut job? Yeah, absolutely. But I could
Doesn't
breathe.
matter.
I could breathe. So
yeah,
it's a smart move.
I love that energy. That Adair Ramirez, who, if you are not familiar, he was third place at Cocodona 250 this year. Seems like an amazing father and just all-around person who loves running, and it is apparent by what you just saw there on his face, just smiling coming into that aid station, having an absolute blast. Probably would no other place in the world he would rather be right now than out here on these trails crushing. This is mile 18.1 of the Mammoth 200. Okay, Jesse's still in the aid station.
Which is smart, to take your time and not leave, before making sure you have everything. I think that's one of those easy mistakes to make. And, Jesse's not a rookie to trail running. He knows the importance of getting the flask filled, getting what you need. Because how long did they have till the next
14
one?
miles.
Yeah, 14 miles. So that's plenty of time to run out of water.
Yeah. So from Duck Pass to Sherwin Creek, they're going to do, again, just under 14 miles. Oh, and this...
Amber Weeble.
This is Amber Weeble looking for her drop bag. Yeah.
Such a strong runner. It's actually
47 years young.
It's kind of a silly story, but I'll tell it because why not? We have time. So I was at Western States for work stuff, and we made heads of people. We printed out their faces and put them on sticks. And one of my coworkers picked Amber Weeble's name kind of randomly to print out her face and put on a stick, and I hadn't heard of her, and so we're all like, we don't know who she is, like, Amber Weeble, where is she from? I don't know. So it was like this talk of like, we had like 10 of her faces like enlarged on a stick, and so that was my first introduction to who Amber Weeble is. But let me tell you who she is. She just ran Hard Rock 100 this July, coming in 4th female, 19th overall. She ran Western States, like I said, finished 18th for women at a time of 21:28. Really, really, really strong race. And now she's here at the Mammoth. So I'm super pumped to be tracking Amber Weeble. She's she's not local, but like Nevada, like she's not from too far away. So the terrain and climate is probably familiar. And now we have Chrissy Harkleroad on the screen. Chrissy has a pretty huge Instagram following. She's known for her mountain adventures. And she spent, I believe, about 30 days training in the Eastern Sierra, learning the course, learning the terrain, finding her groove out here. So I expect we'll be seeing her smiling and charging strong in the front of the pack.
All right, Kevin Goldberg, who is out on course, is also in the chat. He is giving a free distance to empty, I don't know what, probably hat or shirt, he didn't specify, to anyone who can guess the song he is currently listening to. This is on course. This is what you get when Kevin Goldberg is in the race. We get interaction with the runners who are on course right now. I threw out Mastermind because I heard he listened to it like a million times during the race. We got Dancing Queen, SpongeBob. Oh my God, Kevin Goldberg's in the chat. People are so excited. So definitely some Taylor Swift. We know he's a Swiftie. Pink Pony Club, that's a good guess. All right, I'm guessing nobody's gotten it yet because Kevin has not mentioned. However, we are so excited to have Kevin in the chat, giving us things to think about and play games with along the way here.
Also, wait, free distance to empty what? Shirt,
That's what I said.
sticker?
I think it's a hat.
Oh, hat, okay.
I'm guessing hat or shirt. Something free from distance to empty. We might need to start getting some hints if nobody's even remotely close, because there's like probably 8 billion songs in the world to choose from. How are we even gonna know this right now? Bop, Mr. Brightside. I mean, we're getting some great songs. These should all become a playlist.
Oh, we have audio on the aid station right now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Timothy Olsen in the aid station along with Matthew Shapiro.
Yeah, he just said we got an old mining town to get through now. He seems pretty stoked. I mean, we're on the West Coast. It's a wild West adventure. Look at all those Never Second gels to choose from, too. What a wonderful sponsor to have. I see some Bare butt wipes in a box, too. Those can come in clutch when the gels start running.
When gels start running? Shelby. That's a multifaceted statement right there.
Yeah, don't ask.
Gels start running through your system. You're looking at the Duck Pass aid station, mile 18.1. We've got Timothy Olsen and Matthew Shapiro, who've been running a bit together the last little while. Another runner in there as well. Okay, Timothy Olsen out of the aid station. I'm going to look into Matthew Shapiro's background a bit too, because I'm not familiar with like his race history.
But he's such an incredible photographer.
And how cool to just have been, who is this? Oh, he ran away too fast. We're calling it Yellow Pack Guy.
Yeah.
YPG.
YPG.
We had OHG, Orange Hat Guy. If you've been in Cocodona chats, that was Yellow Pack Guy, YPG. We will try to identify that individual.
Shapiro the hero. It is really neat seeing camera guys not behind the camera.
Yeah, very
doing
much.
the thing. And I think that is something that's really probably unique and special to trail running content people in general. Like, I think all of us are out here because we love the sport and we do it too. So
For sure. Okay, we think this is, we're being told by DJ Keen that Matt Smith was the one wearing the yellow pack. So thank you for letting us know that. Shout out Matt Smith, crushing it.
Did we ever figure out what Kevin Goldberg was listening to?
I think it's still, I don't know that it has been guessed yet. But Matt Shapiro, if I am looking at this correctly, may have run Mogi on Monster not very long ago.
Oh, yeah, that just happened.
September 6th.
Good training run. That's a good training run.
That's somewhat close.
And Ray.
Well, that was in...
Oh, different year.
No, that was 25. Woo!
He's been building.
Ray.
Ouray.
You.
Ouray.
Thank you.
Ouray.
Ouray 100.
You haven't done Ouray yet, have you?
I did the 50.
Yeah,
no,
I know you
not
did
the
the
100.
50,
No
but
interest in in the
Really?
100. No.
It's your
No.
spot.
No. Not yet. But never say never.
Yeah.
It's a very, very tough course.
Killian's white spandex are in the chat. That's
Well,
good to
you know,
see.
Killian there's a chance Killian is going to make his way to California in the next few days here,
Yeah.
you know. So he could very well be out there, although this course is not going to hit any 14ers, so not
No.
sure we're going to see him.
But we're not far from Mount Whitney, so you know, maybe if he wanted to just add a little extra bike ride, he could zip down the 395 and
Sure.
come hang in Mammoth for a bit, take a break.
All right. I don't know if we got word. Killian's already done Whitney and Russell. Okay.
Oh, update. I haven't been following social
Yeah.
media close enough over the last couple of days. Killian has already done Mount Whitney and Mount Russell.
Man, he got here quick then on the bike.
Yeah,
Thought that was going to take a while.
I know.
For anyone who doesn't know, Killian Jornet is out on a project of completing all of the 14ers in the lower 48 and connecting them all by bike in between.
Yeah,
Climbing
the
them.
states of elevation, and it just, I think the cool thing about this project is he mapped a really aesthetic route through these iconic peaks. It's not just like going up the easy way and coming back down. Like, he created a true West Coast adventure for himself.
I don't know if anyone guessed the song yet.
I met Kevin Goldberg in a sauna in Denver before, said someone
Not
named
surprising.
Lisa.
Not surprising. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm Corinne Chalvoy. This is Shelby Farrell.
So nice to meet you all. Thank you for hanging out with us on this fine Friday.
Yes, it is amazing. Keep looking at this beautiful weather outside and being inside. I'm getting jealous. I can't go outside. We'll get our own breaks here in a little bit to get out in the sun. We're still guessing the song. Kevin Goldberg put out a comment in the chat. He is on course, but he wants to know if anyone can guess the song he's listening to. Pink Pony Club has definitely already been guessed multiple times. I don't think that's it. We might need, Kevin, if you're listening, we might need a hint at this point in time. But just to fill everyone in on what's going on in the race, runners are making their way in and out of the Duck Pass aid station, 18 miles in. We've had top 3 women at this point, as far as we know, are Rachel Entrikin, Parley Hannon,
And Tara Dower.
Followed closely by Amber Weeble and Chrissy Harkle Road. On the men's side, what's going on, Shelby?
Oof. On the men's side, we have Jimmy Elum in the lead, followed by Max Jolliffe. And last we saw, Teddy Tonelli was hanging in third for men.
You are watching runners make their way into the Duck Pass aid station. Right here's a view of them running around Horseshoe Lake. After Duck Pass, runners are going to go enter the Mammoth Consolidated Mine Interpretive Site, where prospectors nearly 100 years ago helped first develop the current town of Mammoth Lakes. They're going to go past Pine City and the old Mammoth Mine before descending to a member-only trail through Mill City. Some good flowy single track over that next 5 miles down to Sherwin Meadow Trailhead, and that is where they are going to see their crews for the first time in the race.
This runner's traveling light right now with the waist belt. It looks like, I want to guess it's a raid belt based on the amount of stuff he has in there.
There is mandatory gear, so he's got to be able to fit all the mandatory gear in there, but it is a choice for sure. No pack.
Which could be nice if you can get away with it during the day to kind of keep your back limber, knowing that usually there is more mandatory gear at night when it's going to get colder and you need layers. Having those options to swap can really just help keep your body feeling good, which is such a big part of ultra running. Is, you know, how can you be efficient while holding yourself together?
We got some good intel here. Thank you to Sean Haworth. Jimmy and Rachel came through Mammoth Rock a minute apart. They were running 7:30 pace, which is flying. And Rachel said that she had fallen twice already. Just so we know, we're getting some very specific details from on the ground. Thank you so much, Sean. Also wanted to give you a little bit more on from DJ Keen about Matt Smith, who is one of our front runners. He's from Big Bear Lake. He apparently trains at Elevation. He is the original race director and founder of Kodiak. Very cool. Also has a 7th overall at Tour de France, 4th and 9th overall at Cocodona. Just a cool guy. Legit. Thank you, DJ Keen.
Yeah. DJ Keen in the house.
Educating us on Matt Smith. Appreciate that. And obviously he's having a great race so far.
Tour de Gents just happened too. That race looks pretty unreal. If you want to do
Tour de Gents.
International multi-day race. Talk about adventure.
Yeah, it looks like a nuts course. All right, who are you guys out there following or cheering for here at the Mammoth 200? It's the first year. What do you think of the coverage? What do you think of the views, the drone shots? Just amazing footage and landscapes that you're able to witness here. Let us know.
Yeah, and what do you want to hear about too? You know?
Yeah.
We
got some time to talk about some stuff.
We got some time. We're gonna do some more research on the different landscapes these runners are running through, whether it's the story of Convict Lake, which we're excited to share with you later, or these runners go through volcanic rock fields, the world's largest Jeffrey pine forest, and circle the surreal Tuffa Towers of Mono Lake. So it's a diverse and challenging course. And as we saw, a couple hours ago, it's bookended with summits of Mammoth Mountain. So the runners have already summited Mammoth Mountain once, and they'll summit again at the end, which should make for a very challenging finish, going up to 11,053 feet at the very end of your 214-mile quest, getting those 360-degree views of the entire journey and just soaking in the massive accomplishment that they will have, that we'll have just commentated them doing.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Here you're looking at Jeff Pelletier, North Vancouver, BC resident, no stranger to long efforts and races. Jeff had a GoPro out doing some of his own filming. He creates beautiful films about a lot of these adventures that he goes on. Taking a stop here to refill. We've got a couple other runners in the aid station as well.
I think Yeah, that's Sam Carthen again in the blue, who is with the Healdsburg Running Company. They describe themselves as America's whiniest
Blue vest?
running store.
Blue vest?
No, blue shirt.
Blue shirt.
Where'd he
Okay.
go? He's back there. America's whiniest running company, like
Whiniest?
wine, but wine as in wine the beverage, because they're up there in wine country.
Got
And
it, got it.
I know they have some really cool like rosé races, and
That sounds.
they're a party.
sweet.
Yeah, they have like a downhill rosé mile that they do, and they just super cool community in Healdsburg, California, around Lake Sonoma. Like they're Lake Sonoma. That's
Yeah.
sorry, that they just put on Sufferfest. The
Got
new
it. Okay.
100-miler. Yeah.
Perfect. And if you're looking at the screen, we are putting ID cards up for some of the runners that we know, but just you can ignore the information about their placement. That is not accurate right now. We are wanting to show some names and faces of who we can identify, though. So that's what we're giving you all on the screen. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hey, Samantha Lowe, I'm not doing a 200-miler anytime soon. That is very nice of you, though. Hey, Mark Griffith. So many cool good names of people that we know and love in there. Thank you guys for being here and joining along on this journey. Joe Clay, Holly Stables, William Brake, Nick Garcia. Hey. Great to have everyone in the chat following along. This is the first year of the Mammoth 200, and we are super excited to be bringing you coverage. Some great footage of the beautiful terrain in the Eastern Sierra.
Yeah, we're so excited to be here, getting to witness all of this unfold before our eyes. I mean, this race is a labor of love. Tim Tollefson started Mammoth Trail Fest
4 years ago.
4 years ago.
It's become just a
I mean, and
amazing,
that first year
festival.
was amazing. I mean, like,
You
it's
were there
hard
the
to
first
put,
year.
I was there the first year, and it's so hard to put on an inaugural race. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns. What's going to happen? How fast are the runners really going to run? You know, and with that, especially with a 200-mile race, you have to think about how long these aid stations are going to be set up for. These, once we get into the meat of this race, the aid stations are, we'll get Tim on here to give us like the real deets, but like they're probably set up for more than 8 hours, right? Like way more. Like, days. Like
15 hours or
Yeah.
something, probably some of them.
So we have, you're staffing volunteers at aid stations for
Shout out to the
days.
volunteers. Shout out to the volunteers.
Seriously,
anyone who's
it
out there
just-
helping.
Incredible thing to put together, like from the race director side. Incredible for the runners as well, who have like mapped it out and come up with their own strategy. But like, wow, the race directors are the visionaries here.
And they've created what we have learned to be a llama looking. We had a poll earlier in the chat. If you go to the live tracking that's pinned at the top of the chat, you'll see a visual of the map of the course, a giant loop. And there's question on what it looks like from an animal standpoint. A lot of people thinking llama. We are thinking llama with a unicorn, unilama.
Unilama.
But it's a really cool giant loop that basically circumnavigates a crater.
Yeah. $760,000-year-old crater.
That's very old. Kevin Goldberg rolling into Duck Pass like a pro, finishing off the liquid from the last bottle. We got a shout out for Abby Richter. We're going to learn more about Abby, but Purple Mountain Throwdown. That's a cool name.
That's a
Thanks
really
for
cool name.
calling out your runner. Go Abby Richter.
we are going to do a little commentator swaparoo. We have Don Don Don, one of my faves. She helped me get through Cocodona. She's quite the mountain athlete herself. Just ran UTMB. Alyssa Clark in the house.
Thanks, Shelby. We are going to let you go get some food or maybe a little run or something else, but you'll be back in a couple hours. So it's been awesome to share the morning with you. And yeah, we will see you back here in just a couple minutes. And we're going to cut for a minute and get set up, and we will introduce you to Miss Alyssa Clark.
It's been a great morning. Thanks for having me. We're going to keep this commentary rolling. I feel like we're just warming up. My brain's just starting to turn on, and let's go. Let's go, runners.
Welcome back. I am Corinne Shalvoy, and I am joined by Alyssa Clark. Alyssa, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so happy to be here and to be hanging out.
It's awesome. We are so stoked to have a female-led commentary crew for this, the first year of Mammoth 200. It's awesome to have you here. We are just out here in the studio watching this race go down. Thank you to Shelby Farrell. She popped out to have a little bit of lunch. We'll be back in a couple hours. So myself and Alyssa are going to throw down here for the next few hours and tell you all about what's been going on so far, 4.5-ish hours into the race today.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on how it's developed so far?
Yeah, well, I already can't tear myself away from the live stream. I've been watching it, in preparation to be on. And really, I'm just so impressed at how well they're moving already, of just like looking super smooth. And I mean, this is not a low altitude race by any means. So it's just been really fun to see how everyone is looking. I just love watching the start of 200s and being like, oh, just wait till what's coming.
What's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen? Yeah. So it's just been super fun to see. I see we have Adam Williams coming in. He is just an absolute legend of the 200s. I think that he's at 8 200s on the year, which is just wild.
8 200s so far in 2025.
Yeah.
That is wild.
I think he must have broken a record.
That is nuts. Like, is he doing anything else? Just running and recovering and then just running another race?
I think so. I think so.
Wow.
So it's awesome to see him out here. And I know he's done Cocodona a bunch of times. Like, he is just a legend. So go Adam.
Sweet. Adam Williams. Yeah, let's just name these off. He's done the Oregon. I didn't even know there were 8 200s that have already happened in the year. Like, okay, he's done the Oregon 200 back in August, Bigfoot 200, the Summit 200, Tahoe 200, Cocodona 250. Throw the Arizona Monster 300 in there. That's like that counts as 1.5 on the 200, right? And then that's all happened Cocodona, Arizona Monster, all this year, starting in April. So almost in a condensed, like, just chop off the first 3 months of the year.
I know.
Started in April. That's insane. And he's consistently performed at those 15th, 20th, 10th, 3rd, 8th, 5th place. So he's not just finishing these.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Where is he from? Do you know?
Oh, I want to say that he is from the Pac Northwest.
Okay.
I know that he's got a pretty sweet truck camper set up, so I think I think he's able to do some roaming around, which with that many 200s in such diverse places, I feel like he's probably got some miles on that.
Amazing.
And also I'm seeing in the chat that Andrea Moore has done a lot of 200s as well.
This year so far? Okay.
Yeah, let's look her up.
Let's check it out. We Shelby's real big on Andrea Moore.
Yeah,
fangirling out a bit on her, which is very much appropriate. Looks like the Summit 200, Tahoe 200, Cocodona 250, also Arizona Monster 300, all this year. That's wild.
Wow. Anyone who did that Arizona Monster Cocodona double, I'm about 3-ish weeks off of UTMB, and I did like kind of an impromptu 50-ish K yesterday, and my mind is always just blown how people are able to get back out there and crush. So just super impressive. And
those were essentially less than a month apart. Arizona Monster started on April 4th and Cocodona started May 5th. So depending on how long it took you to do Arizona Monster, we're talking 3 weeks to turn around and do. So not even a 200, but a 300 followed by a 250. Wild. It just shows you what the human body can do, which is bonkers.
I hope their snack game is just so on point.
Just constant eating.
Also, I'm not quite sure who we have coming through the aid station, but the braids are incredible.
We were commenting on this, 3 or 4 braids. Shelby was mentioning how important the hair choices are. You don't want to turn into just a knot of hair. during these races. So it is a critical decision if you have some hair on how you're gonna put it back.
Also a sweet rabbit kit. That is looking great. See if we can get an idea.
I know who that was. Somebody in the chat had said they were running for rabbits. So let's see if we can find the name again, or let us know. But you guys are looking at the Duck Pass Aid Station Mile 18. We've had probably at this point, I'm going to say like 15 to 20 runners come through there total. We heard from one of our go-to field folks out there, Sean Haworth, who's doing content, that Jimmy Elum and Rachel Entrekin were basically a minute apart from one another at the very front end of this field. So that is your lead male and lead female basically running together.
They looked so smooth on the live stream, just cruising out there. Love to see it.
Jesse Haynes on camera right now, rocking that orange Arc'teryx top. We saw him blasting a downhill earlier here, smiling, grinning, throwing pro moves by getting a drop or a dry bag out of his pack. And refilling. It looks like he is moving super well and just going for it here. Do you think that might be accurate now that he's sitting in 4th or 5th male in the men's race?
Yeah, I mean, I just adore Jesse Haynes. I feel like he's such a staple of the trail world. I had the privilege. I actually, sometimes you go to kind of a local race and you don't really know who's running because you just hop in. And I happened to do Griffith Park 50K last year, and I'm running with this guy, and I was like, wow, he's really strong and just seems to kind of know so much, and he's just like a rock star. And then he beats me, we finish, and I'm like, oh, that's Jesse Haynes. He's an absolute legend, and he's just the nicest guy. It was just so chatty, and I was like, yeah, I'm doing UTMB this year, and just it was such a privilege to get to run some miles with him, and he absolutely crushed me on the uphills. So he's super strong.
Yeah, strong climber. Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. We were out living in the Bay Area, and my husband's like, I want to run a race in SoCal. So he found a 50K. It was a Sean O'Brien race. We met Kira Henninger there, but he was running, and there was a guy chasing him, and I'm like, who is this guy? And it was Jesse Haynes, and so we met him there as well. But it's amazing to see just the longevity. I mean, we talk about so many other folks like Jeff Browning and Ludo running at the kind of the top end of the sport, late into their late 40s, but Jesse is 57.
Oh my gosh. Did not realize.
So absolutely, like, I'm going to fact check myself there because I'm pretty sure. But like you said, just an absolute staple. 52. Okay.
Jesse, you don't look a day over 40.
No, like running like so strong, and just, again, coming off a DNF at Cocodona due to, I think, some breathing issues. And so this is kind of like, I've been there before. You've probably been there before. This is the redemption. Do what I wanted to do before, reset and have another shot at something, and going out and completing it, for the sake of like putting in that full effort. So sometimes that can lead to really exciting results.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think just from another, I know we're just going off about how much we love Jesse, but I have heard so much about Jesse and Max's relationship and how much Jesse has been a mentor for Max. And I am such an advocate of mentorship in trail running, and I just love to see that, and that relationship, especially both of them. I think before Cocodona there was a lot of that, so I love seeing them reunite in Mammoth.
Yes, and the braids belong to Helen Payne. So that's who we were looking at the aid station with the braids. We are now not going to forget that is Helen Payne. She's got a lot of fans in the chat too. Looking super happy out there.
Yeah, no, she looked awesome. I love seeing this. You're only going, Brett says he's going to do this race and only fuel with pastries from Schatz Bakery, which is in Bishop. It's just got I think, a trail runner's carb dream there.
Nice.
So I I think that that's a great plan. Maybe that will get them to sponsor the race next year.
Right?
Yeah,
or get them to sponsor that runner.
Yeah, totally.
We've had other bakery situations. Who is the young runner who worked at the bakery, who's now a Satisfy athlete? He's a shorter distance guy. I'm losing his name. Debo would kill me right now. He had him on the pod. But
is he tall and have tattoos?
He's not tall. He's small, but he does have tattoos. The Hispanic guy.
Yes.
We'll remember. Joan De Leon. Joan De Leon also rocking, I think, a shirt from the bakery that he worked at when he won his first race. So there is a lot of bakery, bread connection to the trail running world for sure.
And right now we are seeing the aid station workers who are just like the staple. I mean, they all are the lifeblood of this sport. And it's just awesome to see them out there. And I think that Hillary talked about this, of how, these volunteers are out there sometimes for days, and just seeing that love and commitment is awesome. I mean, that's truly, I think, what this sport is built off of. So yeah, we love you guys.
Huge props to all of the aid station volunteers. So we've had great weather today so far. It's looking like it's going to hold steady pretty well. Like, of course, we're in the mountains. It could happen. But, Alyssa, you just came off running UTMB, which did not have great conditions. Like, is this like you're looking at this like, man, this would have been ideal weather conditions for UTMB? Or tell us a little bit about, like, how it was out there this year. It seemed kind of brutal.
Yeah, I was just having this conversation. I was running with Joe Corcione and Andrew, who's another everyday ultra coach. And I kind of love to put out these predictions at the beginning of the year. This year I was like, everyone's going to be really thinking about salt and salt concentration. That's going to be kind of the thing. And then last year was like carbs and cooling. That was not my prediction, but I'm starting to do this. And I was like, last year was super hot, and this year, everything's going to be wet and cold. And Cocodona, UTMB, Run Rabbit Run, Madeira, Transvolcania was so rough. Gosh, it's been almost like every big race has been cold and rainy and just like really difficult conditions. So I'm jealous of them, but also they have 200 miles, so I'm very hopeful that the weather will stay great for them out there. But yeah, UTMB was such an interesting year this year. Last year was really warm, very temperate. I love heat, so I kind of preferred the heat of last year. But this year, really it was about who could best survive the night. I think we heard from so many runners that it was really just about keeping yourself fueled, because not only were you you're losing calories as you do, but you're also losing calories from just burning so much from trying to stay warm. And so that was a really big factor that was my demise in many ways. But the other part of it, I mean, gosh, there was one section. So we're coming out of Contamine and it just starts pouring. And we're going over one of the bigger passes and it's snowing at the top. And then you're coming down and you're hitting rain. You're like, I just need to get down as fast as possible to be a little bit safer. And I watched one athlete eat it like 10 times in a row. It was so muddy. And then this like really strong UK runner just went flying past all of us, and I was like, she is loving these conditions.
Really?
She's so happy.
I know, it was like the Brits are like in their element
like, yes.
right now. Yeah, exactly. That's crazy, but
totally. But yeah, we got into I think it's Les Chapeaux, and I was wringing my rain jacket out. Like it, and the aid station workers are like trying to help you. Like they were so lovely, but everyone's so cold. And they're like, hey, just, it's snowing up on the next pass. You're like, cool. This is great. So it was definitely a battle of keeping yourself safe and warm. And it just, I think what's so fun about these races is that there's so many factors to what goes into them. It's not just about how fast you run, it's about how you take care of yourself. And I think UTMB was such an interesting example of seeing like who really excelled at that and who struggled.
Totally. And that's so individual.
It's so individual.
People get cold in different places, or they have different issues, and they need different layer. Like it's just so you have to know yourself really well, and you have to know when to ride that line of like leave it off or put the jacket on, or what do we need gloves at this point or do we not? And it is a very individual thing, just like anything else, fueling, sleep strategy, all of that stuff. So it is fascinating, but I think you're exactly right. It's become a storyline of like many of the trail and ultra races this year.
Yeah, I'm truly, truly hoping, and I'm sorry to those who love kind of the cold, grittier weather. I want it to be a hot year next year again. That's what I'm banging out.
I heard we're going to start just getting the extremes. Like, I don't know, but that's a different conversation.
Yes, it is. I think that you are 100% correct on that.
I mean, I remember it because 2 years ago, Hard Rock was hotter than Western. Like, so it happens. It's crazy. But I think the lesson is like, go prepared for any and all conditions ahead of these things, because you don't know what you're going to get. We had a question in the chat, just to go back to this as we continue to look at the Duck Pass aid station. Someone was wondering, because they're kind of new to the sport, like what is a good quote unquote mile pace for this race, and or for a 200-mile race. And the thing you'll learn in trail running, I'll give you an example. I was going to actually put this out at some point. I've run a 100-miler in 15 hours and 24 minutes. I've run a 50-miler in 15 hours and 22 minutes.
I know
almost
exactly
the exact same
which two
amount.
you're talking about.
Exactly.
Too.
It is completely course specific and dependent. Altitude, elevation gain, type of terrain, technicality, all those things play into it. So it's really hard to say like what is a good quote unquote mile pace. Just to give you a reference point, I guess, and we don't know what time's going to be run at Mammoth 200. We could probably guess what we think is going to happen. But one of the faster...
Also, I will say we've got something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have.
This is Max.
What looks like Tara Dower coming up on Max. Right at
potentially,
this moment.
yeah. Max Jolliffe and Tara Dower here running together. Okay, so we think that Tara Dower has made the pass on Parley Hannon to move into second
for
place
the women
on the women's side right now.
I think we have
we
two
can
runners
see Parley back
right
there. Okay, very interesting. Make note of this. 4.5 hours into the race, Tara Dower moving into second and running right behind Max Jolliffe, who we also believe to be in second on the men's side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just find it so interesting to see what moves are happening at the front of the pack in the 200s, because sometimes it can actually be a really good prediction of what's going to happen in the race, and sometimes it is so far off. It's wild.
Yeah, absolutely. It could go either way for sure. Kind of back to that minute per mile thing. One of the faster 200s I would say in the U.S. is Bigfoot 200. I would say that's one of the faster ones. I was just checking it out, and that's been on the men's side run and at like a 13.5 minute per mile pace overall. But you got to consider the fact that there could be sleeping. There could be definitely some serious stoppage time in there, depending on what needs to happen, how long somebody might need to sit to eat or change or do whatever they need to do. So that is just a lapse time, continuous moving time from start to finish of that 200.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think is so deceptive when you are giving minute per mile times, is that is including, bathroom breaks, possibly trail naps, clothing changes, eating food, all of that. So they are moving quite a bit faster than that average pace, and it's just wild.
Yeah. I mean, that was a storyline, not to go back to UTMB, but at UTMB, like in 106, 110 mile-ish race, we were seeing like 13 minutes of stoppage time for some of the top men total.
Which is
that's
Very
nothing.
fast. Yeah,
Nothing. That's like 30 seconds to 2 minutes at any given aid station, but it is starting to become more and more. So you double that. I don't know. I don't know what some of the, I'm trying to remember what some of the stoppage time was at Cocodona, but I want to say even like, I know I had, and Dan Green's in the chat here. Hey, Dan, what's up? I had a chance to run a little bit of Cocodona with him and talk to his crew. And like from a sleeping standpoint, he had tried to sleep for about an hour, but maybe had only slept total for about 20 minutes toward the end of the race. Stoppage time added to that, I don't know. We're talking maybe like an hour.
It's
not very much.
It's not very much. Also, just as a heads up, why does it say 9th place? It's like some of the cards are not reading correctly, so
you can ignore the placement.
Yeah, ignore the placement.
Those are just identifiers for.
Missed a turn.
And
Carly
back. Is now back in second place due to a missed switchback right there.
But they caught it quick.
Yeah, this is happening in real time. People can't make this stuff up.
Look at the stride. Like that's
They're moving.
It's beautiful running.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so impressed.
They're rolling, and they are like 20-ish miles into this race right now.
Yeah. Also, I think we need to give Corinna a huge shout out for her 15 and a half hour, or a little bit less than 15 and a half hour 50 miler was winning the Uray 50. So amazing job, Corinne.
Thank you.
I've done the 100 miler, and
oh my God, I like bow down. I bow down.
And I was just gonna say, I can attest to how crazy, wild, and tough and beautiful the Uray races are. So amazing job.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, especially coming from someone like you, Alyssa, that I am in awe that you have done the 100 because the Uray 100, for folks who don't know, has about 44,000 feet of climbing in it, and it is no joke. I can't imagine running another 50 miles on top of what I did, which is the second half. But yeah, it is beautiful. Talk about like we're seeing really beautiful terrain here, and I'd never been to Mammoth, and like these mountains are gorgeous. San Juan's of Colorado, also, if you've not been there, just absolutely gorgeous. We got some bikers kind of rolling around the runners here. But basically, you are looking at Parley Hannon, Max Jolliffe, and Tara Dower.
Who are looking super smooth.
Yeah, this is 3, 4, and 5 in the overall field.
Okay.
Up
awesome.
ahead of them, Rachel Entrican and Jimmy Elum, we believe, last we heard, were running pretty much together, maybe a minute apart.
This is so cool to see. We have 3 women in the top 5. That's just epic. I love seeing women in the 200-mile field. I mean, if we throw back to Courtney's days of the 200, she was winning outright, placing
by
top
hours.
3. Yeah, I still remember hearing the Joe Rogan and so many things where it was like Courtney won by 10 hours.
Yeah, that was Moab, wasn't it?
That was Moab. Yeah. No, she definitely inspired me to want to do Moab back in the day, and just so cool to see this. I think women are so strong at this distance. I mean, strong at every distance, but I think just are really, really impressive at the 200 milers.
The fatigue resistance, the just endurance factor overall just shows up so strongly in these 200s amongst the women's field. And, I had put a little poll out. Who do you guys think is going to win this weekend? And I got some responses, Tara and Rachel 1-2 overall. That was the response. Like,
love it.
They're going to get 1-2 overall. It would not be unrealistic to see something like that. That being said, your race leader right now, Jimmy Elum, he's very fast individual. Very fast.
Also, so I met Jimmy actually I've heard his name. So I feel like he is such a quiet crush. Like, he would never tell you how amazing he is, and he is just an absolute legend.
Yeah.
And I met him at just on the streets of Chamonix this year, and we were just chit-chatting, such a nice guy, and then I'm like, wait, I was like, oh, what's your name? And he's like, oh, I'm Jimmy. I'm like, are you Jimmy Elum? And he's like, oh, yeah, you are so amazing.
Yeah,
so
he
just
is
the
amazing.
nicest guy, and just huge fan, rooting for him.
Mhm.
But I love seeing the women challenging.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
For sure. There was a little bit of banter on Between Two Pines podcast earlier this week. Rachel was like, how does it feel, Jimmy, that, you know, you're going to get beat by all the women in this race? And he just took it in stride and was like, I absolutely love it. I
Yeah.
have a very, very strong partner, right? His partner's Anna Fisher. Is that correct?
Yes.
So he was great in responding to that. But no, it's awesome. And Jimmy is doing what we thought he was going to do out there in the front right now. But this is an unknown distance.
Yeah, you know, I think it's so fun. I mean, I was talking to Joe yesterday about the 200 distance because Joe has done quite a few. He'll be towing the line for Cocodona next year, along with Andrew, who's also towing the line for his first 200. And we were just saying that it is really hard to, in Joe's words, stripe your first 200. And just nail it.
Strike it or stripe it?
Stripe.
Stripe it. Okay, got it.
Like just nail your first 200. And I can absolutely attest that it took me, oh my gosh, I think 3 tries to get over 150 miles. And so it is very, very, and then finally started putting 2 efforts over 200 miles together that was like, okay, I figured out a little bit, but it is just the sleep deprivation is just another game. So it's really tricky.
Yeah.
And I'm all for hoping that Jimmy just stripes his first one, rooting for him.
That would be cool to see. All right. So, Alyssa, what in your mind are some of the differences? Like let's talk about the fueling piece. How does the fueling strategy change between a faster 100-miler or something, say it's going to be like a 20-hour effort, to like a 60-plus hour effort? How do you think about that, or what are some of the kind of differences, would you say?
Absolutely. That's such a good question, and I want your take as well, because I feel like you are so good in the nutrition side of things and know so much. But, you know, I think the biggest difference is that realistically, it's very hard to rely on just gels for a 200-miler, even though I do think this is on the faster side of a 200-miler. I would say that there are probably not very many elites that are running, you know, a 15 to 20 hour 100-miler that are taking in a ton of real food. You know, there's always exceptions to the rule, but mostly it's going to be your liquid calories, your gels, just because it's hard to process more of the real food when you're moving that quickly. Also, just the time it takes to eat it, you know, all of that. So we're looking much more at a gels, maybe some chews, a high carb drink mix. And also, I think with the shorter distances, you can tolerate the higher carb as well. So for a 200-miler, for a longer effort, you're going to be working in hopefully some real food, you know, actually getting some meals in. I mean, if you think about the number of like kind of traditional meal times that you are missing, like you want to get some real food in. I also think, you know, I have maybe a very very kind of like trying to think of the word. I just don't think of food as like comfort anymore in racing. I'm just like, it is fuel. This is it. This is all we do. And so in racing, because I kind of went to the 200-mile distance and then came back to the 100-miler because I really like kind of staying in the sub-day time. We can get into sleep deprivation later.
Yeah.
But it... or pragmatic. We'll say I have a very pragmatic thought about food. I don't take any comfort out of it. I'm like, this is what I need to do. This is what fuels me. I don't care how it tastes. Like my nutritionist has commented that I kind of just say yes to whatever. And it doesn't really bother me. But I do think in a 200-miler, you know, when like you're kind of sad on night 2, that having a warm quesadilla, some soup, some like comfort food is like that emotional pick-me-up is awesome and so worth it. Another piece of it is that you do need to be working in some fat and protein when you are going into those multi-day efforts. You need to be rebuilding muscle. You need to be really focusing on almost like, this sounds kind of weird, but like trying to recover as you're still running. Repairing as much as you can. So you really do need to be working in, you know, whether it's like a protein drink of some kind or, you know, getting that protein and fat, and also just to be satiated. A lot of our nutrition for the quote unquote shorter distances, or shorter times, I'll say, not distances, are very sweet. Like you're really relying on really sweet foods or I should say nutrition. And so I think you really need to be working in the savory. Also, a big thing to consider is getting mouth sores. So a lot of 200 milers really struggle with you're eating so much sugar, it's so sweet, your mouth just starts to really hurt. And what can happen is that just makes it harder and harder to eat as you're getting into these 200 milers.
Which is not a good thing.
Which is not a good thing. You've got to keep eating. So a great rule of thumb that I learned, shout out to Isabel Janovic, she's the best. She got the advice from Jeff Browning to every time you eat something or drink something sweet to wash your mouth out with a little bit of water. Also, the Courtney DeWater classic, brushing your teeth. That'll also make you feel so much better. So, yeah, I think that making sure that your mouth stays healthy is a really, really good thing to make sure of. So, yeah, Corinne, that was really long.
You covered a lot of it. I think you're exactly right. Like you just are starting to think about replacing more than just glycogen stores and like more and feeding yourself more than just sugar. Also think that, you know, it starts to play in how you're going to strategize and utilize caffeine.
I was just going to ask, what do you think about caffeine?
Caffeine and or things like exogenous ketones, things like that. You know, the alertness piece and what's going to keep you awake becomes a big part of the puzzle. So I think we're starting to see, you know, that along with even things like bicarb use, you know, some of these marginal gains type things that are a bit fringe sometimes, but I think that can maybe be aids during a really, really long distance. I don't know. I think caffeine is, again, something super specific, super individual, super unique to, you know, your caffeine sensitivity, your tolerance, how you absorb it, how quickly it hits you, all those things. Like this whole sport is about learning about yourself as an athlete, as a, you know, how your unique physiology responds to different conditions and circumstances and effort levels, and then tailoring all of these tools, whether it's nutrition, gear, like we're saying, some of these extra things, caffeine, to fit whatever is going to make the most sense for you. So not a one size fits all. Everybody's an N of one, but I think like something like this, caffeine is going to become pretty critical in being a part of your success.
Absolutely. You know, I'm good friends with Killian Korth, who has just been on a tear in the 200s. I'm so
talking about he's the current record holder at Bigfoot. That's what I found was his 45-hour time.
Yeah, he is just it's so fun to see. He's been at it for a while and just is putting things together left and right. And one of the things is that his caffeine strategy is aggressive, to say the least.
Really?
So he at Bigfoot took in the equivalent of 32 cups of coffee.
Okay, over 45 hours. Wow. And there's like 80 to 100 milligrams caffeine, 120, something like that in a cup of coffee, depending on probably the strength and all of that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So, and then the question is, when do you start it? Like,
so he starts pretty early.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He kind of is kind of keeping almost like a carb drip, where he's like caffeine drip the whole time,
steadily the entire time. Okay.
Yeah. And he slept 5 minutes, I think, at
total.
Bigfoot. Total.
Dirt naps all at once?
One dirt nap.
One singular dirt nap.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that there are individuals in this field that are planning to run this race without sleeping.
Yeah.
I mean, we even started to see it at Cocodona, and Rachel didn't take her first nap until, you know, pretty deep into the race. So that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Because this is right, that 2
right on the
days,
cusp.
it's right on the
Yeah,
cusp.
yeah, it is. And I think, you've got people that are like maybe used to some of that more than others, thinking about it, Tim Olsen doing the PCT and Tara Dower doing the Appalachian Trail and the Long Trail and some of these longer efforts. Like, I don't know. It'd be interesting to study how those long durations with little sleep then translate into, well, can you condense that down to 50 hours with no sleep? Or is it more beneficial to take a couple of quick naps and be able to move quicker? It's all an unknown, and we're just literally seeing the experimentation happen in real time. We are not ignoring the race. we don't have a lot of footage right now, but I think we can give you guys an update just on kind of like what's going on at the front of the pack.
Yeah, so I was going to say, because I saw what's the next aid station. So the next aid station is Sherwin Creek, which is, there's actually a pretty big gap between Duck Pass and Sherwin Creek. We almost have 14 miles. Yeah. So
and Sherwin Creek is where they're going to see their aid or their crews for the first time.
Nice.
Okay, so this is what we're looking at right now.
Okay.
Sherwin Creek. This is your visual. If you see this
Some
shot.
cute puppies.
Oh, the puppies are out there. Let's go.
It's what the people want.
It is. I mean, this looks like I don't know. This looks a heck of a lot like one of the Cocodona aid stations. I was just I was like, wait, where are we looking at? Only difference probably being that I was saying like other versus Colorado. I'm like, this feels a lot like a Colorado mountain town, except the trees are a lot bigger. Like, there's just a lot of like redwood-esque giant trees everywhere.
It also has that kind of like deserty feel.
Yeah, a little bit, right, in this section in particular. So yeah, this is Sherwin Creek, 14 miles from the last stop, Duck Pass. This will be just over the 50K mark at 32 miles into the race. And again, this is the first, so it'll be really interesting to see how long people spend here. First time seeing crew.
Yeah.
Got to get fully restocked. They do actually see crew again if they want to at Convict Lake, which is another 8 miles ahead. So they only have an 8-mile stretch, and then they could see crew again. So it'll be really interesting to see if people spend time here.
Yeah, I was going to say, what would be your strategy? Would you do just kind of a quick, like, let's grab some nutrition for the next 8 miles? Would you do kind of the bigger reset and maybe skip next one?
And that's the question is like, I do believe you have to have mandatory gear on you at all times. So if this was like a 100-miler, this is like drop the pack and grab a handheld to the next aid station. But I don't think runners can really do that here, because that would be a really nice way to just give like the body a little bit of a rest from carrying a heavy pack. I do think that they have a bit of a climb between Sherwin and Convict, a little bit of a steep climb from what I heard from Katie Asmuth. So, it might not be quote unquote short in terms of time duration, but I do think this would be a great place to just do a quick reset.
Totally.
Just check in. I haven't talked to my crew about how I'm doing at this point, so let's just go through how's everything going, any issues that we need to really get in front of right now, and problem solve, and then maybe they have a chance as a crew to kind of recalibrate between here and the next aid station to remedy any of those things.
Absolutely. I think we just had Jesse Haynes on the screen. Yes. Yeah, I think that's one of the great parts about 200s, is that you have so much time to problem solve. I always say 200s are a little bit like being a cat with 9 lives, where you can be reborn so many times.
100 is life in a day. You can have multiple lives in a 200-mile race. Absolutely. I think that's probably very accurate.
Exactly. And so actually what's pretty nice is that they are going to see crew at Sherwin Creek, Convict Lake, and Crowley Lake. And then they do have a water only, and then Green Church. So they can just see crew quite a lot. And I feel like that's such a bonus, but also sometimes it's hard not to get a little bit emotional and needy from your crew if you're having a rough time. So sometimes you just need a little kick in the pants and just, get out there and do it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the runners and the crews deal with encouraging their runners to keep going and not waste too much time at those aid stations, because it can be really tempting, especially if the crew has a nice van or a comfy spot to sleep.
Totally.
To get caught up in that.
Yeah. So people had questions about the mandatory gear. At all times, runners have to be carrying with them the following items: a cell phone, an external battery, a GPS-enabled device, 3-liter water capacity. Doesn't have to be full, but you have to have capacity for 3 liters. A headlamp, a collapsible cup, an emergency bivvy. Those are pretty tiny nowadays. A whistle comes on most packs automatically. Toilet paper, and 2 Ziploc bags, interesting, some extra food, electrolytes, gloves, a warm hat, and a waterproof jacket. So that could be checked at any time, you know, at the discretion of the race organization. And that is just for the safety of everyone. It's mountain weather. They want that to be a base level of preparation. At night, they need to add a few things: an insulated puffy layer if the cold weather gear is activated. So they'll, you know, kind of put that out based on what the weather and what the temperatures are going to look like. They'll have to have waterproof pants, a spare long sleeve, and a second headlamp, which smart, just, you know, anybody that's running in the night needs to have that anyways.
Yeah, I have been a pacer for a runner during Pinhoti 100, and I think we went through 5 headlamps between the 2 of us. It was just like, I don't know what's happening.
Why are they going out?
I don't know why they're going out. Yeah,
oh man, but yeah, exactly. You don't want to be out there without any light, especially if it's. I don't think there's very much of a moon tonight. So
yeah, I think last night or 2 nights ago, it's just kind of a sliver. But we are looking at an estimate of 1 hour for the leaders to our next aid station, which is Sherwin Creek. So we're looking maybe about 2 p.m.
All right.
For that coming in.
Yeah, and then I think you guys are going to be treated to some really spectacular camera views of Convict Lake and Crowley Lake. We have heard and seen that is just some of the most stunning terrain in this whole course. It's during the day, and we're going to hopefully bring you some awesome views of both of those areas and regions. Expecting folks in the front to be into that Crowley Lake aid station later this evening, right around 6, maybe 6:30 p.m.
Love it. Yeah, and I have heard from several people that Convict Lake is just one of the most beautiful. Yeah,
I want to go run it. We need to go for a run.
We're gonna have some.
We're just gonna be right back. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be right back. But actually, I was just looking up a little bit of the history of Convict Lake.
Yeah.
Did you
No, I looked briefly, but we should talk about it. So Convict Lake has quite a history behind it. Like.
It does. So it was named after, let's see, a few convicts that escaped from Carson City, Nevada. They were trapped at the lake, and it led to a shootout.
This was in 1870?
1871. Yeah.
1871.
And according to AI.
Yes, I know. We're taking this with a slight grain of salt.
They called them posse members. But yeah, there were 2 killed posse members. Oh, I wonder if Mono Lake. So it's Mono
Convict
Gym.
Lake is a lake located in Mono County. Okay. Yeah. So we've heard that Mono Lakes, that whole area is like really, really cool looking too. But yeah, carved out of glaciers originally. But yes, I'm going to go back to the.
And I also do want to absolutely acknowledge that the Paiute Indians called Convict Lake Witsanap.
Witsanap.
Yes. So, yeah, named. I think that original names matter tremendously, and so making sure to acknowledge that Convict Lake came afterwards. That name.
Yes. On September 17th, right around this time of year. Ooh, spooky.
Fun.
1871, 29 prisoners, including murderers, horse thieves, train robbers, and other such convicts, escaped the Nevada State Prison in Carson City, killing 1 guard and wounding several others. They split into 2 groups, one of which was led by convicted murderer Charlie Jones.
I love the wild, wild west nature of this area, but also Mammoth Sauna Company is saying pronounced Mauno, and it's another Paiute name. So thank you for
Okay.
telling us that.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it a lot. But gosh, can we just give also an enormous shout out to this footage? Like, what a freaking treat. This has just been, like, my jaw has been on the ground.
Yeah, it's so stunning.
It's so stunning. Yeah. If you didn't want to run this, like,
Or come
oh my
through
gosh.
and
Yeah.
just visit Mammoth
Yeah,
Lakes.
yeah. It's so funny thing, I live down in San Diego, and it is, depending on traffic, because we all love SoCal, can be anywhere from like 7 to 8 hours. And the amount of people who weekend trip Mammoth from San Diego, from SoCal, is astonishing. But every time I'm like, oh my gosh, it's such a long drive. Do I want to do it? Every time, like, it's so worth it.
Yeah.
It's just incredible up here.
It totally is. Yeah, worth it. I need to call out all the Colorado natives or people that live in Colorado who have not driven that 6 hours to Southwest Colorado to go visit there too. Please go visit there.
Yeah.
Alyssa and I both will tell you that there's
Oh
nothing
my
like the
gosh.
San Juans. Worth the trip for the weekend, but this sounds like kind of a similar. People make the drive because of what you're looking at right here.
Oh, last night I was driving up from Big Bear, and I unfortunately hit the Eastern Sierra in the dark. And I don't know how all of you feel, but I just find this like incredible power knowing that there's just these massive mountains that I can't see that are right next to me, and I'm like, I know they're there.
But the best part is then you wake up the next
wake up
morning
and you're like, oh my
and
gosh.
you're like, what is even happening? Yeah, everyone should just go Google images of Convict Lake, because you are going to see it in a little bit here, but like unreal looking, just so beautiful. Looks like an alpine lake with some huge peaks surrounding it, and very crater-esque again, kind of getting those crater vibes. But it's really pretty terrain. So go check it out, and we will be also bringing you to the runners going by it here in just a little bit later this afternoon and evening.
Absolutely. And I see that we have Jeff Garmeyer joining the chat. We have to give the biggest shout out, Jeff. We're so proud of you.
Applause in the chat for Jeff Garmeyer.
Send some applause to Jeff Garmeyer, who
throw some applause in the chat.
Yeah.
Some hand clapping, please. Jeff Garmeyer, absolute legend.
Yeah.
Just at the self-supported.
Self-supported.
Or unsupported.
Self-supported.
Self-supported.
Yes, unsupported on the AT would, I don't.
Like be impossible.
I don't think.
Maybe impossible. Self-supported
impossible.
AT, FKT.
Yes.
Appalachian Trail, fastest known time.
Overall self-supported. He did go southbound.
Like 45
days and I think 8 hours. Correct us if we're wrong.
Yeah, tell
Jeff,
us what the exact time was.
He got
Jeff.
it by about 3 hours. I could not.
Took it from String Bean?
Took it from String Bean.
Joe McConaughey, for those who don't know.
Joe McConaughey, who it was said many times that might not be a record that could be broken. And Jeff took it on, and we are just so proud and stoked of you, Jeff. Also, I think one of my favorite
he can barely move, so he's glad the cover just happened.
Favorite stories from the trail or hearing is that Jeff accidentally shipped himself 2 left shoes.
Oh, that was so good.
Yes, at some point I do want to hear
how that
how that affected your feet.
Oh my gosh.
And if you did continue with the 2 left shoes, or if you had your right shoe had like 400 or 500 extra miles on it. So yes, Jeff, let us know.
Also, one of the shipments did not make it to one of his sites, and so I believe he had to like scrounge and spend a couple $100s at a gas station that wasn't even really a gas station to try to just put together some food for the next section. So definitely adversity happening during that effort, and to make it happen and be out there self-supported 45 and a half or so days. Incredible. Absolutely huge. We can throw tigers in the chat too, because Jeff is very much
throw the tigers in.
He's a tiger guy, and he's a beast. So
Also,
Your facts are all correct. All right. Well, thank you for providing us the content to have the facts.
Yeah, thank you. Also, a fun fact, one of Jeff's athletes, I've actually been, we'll say, shepherding, watching over Jeff's athletes as he's been crushing the AT. And one of his athletes, Michael Robertson, is out here.
All right.
And he's a really strong through hiker. And so it's super cool to see Michael out here. I have some bets on Michael. I think he could have a really strong
Okay, what's
finish.
Michael's last name?
Michael Robertson.
Michael Robertson.
I don't believe a ton of trail results, but yeah, just super strong through hiker. And I feel like I've actually now, through working with some of Jeff's athletes, met a lot more through hikers. And gosh, like their mental resilience and just ability to problem solve, like I was talking to one of his athletes and she was like, oh, I'm doing the stage race. And I'm like, oh, well, make sure you take care of things super early and, plan for the evening. And, then they kind of bring up their experiences on the trail. And it's like you end up with 2 left shoes or you end up, without your electronics. I'm like, we have so much, like, it's so easy for us. It's so cushy. Because we can 8 miles later have our crew have everything we need for us. So gosh, I am just a huge fan of through hiking and trail running becoming much better friends in the 200-mile distance. So I hope that continues. I hope that we continue to see those communities coming together. And Jeff, you're such a huge part of, I think, that happening. So keep it up.
Yep. Thank you for all of the Tiger's fastest known tiger comments and tiger emojis in the chat for Jeff. Keep those rolling in for sure. Just so everyone knows, also shout out to Liam, Aid Station Fireball in the chat. Good to see you, Liam. I'm going to just call him Liam. Sorry, Aid Station Fireball. So we are having some issues with the tracking. We would say don't pay too much attention to the tracking right now. Also, if you see somebody's face pop up on the screen, it might show their placement. You can ignore that too. But we do know that we have, Jimmy Elum and Rachel Entricken in the very front of this race. Last we heard, they were running about a minute apart from one another, but that was probably a good hour ago. It's hard to say what that looks like right now, but they are absolutely the front 2 runners in this pack and in this field. Behind them, we have Max Jolliffe, Tara Dower, Parley Hannon, and
Jesse Haynes is
Jesse
up there
was up there.
Yeah.
Yep, all kind of in that next quote unquote chase pack. We got some seriously amazing costumes out here on the trail right now. We have purple jumpsuits and party hats. This is amazing, and this is going to be so incredible for the runners to experience as they pop out around a corner and see these individuals who are looking like they're having an absolute blast out there right now.
I want someone to run the Mammoth 200 in a purple jumpsuit now.
Yeah, that looks, is that purple velvet?
I think so.
I'm sensing purple velvet vibes. This is, we need some info on who this is.
Yeah, so we will hopefully be able to get a more accurate top 3 and kind of where things are shaking out when we, perhaps before the next aid station, but at least through the next aid station, which we are hoping to have runners start coming through in about 50 minutes at the moment. So we will be able to get a more accurate tracking.
Yeah, thanks.
On that.
Thanks, Jeff Allen, for letting us know. Again, Jonathan Kuplak was up there in the front as well. We're talking, these are your top 3 on each side. We are scrolling at the bottom. Tony Tonelli. I can't get her. I keep messing up either the first or the second name. It is Tony Tonelli, right?
Yeah, Tonelli. Okay. 2 L's is what I saw.
Tony Tonelli, also known as Michelino Sanseri's brother. What's his first name? Shoot, I keep forgetting. Anyways, he's up there in the front as well. We are trying to keep you informed of the front top 3 men and women by like putting it in the scrolling bar at the bottom there. Right now, that looks like Rachel Entrican, Parley Hannon, and Tara Dower on the women's side. Jimmy Elum, Max Jolliffe, and possibly Jonathan Kuplak. Anyways, it's somewhat tight. Like I would say that first through probably like 6 or 7. Other than those front 2 are in a bit of a pack.
Yeah, it's it's as much as it's exciting to kind of see like what's happening, there could be so much change in the next bit, and it's just going to take a little while to shake out and like get that distance. So really what we're kind of waiting to see who's coming through the aid stations. And the great thing and the exciting thing about 200s is that it can all change in
the really exciting thing about this is that like we have, I don't know, whatever, 8-10 hours of coverage, 12 hours of coverage here that we're going to do. Then we're going to go dark. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to wake up and be like, what happened? And we're going to get to fill everybody in on all the changes that happened overnight, which inevitably is going to be some interesting things. You never know. Shakeups, lead changes, people coming out of nowhere, people potentially, dropping out of the race. That's going to be super exciting to kind of see what happens and be a bit suspenseful since we're not going to do full overnight coverage.
Yeah, no, that will be fun. And they're going to be wearing completely different outfits. And
we'll have to re-identify everyone.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Thanks, Jeff. It's Frank Sinceri.
And it's
not fair when you have like 3 names. You can't do that to people.
Yeah, that's a lot of names. Yeah. We were just seeing Duck Pass, and now we're back out on the trail. Gosh, look at that. Those look so beautiful. I'm really hoping we can get some time out there, maybe in between our sessions. But I believe the stream ends about 8:30 tonight.
Yep, around 8:30 local time, so that's Pacific time tonight.
And then we'll be picking back up at
like 6:30 tomorrow?
Yeah, 6:30. Yeah. Bright and early. Got to have our coffee ready.
People thinking that this is Jeff Pelletier that was on the screen. Very well could be. We also saw him, probably up there in that top 10. We also saw Timmy Olsen running with Matt Shapiro, or very close to one another, also in that, top 10, 15 overall kind of range.
Yeah, Jeff is such a just massive contributor to Jeff Pelletier, contributor to the sport. I mean, so much content, just so much engagement in the community. I believe that he was just over at UTMB, doing some training over there for Mammoth, and just being a really engaged, active member of the community. I mean, it's just, I so appreciate, as, I'm researching races and I see people like Jeff, and then Simon Gouillard.
Yep, running with Simon.
Yeah, running with Simon, that put up just this incredible content of races and really give a lot of information to help us see what's going on. Actually, I was just, because I'm a running nerd, and I just always have content going on in the background when I'm working on training plans. I was just watching Simon's doc on Diagonal du Faux, was like, oh my gosh, I've got to do it now. So, yeah.
Yeah, sweet. Okay. Well, that is an excellent time. Well, we have just a few minutes here as we continue to follow the runners. Looks like, I feel like these might just be runners out.
Oh, yeah.
For a
okay,
run.
I was like, wow, they're really
moving
cooking.
really fast. But we did get a chance to sit down with Jeff Pelletier and talk to him. We have an interview that we are going to share with you guys while we have a couple minutes here, so you can get to know Jeff a little better. And we will roll to that right now.
Hey guys, I'm David Yausling with Mountain Outpost. I'm here with Jeff Pelletier. We are at Mammoth 200. The final countdown is on. The athlete briefing is coming up here shortly.
Yeah.
What's going on, Jeff?
Not much. I'm almost done packing my my gear and my drop bags. I got to run back and do that after this. But yeah, just trying to stay off my feet here and hydrate and
How's the day? How's the week been? When did you get here?
We've been here for a little over a week. We got here last Wednesday. My girlfriend Audrey raced the 50K at the trailfest, and we kind of, I did some training and trying to acclimate to the altitude. We're coming from sea level. And just settle in. We've been shooting some content. I'm, of course, making a film about my race. We can talk more about that maybe. My race at the 200, so I've been shooting some kind of pre-interviews and some content for that as well. And just finished shooting an interview about an hour ago, and now I can actually focus on the running.
Fantastic. And how's the acclimation been going?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I was out for a run yesterday, and it just felt like, I had just arrived. I don't know that a week's enough, but, every little bit helps, I guess.
Now, are you looking at just kind of going out on the course and seeing what's out there, or did you get out and scout this week?
The first day I arrived, I did a run up to the summit, up to Mammoth Mountain. I wanted to see the first and final, whatever that was, kind of 6 to 9 miles. I always like to see that, the first stretch and again the last stretch. You can kind of visualize that. So I did that. I saw a couple other little sections, maybe done 20, 25 miles or so of the course. But then we drove the whole course and did all of the crew accessible aid stations as well. And we saw a lot of the course from the road. So I feel like I got a good kind of lay of the land.
Nice. And what's your year been looking like leading up to this?
Well, it's been busy. My other kind of goal race for the year was Badwater 135 back in July. So at first I thought that maybe wasn't very strategic, and it turns out maybe it was, because it was, this is a very runnable race by the looks of it. So all that running in my legs hopefully is going to serve me well. But it was a lot of flatter running, a lot of heat training. So after Badwater, I took a couple of weeks off, and then we were off to Europe for a few weeks. So I tried to get as much mountain running. The two of us got out there in Chamonix.
Yeah, fantastic.
Tried to get some mountain running in my legs. So hopefully I've kind of
a lot of mountain running.
A lot of elevation. So I feel like I've hopefully got a balance now. Yeah.
Nice. And let's backtrack a little bit. How you got here? What led you to ultras? When did you start doing ultras? As an athlete, filmmaker, you've inspired so many people with your videos. What got you into that?
Well, I started running pretty late in life, like around 27, did a few road marathons. And then I think I was 30 when I discovered trail running, started transitioning to trail and ultra, never looked back. And I've done, 7, 800 milers, and this will be my 4th 200 miler. And I tend to gravitate to more like the adventure-based races, and we do a lot of like fast packing, hut-to-hut stuff. And along the way, I started documenting my races, starting with Tour des Géants back in 2018. Found an audience on YouTube, and it's kind of gotten to the point now where I am, as of this year, basically a full-time YouTuber. And we just kind of travel for a good 6, 8 months of the year and make films and train and, have fun. So,
what were those 200s you've done before?
So I did I did Tour des Géants, I did the Swiss Peaks 360K, and then I took a few years off from the 200s, and I did the Moab 240 back in 2 years ago.
And how would you compare those races in their differences?
Very different races. So the reason I wanted to do Moab was because the European 200s tend to be, a lot of climbing, right? A lot of elevation change. Tour des Géants in particular, it's known for its just steep ups, steep downs. The races are longer, right? Typically 80 to 100. In my case, I think I did Tour in 107 hours. So we're talking close to double the time on feet of some of these races, even at the front. And I always want to run a more relatively runnable course. So that was what drew me to Moab. I had a good race at Moab, and I don't know. I felt like maybe I wanted to try another one, and so that kind of led me here, where I think this race might be a good sort of complement to the American-style 200s.
You've had some pretty good finishes too. How have you seen the competition change in these distances over the years?
So first of all, I'm not a very competitive athlete. I'm a filmmaker first, athlete second. I did have a good result at Moab, but even at that race, I kind of just go out and do my own thing. I just pace myself and just run my own race. And if people happen to fall off in the front, great, I make my way up. But I certainly don't really race other runners. And I think what we've seen now is at the 200 distance, well, at the 100 mile especially, we're seeing, it's like NASCAR, right? People coming through aid stations, switching packs, they're in and out of there in a matter of minutes. We saw this at Western States this year, and we're seeing that now at the 200s as well. We saw that at Cocodona, and the finishes are getting really tight, right? They're getting really close. So Jesse and I had, a 5-minute split at Moab, and then it seems like since then, all the 200s have also been these really kind of photo finishes. So I think there's been a shift. I don't know that I'm personally, I don't think that's going to change the way I race. I'm just going to go up tomorrow again, do my own thing. But it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the front runners battle it out. And we might see some epic blow-ups. We might see some,
It's going to be a good race.
It's going to be a good race either way. And it's going to be a really good women's race as well. So it's going to be fun to watch from, hopefully not the mid-pack, but maybe the front of the mid or the back of the front, wherever I end up. It's going to be a fun race. And we're going to actually try to tell that story as well, in addition to the story of my race. We're going to tell the story a little bit of the front pack as well.
Be looking forward to that.
Yeah.
We met at Cocodona this year.
Yep.
What did you kind of take away from being there and making a film there?
So I think, again, it was that seeing in action the speed of those transitions, those aid stations. And while I say I'm going to run my own race, we have taken some lessons from that. Looking back at Moab, for example, we've talked about, can we take 10 minutes down to 6 at each aid station? And right there, that might save an hour across the course. Can I sleep less? Take that down from 3 hours to 2 or an hour and a half maybe over this distance. So we are looking for ways to speed up. And I think that was really seeing that in action at Cocodona. But having said that, we did see some blow-ups at Cocodona, right at the front, where people went out maybe a little too hard. And again, that's more like what we're used to seeing at 100-milers, where usually these 200s were more of just adventure runs. And they are not anymore. These are true races. So, I think on the one hand, I took some lessons of things I could do, but on the other hand, again, I think it made me realize it's okay to run your own race as well, if that's kind of more what your goal is.
So you get a front row seat with a lot of gear, nutrition. What are you using for this race?
So I'm working with Path Projects for apparel on this one. And nutrition-wise, I've been working with NAC, who, of course, is the main sponsor of UTMB. They're a Canadian nutrition brand, and that's always worked really well for me. Badwater, I did nothing but liquid nutrition for the entire race. Same with Moab. I did mostly NAC products throughout. And part of the reason is because I think it's important to get protein as well as carbohydrates, especially at these longer distances. Your muscles are kind of repairing themselves as you go. You're recovering as you go. So protein's a big part of that. So that's why NAC has always worked well for me. Relying on my Coros watch as always, so I don't have to charge it. And navigation is a big part of these as well. The flagging can only be so dense at this distance. So navigation is the runner's responsibility. But yeah, I'll be running in some Solomon shoes like I have for the past few years, and really not trying anything new on this one. It's really kind of just, again, it's what we did at Moab, but just a few iterations, trying to shave off some time and trying to just even perfect it further.
Moab, that's 240. This
Yep.
is 200. This is a little shorter.
Well, 215.
215. Okay.
Yeah.
How are you approaching this differently besides the terrain?
So again, it's basically going to be trying to save time at the aid stations. That's the main thing. So I'm not going to be running any faster. It's looking for the easy wins. It's looking to shave that 3 to 6 minutes off at each aid station. The important thing I think at this race for any runner is to realize that there's actually a lot of aid stations. There are 18 aid stations. They're closer together than they were at Moab, and certainly compared to the 200s I've done in Europe. And so there's a risk of spending too much time at the aid stations. If I was to say, let's spend 10 minutes at each aid station, like I did at Moab, that's an extra half hour to an hour just there alone. So we talked about potentially skipping aid stations, my crew, and we decided instead of skipping, we're going to treat some aid stations like run-throughs, basically. I'm going to hand my flasks, get 2 fresh ones, and keep moving. So I think that's the main thing is really trying to perfect our aid station strategy and probably sleeping a little bit less as well. I think I can probably, the goal is to finish, call it 8 hours faster for the distance, and that should mean I can get away with 1 less nap as well. And so we're going to cut that napping time down from 2:45 to hopefully more like an hour and a half.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Now, do you have a crew?
Yep.
How's the crew approach this?
Yeah, so I've got a crew. So same thing we've done at the last couple. My girlfriend Audrey's crewing me. We have a van, and I think that's important as well. The crew needs to stay mobile. They have to be able to sleep and eat on the run. That also means that I cannot rely on the on the sleep aid stations, but sleep in the van instead. I think that's a little bit more efficient, but sometimes you can get too comfortable. So again, we're going to look at maybe there's times where I don't go into the van, they crew me outside of the vehicle.
We've
so
seen people get in vans and not get out before.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That's exactly it. So, and then I've got two pacers, two friends, Sean and Eric, who are pacing, and we've got two cinematographers on this one. So we're gonna. I don't know if we want to get into that now.
Yeah, let's hear about it.
Yeah. So, of course, I'll be documenting it, making a film. My buddy Derek Lytle will be working with me. Everybody knows Derek's work. He worked with me at Moab, at Badwater, the film I made about soft rock when we fast packed hard rock. His work is really amazing. And I also have Drew Darby working with me on this one too. So we got the A team. Drew, of course, made the film from the course with Sally last year. So he knows the course, and he's kind of acting as our field producer. He kind of knows where the best shots are, where the best light, the best time of day. And so, yeah, I really have the A team on this one. We're going to have a guy at the top, at the summit, that could be riding with your team, and then we'll have somebody at the start line, and they'll be kind of leapfrogging throughout. So no matter what happens with my race, we're going to have a beautiful film. I can guarantee that. Yeah, and who have been some of the other people you've been talking to for your film? Well, we're going to try to capture the women's race as much as we can. Having said that, I think Rachel is maybe going to be in contention for the overall, certainly on the podium overall. So we've talked to her. I try to layer in different elements, different storylines. So we're going to tell the story of my pacers, of my crew. That's as much part of the experience as well. And then also the team here. So Hillary Yang, the RD, and of course Tim Tollefson. Shout out Hillary and Tim. Right, and they're doing a great job. But this is a first-year event, though, so a lot can potentially happen. So we've been trying to capture a little bit of the behind the scenes, the tension, the stress of putting on an event. And we're going to try to capture them during the race as well. So there'll be hopefully a parallel story there. I say hopefully. Hopefully there isn't much of a story. Hopefully it all goes smoothly, but if anything does go wrong, hey, that's part of the story, right? That's part of doing a first-year event. We'll go back to the race strategy for a second here, but what are you eating? What's coming out of the van, the real food? You have NAC for your nutrition? But, so my goal is one bottle of NAC, 250 calories, 55 grams of carbs with 9 grams of protein. That's a couple hundred milligrams of sodium per hour. I'm going to layer on some real food as well. Candy, things like that, throughout. But I'm going to do less real food than I did at Moab. If you watch my film from the Moab 240, I somewhat famously can eat a lot. I can eat burgers and wraps and all these things, right? I have a really good stomach, but I think I might have eaten too much. And there is an energy expenditure to digesting food, and it slows you down. It causes bloating and things. So we're going to actually do a little less solid food on this one. But still some solid food. We got some sushi, ready to go. That's always a staple for me. Chips, things like that. And then I'll be increasing my sodium intake a little bit. That's one thing I learned at Badwater. I had done a sweat test, and we sort of increased the sodium to water ratio. And then I might increase my caffeine intake a little bit on this one compared to what I've done before. A little less sleep. A little less sleep, a little more caffeine. But basically, again, it's similar to what we've done, but just iterations. Let's talk about the course a little bit. Yep. You've seen a bit. You've been to all the crewable aid stations. What are some of the parts of the course you're excited about? What are the parts you're kind of like mentally preparing for? Yeah. It's basically a big climb with a big descent up and over the mountain, and then a lot of running, and then a big climb and a big descent. That's kind of the way I'm thinking about it mentally. So first of all, I'm going to try to save my quads coming off the mountain the first time. I'm going to let the race happen and just do my thing, because there's so much running, and if you don't hit that, whatever it is, 20-mile portion totally fresh, then you're screwed. I always look at it, though, as a 100-mile warm-up in these things. So, again, you want to hit the 100-mile mark feeling pretty fresh. And there's going to be a lot of soft sand in the middle there as well. And as we head into the Glass Mountains, we start to climb again. And towards the back of the race is when it gets more technical, which I think I'll welcome. I'm used to running on more technical terrain. It keeps you more mentally engaged as well. I think it's really just like thinking about it. It's a race of maybe 4 parts. Mountain, a lot of running, a little more technicality, and then a mountain climb and descent again. I really just want to be able to lay it out there. It's not so bad. It's not too bad, right? It's easy, it's done. I actually think it's going to be similar to Moab in terms of, on paper at least, because Moab similarly was kind of 2 big mountains up and over 11,000 feet, and then a lot of running in the middle. Just in this case, the last climb comes right at the end. Well, you and your videos, your films have inspired so many people. What is something, maybe a message you have for people that are thinking about running their first 200, or just say that looks fun, but that's too hard for me? What are your thoughts on that? Well, I hope that what you see in my films is kind of like what I mentioned, where you don't have to be a natural athlete. I certainly was not an athlete in high school or college. I took up running very late in life. And for me, I'm the kind of athlete that needs to think through things. I need to be able to, that's why the longer distances appeal to me. So I think it shows that it's really just about consistency and putting in the work. You don't need natural talent. As long as you're not trying to race at the front, which I don't. As I said, I just run my own race. So I approach it very cerebrally. I think this kind of sport, it attracts all types of people, but one of those types of people are people who like process and like iteration, and you get a lot of engineers, people like spreadsheets, and it's about that consistency, putting in the work and setting realistic goals, accomplishing them, raising the bar, setting another goal, and just not rushing things. Take it one season at a time, thinking about your running as a career and not a season. And we can do amazing things, incredible things, as long as we set realistic goals and are willing to put in the work.
Putting in the work.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming out here. We'll be looking forward to following along. We'll see you at the start, at the top, and all along the course.
Yep. Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Take care.
Well, so we are back in studio. I am Alyssa Clark, and I am with Corinne Chalvoy. So we have been seeing comments in the chat asking, wait, how are Jeff Pelletier? We had a Jimmy Elum interview earlier, and saying, how are they in the studio and running? The studio sessions were recorded previously, so they are out doing the work on the course. So they are not here as much as we would love to have them next to us. They are still out in the race. So that is how that's happening.
Yeah. Just really cool to have some longer form interviews that happened yesterday, hearing from some of the people that we are seeing out here on course, and just getting kind of what their thoughts were before this event. We were talking about fueling a little bit earlier, Alyssa, and how it differs between a 100-miler and a 200. And in that interview, we just heard Jeff Pelletier say that he was actually going to eat less real food than he did at a previous 200, because he can eat a lot. And at the same time, as you do want some proteins and fats, it does take energy to break that down and to digest that real food. So I guess maybe we should say it is real food, but maybe it's strategic real food, and it's real food. This is why people go to mashed potatoes and things that are like soft and not that difficult to process, even if they are like quote unquote not gels, or they're quote unquote real food. So it probably matters which real foods you're putting into your body as well.
Absolutely.
And we heard Jeff taking an approach that he's going to do a little bit less of that in this race.
Yeah, I think that it also goes a lot back to, is the 200, say, a really big hiking race, or is it running? Because if you're doing a lot of running, which in these 200s, we're seeing them get faster and faster, there's a lot of running that's happening. And so you are probably going to need to rely more on digestible foods, which are more of the gels, the drink mixes, etc., versus, maybe a heavier meal for a more hiking race like a Bigfoot, a Tour de Jambes, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We do have kind of this high carb revolution, carbs per hour type discussion going on. And while if you are burning, you're exerting a burn rate that warrants you replacing that with very simple sugars and carbs, like that absolutely is a real thing and could be very necessary. But like you're saying, something like this, even something like a UTMB, we heard Tom Evans talk about fueling according to not necessarily the time, but the terrain. Totally. And therefore, what is my effort level going to be? Is my heart rate going to be high? How hard am I going to be working in this section? And therefore, what do I need to eat to appropriately fuel that effort level and that type of like terrain that I'm moving over? It is a different and kind of an added layer to the fueling conversation.
Absolutely. And I think all of this being said is that we are all N of ones when it comes to nutrition. So all of this is, I love having these discussions, and all of it should help to craft where you're starting from, but then really it's just experiment. I mean, I always say that those long runs that you get out on, like that is your time to experiment, to learn, to try things. So don't skip your long run.
Yeah, that's your time to practice, train your gut, see what's going to work for you, and then always be knowing and then ready to flex on it and adapt based on what the conditions are. Is it going to get super hot? Therefore, am I going to sweat more? Therefore, I might need more sodium. Is it cold? Therefore, I'm not sweating hardly at all.
Totally.
I might not be burning that many calories, or it could be cold and I am burning a lot, but I can't rip open a gel, and therefore I need to drink some liquid calories. It's complicated, but it does take, and back to that caffeine conversation, like you figuring out what to do from a nutrition standpoint, so you can also be alert enough to make these decisions in the middle of these races. Add sleep deprivation on top of that. It's a very complicated puzzle to try to figure out.
It is. And one of the things that I will say, we talked about a bit previously, UTMB was a very challenging race from conditions, keeping warm with calories, burning extra calories with the snow and all of that. And one of the biggest challenges was that it was so cold and rainy. It was like, do I unzip my jacket? Mm-hmm. Are my hands warm enough to get my nutrition out? And I heard actually a number of athletes who were relying on having, a 100 ml flask and filling those up instead of having to open and packaging and such was way easier. So like
a 100 ml flask filled with gel or filled with gel with a concentrated high carb mix. Yeah.
Either one.
Yep.
I had a 100 ml filled with gel, mm-hmm. and that was one of the few things that I got down because I was like, I can just grab this and sip it, mm-hmm. Because it was hard to get a lot of fluids in because it was so cold, and it was hard to get any packets open because it was so wet and rainy and snowy. So yeah, it's just it's crazy how all of those factors, how dialed you can be when you're going into this. But actually, I thought a great question that came up, and I'd love to ask you this, Corinne, if you had kind of some top shoe choices for this race.
Oh boy, I can speak as a fully unsponsored individual here. Shoe choices, but
what would you go with?
For this race, interesting. And we threw that out earlier. Like it is kind of unique, and maybe you change your shoes depending. But we've heard that there's like this Sierra Kitty litter type of terrain underfoot that is going to get into your shoes, like really small rocks. So gaiters were highly recommended. I've actually never worn gaiters in a race before. But that person right there at the and this individual waving, saying hey to the chat, love it. But the individual we just saw a minute ago had gaiters. That one does too.
Yeah.
Kind of a critical piece. But then there's rockiness. There's sand type conditions. There's potentially like some kind of rocky, uneven, I don't know, like a lot of different underfoot conditions you're going to encounter here. I'm going to go ahead and say, like, I think you need a trail shoe for this race. Maybe that's, Nick Curry ran hard rock in road shoes. So everybody has their own choice on what they want to do. But I would say a trail shoe with actually a little bit, maybe not an aggressive lug, but a shorter lug, 3 to 5 millimeter lug type situation would be good. I have a super narrow, super low volume foot. I really like Salomon's. I really like this new Mount to Coast T1. I could see wearing a Salomon, Genesis on this course. I could see even more of a hybrid type gravel shoe that maybe is like a hybrid road trail, but I don't think I would go full road shoe in this. I think that like maybe more important than the shoe, or as important, is your sock situation.
Oh, totally.
And we could go down that path, but like keeping your feet, dry and chafe free and blister free is a whole other topic that is equally as important as what you have on the outside of your feet.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's such a good point. And I think, thinking about the different terrain, I will say for Moab, and also I've done an FKT, the Pinhoti Trail, that having shoe variety is so huge, because the way that you're going to wear on different parts of your foot, it's so nice to have something different, and it can be nice to have kind of a different type of trail shoe.
Yep.
So I could see quite a few different styles, kind of that's where I think course knowledge is really helpful. You're like, okay, this is more of a technical section. I'm going to do that. I am going to, hey, this is really runnable, where maybe more of that hybrid type style. So I think that having a lot of options, gosh, there was a section, there was a technical section of Moab, and then I switched to kind of more of a hybrid shoe, and it was awesome just to have my feet get different wear, different feel, different cushion. And also, one of the things that I've found from a shoe designer, and I'm sure many of you know this, is that if you were to run 100 miles straight on a shoe versus build to 100 miles, you say you did like 10 runs to get to 100 miles in a shoe,
they're going to wear differently.
They're going to wear differently, and that 100 miles concentrated is way harder on your shoes than that 10-mile runs, because the foam doesn't have as much time to bounce back. So you really do want to give your shoes a chance to bounce back, to get the foam back if you can.
Yeah, and that's a reason, even if you're like, this is my shoe, I love it, it's 100% my go-to shoe, I don't want to wear anything else, having a second pair of that exact same shoe, giving you fresh foam in the middle of a race like this could be huge. And also, like, it just might be kind of a reset for your feet. We've got Jimmy Elum on the screen here. Looks
Jimmy.
Like he's rolling into this aid station. It looked like he was munching on something.
Yeah, so we have Jimmy Elum leading the race, coming into Sherwin Creek, looking strong, looking happy. Yes, he's got, looks like maybe even a sandwich.
I know, it
like
kind of does look sandwich-esque. Ignore the 10th male in the Mammoth. He is your leader, Jimmy Elum, out of Utah. Absolute 100-mile crusher, has won many of the classic hundreds in the U.S. from Wasatch to Cascade Crest. Currently holds the course record that was 10-plus years old on Cascade Crest 100. He's won High Lonesome, second at Run Rabbit Run. He's won the Bear. He is on his first 200-mile track.
I love it. Also, a fun fact about Jimmy is that he will never run the same race twice, which I just thought that was so fun when he told me that. And I have, as someone who can sometimes be a bit of a serial
repeat offender.
Repeat offender. Yeah, we'll say that. It's fun.
I mean, it's cool too to like go back and try it on the same course to like improve, and there's something to that. But what comes to mind when you just said that is like, okay, that means that Jimmy's mindset going into this is my one shot to do this race well. And therefore, I'm going to do whatever I can in this one time, which is kind of an interesting way to also like set yourself up from a motivation and performance mindset standpoint.
Absolutely. And also just thinking about the range of races and variety that he's done, where he's like, yep, I'm going to move on to the next one. So yeah, I hope he writes a book one day about all of the legendary races that he's done. That would be awesome.
I wonder what shoes Jimmy is wearing.
Oh, he was going through his options. I know there was an Ultra on there. There was a Norda. On there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's starting in the Sportiva Prodigio.
Oh, the La Sportiva Prodigio Pro.
Which has been blowing up.
Heard amazing things about that shoe. And I tried a pair on. I haven't run in them, but I tried a pair on. Seems like a really, really great, just versatile, like awesome shoe. I can't wait to see what we have coming out. On is coming out with an amazing, like, what did you run UTMB in?
Yeah, so
can you say?
Yeah, no, I can. So I did it in the Cloud Ultra Pros.
Yep.
They are, I do run for On, so I have to disclaim. But yes, the Cloud Ultra Pro is just, I think, another step up in the trail running world. I just love to see it.
I think we're starting to see like multiple options of really excellent, like really trail quote unquote super shoes.
So we're seeing Jimmy. It looks like wow, he did not spend a lot of time in that aid station.
Yeah, like he is rolling.
He looks great. But yeah, I ran Lavaredo as well as UTMB in the Cloud Ultra Pro, and they have a nylon plate, so it's different than a carbon, and I think that it is, I have strong feelings about carbon plates in technical trail
TBD
races.
on carbon,
TBD,
carbon
yeah, I
plates
think
in,
they're
trail shoes.
Absolutely. I think they're amazing in some situations, but I do think that there is a lot of room to grow, and so I'm excited to see this nylon plate. I think there's going to be a lot of innovation there as well. So yeah, big fan. I don't think that I'll race much in anything else but the Cloud Ultra Pro for a while. But man, Jimmy, looking so strong, so smooth. Yeah.
And on here on the set, we've got the Nordlight Ultra Pro from Kraft, presenting sponsor of this live stream and of this race, and also Mammoth Trail Fest. Heard great things about that shoe as well. Looks like it could be a good option. So yeah, there's so many options out there. Got to find what works for you. But also, one point, might not be a bad idea to have a pair of shoes that's a size bigger than what you normally wear for a very long effort. Not uncommon for, think about what you're doing to your feet over the first 24, 30 hours of this race, and it's not uncommon for your feet to swell too. So might be a good way to just try to make sure that you're going to be comfortable for the rest of the race.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've actually, interestingly enough, gone back and forth, because sometimes I would feel like, I need a bit more room in my shoe. And then other times it would feel like I kind of needed to be more secure in my foot than rather have it slip around. So I have gone actually a couple up and down in size as well.
Interesting.
I haven't done that in a long time, but when I was doing kind of the longer things.
And that reminds me too, some of the ultra shoes, all of the Speedlands, right, have the kind of adjustable.
Definitely.
What are those
BOA
things called?
system?
The BOA system on them, so that you can tighten and loosen as needed. That's another interesting thing. And don't be afraid to do that. If you're out here running one of these races and your shoe just feels like it's too tight, stop and loosen it up. You got to pay attention to those cues. And likewise, might be getting ready to go down a super technical descent. You might want to stop at the top and tighten those shoes down so that your feet don't move in them before doing that. So you can also make those adjustments on the fly with the current pair of shoes you're wearing.
I think one of the best pieces of advice that I heard was from legendary UK runner. Oh my gosh, totally drawing a blank on her name. It will come to me. But she said, if you think of something 3 times, fix it.
Oh, nice.
I like that.
Yeah,
it was just, it's like, oh, my shoe's too tight.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes up 3 times, or, I should eat something, do it. Fix it then. So yeah, that's one of the pieces of advice I give to my runners, and something I try to live by as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just as a heads up, the box saying 10th male, that is not correct. He is the first male, and we have not switched back to the aid station quite yet. So we're assuming that the next runner has not come in yet, which is looking like Jimmy has put quite a bit of time on the field at this point, and he's looking super smooth. Also, that drone footage is just awesome.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
So right now, Jimmy is between Sherwin Creek and Convict Lake.
Yeah, I think it's about an 8.5 mile section.
So it's an 8.5 mile section, exactly right. But he got to Sherwin Creek before our projected first.
Yeah, by about 15 minutes.
First runner ETAs.
15, 20 minutes, yeah.
So he really has optimized that section. And as we mentioned before, this race is kind of bookended with a couple of biggish climbs with a lot of kind of rolling and quote unquote runnable terrain in the middle of this race. And that's going to be kind of one of the storylines of how this develops over time. Are people going to run quickly in that middle section and really utilize and optimize on the terrain, or are they going to conserve, knowing that they do have a bigger climb at the end? Rachel Entrekin did a lot of recon and recce on this course ahead of time, and predicted that might be a section, and that might be something where a lot of runners run it too fast in the middle, and it kind of comes back to bite you. So it'll be interesting to see when you're in the heat of competition, what is Rachel going to do in that middle section? Is she going to conserve relative to, anything else? Or what is Jimmy going to do in this section? Has he thought about that? Is he totally going by feel, or is he specifically going to try to like hit certain times that for him may show that he is being a bit more conservative, knowing that he's got some climbing at the end of the race?
Absolutely. Yeah, that big climb back up. I mean, gosh, even, I think we're seeing races that are so competitive. There could be moves made on that last climb up Mammoth. Like,
No
I
doubt.
would love to see it.
No doubt.
Also, the runner I was thinking of is Nikki Spinks. She is just an absolute legend, done many many excellent rounds, like the Bob Graham
Round.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those in the UK, Legend of Tour de Jean, just super strong runner. So yeah, if you think something 3 times, fix it. So yeah, we're just seeing Jimmy Elum rolling along, looking smooth. Looks like maybe he might be pulling some food out, getting some snacks.
He just was eating, so he's safe to say he's still got like a good appetite rolling here. Maybe he's like, oh, it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time for lunch, time for a quick sandwich. But he is out here on his own. He's got the company of our amazing drone cameras. I agree, Russ. Jimmy looks like he is floating along. Totally agree with that statement. He's looking very, very good. Again, we are only a mere 50K-ish into this race.
I know.
30 miles, and it's a 214-mile race, so there is so much that could happen, but it's awesome to be able to see this. That looks like a really nice, fun stretch of road to just be running down.
Gosh, what a time. I mean, such a fan of this race being in September.
Rachel?
I think that this is Rachel's
I see all
crew.
the precision, so that looks like...
Oh, Rachel is... Okay, so
She's
we
at
have
Sherwin?
word... Yes.
Okay.
So Rachel Entrikin is in at Sherwin Creek. That is our second overall runner into Sherwin Creek. We see the Precision Hydration crew decked out. Look at those shirts. So, yeah, we have Rachel getting everything she needs for this next section. And she, again, is first female, second overall right now. Looks like she is heading out.
And I'm going to guess that Jimmy might be like 5 minutes in front of her or something like that. We don't know exactly, but I do think there's a bit more of a gap than there was earlier.
I think it might be up to 10. I
Okay.
think he came through at about 5:43.
Yeah, we should have marked that. Yep,
Yeah.
you could be right. So some separation potentially happening here, but these two are clearly out in the front of the field here. 1, 2, Jimmy Elum and Rachel Entrikin in the Mammoth 200.
So we're seeing Jimmy cruising along, and it looks like Rachel running with a crew member, probably just checking in, maybe seeing what she might want for the next aid station. Oh, looks like he's leaving now. And yeah, this is, as we were saying, a great opportunity to say, hey, I want this for the next part. I want something warm. And it looks like we might have Tara. Yes, we have Tara Dower, who is coming into Sherwin Creek. So she moved up a bit, and she's right on Rachel's heels. So this is exciting. We have Jimmy Elum, Rachel Entrikin, and Tara Dower in the top 3. Love it.
And she's out.
Love it. Awesome. Good job, Tara. She's quick. I mean,
well, that could have been a situation where, she's going to spend more time at Convict Lake versus Sherwin, and that was always on the plan. Like, we don't know what their individual race plans look like, but that was a very quick aid station stop, and I'm going to say that they're probably only 30 seconds to a minute apart.
Yeah, I think quite quick. Yeah, and as we can see, and we have Max
Jolliffe.
Max Jolliffe, sorry.
Jolliffe.
Max Jolliffe coming in. So we have, first had a bit of a gap. We think about 10 minutes or so. And then we have 2, 3, and 4 overall who are quite close together. So we have Max, who is in 4th overall, 2nd male.
In aid right now. Looks like doing some switching out, taking care of some stuff. This Sherwin Creek to Convict Lake section, 8.5 miles, only about 600 feet of climbing and 500 feet of descent. You do have kind of the descent at the beginning of this section, and then it looks like that climb is toward the end of the section. But for all intents and purposes, it's somewhat flat for this next 8 miles. I mean, really. Yeah. There's maybe a little descent and then a little climb at the end. All things considered, this is a kind of a pretty flat-ish section. It's 6 miles on a gravel road, takes you along the valley floor and around Laurel Pond. And then you do this little climb, like we said, maybe 600-foot climb up to Convict Lake. And there they can have crew again. The climb toward Convict offers a glimpse of Mount Morrison and the Laurel Mountain that tower 5,000 feet above the lake. So they're going to get some really cool views of a big mountain coming out of that lake area.
So it looks like Max is still getting fixed up in the aid station. Seems as though he may have taken the approach, possibly have taken a little bit more time here, and then could roll through the next one. And with these 200s, it's truly all right, we got Max, who looks like he's heading out,
maybe chugging a Coke.
Maybe chugging a Coke. Awesome.
All right,
looking good, looking strong.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable, very chill, as one should be probably at this point in time.
We're getting a super nice flyover of the course right now. Gosh, those colors are beautiful.
So pretty, so pretty.
But just to recap, we have Jimmy Elum in 1st overall, looking to be about 10 minutes up on Rachel Entrekin, who is 2nd overall, 1st female. Then we have Tara Dower, seemingly about 30 seconds to a minute behind Rachel in 3rd overall, 2nd female, and then Max Jolliffe in 4th overall, 2nd male. So we have Rachel running on some really nice, smooth dirt road.
And in this view, there's a chance we're going to be able to see both Rachel and Tara in the same shot.
How fun.
There they are.
Yep, there they are.
Boom. Thank you, producers. You're amazing. And Rachel Entrekin in the front, Tara Dower in the back, so Tara can definitely see Rachel up ahead of her on this stretch of road.
And this is a really tricky thing to manage, is that it's so early on in the race. We're 6 hours in. At the fastest, we're looking at anywhere between 38 to 40 more hours in this race. And yet, if I know anything about Tara, about competitive athletes, when you see someone right there, you got to be patient. And I have full faith that there will be a lot of patience on this course. But, man, my competitive juices would be flowing right at this point.
But you also might be telling yourself, that's perfect. I can see her. She's right there.
Totally.
All you need to do is sit right here and, I don't know, you just let her know that I'm back here. And that's fine for right now. We have so long to go that it becomes this, do you like to be hunted? Do you get motivated by that? Do you like to be the hunter? Do you, and kind of what that looks like? I mean, I think that both of these women have probably been in both of those positions at times during races in their careers. And it's just, it's really cool. I mean, this is kind of what so many people probably came to this live stream to see
yeah.
here this is the Rachel and Tara show. They are 1 and 2, and they are 2 and 3 overall in this race right now.
So cool.
30 miles in, and they are both looking great.
Yeah, also I know there was a comment earlier about bikers passing, trucks passing. These are not closed courses. You know, these places are open to the public. We share these spaces. So, yeah, I mean, everyone just needs to be respectful of each other and share the trail, share the roads. So, you know, we're going to see that. And I know so often in these, especially towards the latter of the races, like cars that are passing, you know, bikers, we look so bedraggled and tired. They'll be like, "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" You're like, "No, I can't take anything, but thank you so much."
Yeah, right. Why are you out here running in the middle of the road? Oh, I'm just doing 200 miles. No big deal.
Exactly.
And I think we know that both of these women are really going to be aiming to be on track of kind of the projected front, you know, or leader ETAs into some of these aid stations. So you can imagine that is probably on both their minds, that this is right around where they want to be and are expecting to be in this race right now. So, yep, I think we are seeing this play out exactly as we envisioned it, at least only 6 hours into this race.
Yeah, gosh, look at that scenery.
And Tara is wearing the Olympus 275. I know that because she told me that's what she's wearing. So for anyone who is curious, she is an ultra athlete, and her shoe is the Olympus 275.
Is that a carbon plated shoe?
Good question. It does have a Vibram or Vibram outsole. Let's find out more about this shoe. It is a 0 drop, as most ultras are. 33 millimeter stack height, high cushion. I don't think there is a plate in this shoe.
Yeah, I would, you know, it's so interesting. Jeff Browning ran Cocodona in a carbon plated shoe. I believe the Mont Blanc is Ultra's carbon plated shoe. And holy cow, I was so surprised and impressed that his feet held up. That is a long time to spend in a carbon plated shoe. So
yeah, let's just be nice in the chat here. These women are absolutely effing crushing it. Sorry to drop an F-bomb, not really an F-bomb. And they're running in 2-3 in this field. So it's absolutely incredible, and I think we all need to give them the props and respect deserved to be up in the front of this field. We're looking at Rachel Intrican and Tara Dower running 2-3 in this race. Jimmy Elum is leading the men's race in front of them. But yeah, we need to give it up for these ladies. They're out here absolutely redefining what's possible.
Absolutely. And we have Max Joliffe in 4th.
Correct.
So we are waiting to see other runners start passing through Sherwin Creek. Be exciting to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, this is, we saw Adair Ramirez, 3rd place at Cocodona this year. We saw him earlier in the race come into one of the aid stations with a buff fully covering his nose and mouth. Again, like, we have seen some cars on this road, and it does look a little dusty. That's a pro move. Like, make sure that you keep your airways clear and not be breathing in all that dust. So could be something to consider in a section like this.
Yeah, you know, that was something I was wondering is how runners, and because we haven't seen this race happen before, very, very frequently at Tahoe, people get what's called the Tahoe lung, which is a lot. It's like the dust picks up and people really struggle to breathe. And I'm curious because Mammoth really isn't that far away from Tahoe. We've talked a lot about how there's a ton of dust. It's, you know, we're in a very dry part of the year for California. There's just really not a lot of moisture happening. And so I'm very curious if that will become something that comes up in the race for our runners. So we will have to see. I truly hope that they do not have to deal with that, but that could definitely be a factor in the race.
Yeah. I mean, it contributes. We saw, Jeff Browning also dealing with like somewhat blocked
Totally.
airways. Who knows what exactly caused that? But like, these are the kinds of things that accumulate over hours and hours and days, and they start to kind of show up in some symptoms. And pretty important that you be able to continue breathing well in a race like this, right? That's a critical thing. So kind of, again, back to just taking care of yourself. As we can see right here, Tara Dower has closed the gap on Rachel Entrekin. She is basically running right behind her. And it looks like Rachel could be talking to her right now. Maybe they are going to team up and start running together. Maybe they're not. Totally up to both of them to decide what that looks like. But this is really, really cool. Rachel Entrekin and Tara Dower, 2-3 running along this nice, smooth gravel road down to the valley floor between Sherwin Creek and Convict Lake during this 8-mile section.
The other part with these 200 milers is, it can be quite a long period of time before you can pick up a pacer if you are picking up a pacer. And so it can be a lot of fun to run with someone for a while. I mean, I've made some great friendships, chatted with people, just to, pass the time.
Totally.
Because we've got a lot of time spent out here in our own brains.
Yeah, it can be a strategic move. I mean, like,
I think Tara's taking a selfie.
Tara's pulling out the camera. She's gonna video. She's like, this is important. I am creating content as well. I am a content creator. She has a great YouTube channel, Tara Treks. Go check it out. That's some BTS that you're not gonna really get anywhere else. That's so pretty.
Yeah, that is stunning.
And like you said, like, both these women are working hard, but they are also out there absolutely loving what they're doing right now. And that is one of the big reasons they are both successful in the sport.
Absolutely. Yeah. Gosh, that's going to be such a great photo or video, whichever Tara took. So, Tara, thanks for sharing this part of your experience with us. So yeah, it looks like they're kind of hanging out together for a little bit. Tara's just slightly ahead, but just to, recap what we have going on, Jimmy Elum is in first. Then we have Tara Dower, Rachel Entrekin right together in second, third overall, and then Max Joliffe in fourth. And we have not seen so far anyone else come through the Sherwin Creek aid station. So we can assume that these 4 have put quite a gap on the field at this point.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the women that were coming up, it could be Parley Hannon, could be Amber Weeble, could be Chrissy Harkleroad. They were all running in that kind of, right up there in that group. We could also see, we've
got our next runner into the aid station. Right as we were saying that, it looks like it is.
I think that's Parley.
Parley, yep.
Question is, did any other men come in before Jonathan Kolpak or? Okay, we might have had one man come through that we didn't see, but this is Parley Hannon. Essentially, what we're looking at here, everybody, is that we've got 3 men and 3 women.
Yeah.
In the top 6 of this race, running.
Awesome.
Fairly, somewhat close to one another, all things considered in a 200-mile race, but that's pretty sick. 3 men, 3 women. Your first 3 are Jimmy Elum, Tara Dower, and Rachel Entrekin. Then we think we've got Jonathan Kolpak, Parley Hannon, and potentially someone like either Kyle Moss or Jesse Haynes or Teddy Tonelli kind of right back there in that next spot.
Yeah. And again, it is so early in this race. There is probably about 40 hours more of racing at this point, which is wild to say, but this is so fun to see. I mean, gosh, thank you, Rachel and Tara, for giving the people what they want.
Man, that is stunning. Look at the colors. Got some reds of the sage and the bushes down below, and then the blues and purples of the mountains.
It looks like Tara and Rachel are just hanging together, enjoying some time with another human around. So that's, yeah, 2 of them running together. Gosh, look at that contrast. We have just the stunning green of those. I think they're aspen trees mixed with the desert. It's, yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
Cameron Lopez, I agree. He said it probably feels good to be on a flat road, get to open up the stride. Definitely could see that being a nice kind of break and change in the kind of how the body feels.
I really think that this race has such a great mix of, you know, some very fun and exciting and technical, challenging climbing and descending, and then really getting that mix of just like, hey, good old-fashioned running.
Mm-hmm.
And that is fun because I think we always see that mixture in races. And yeah, it's just nice to see that it encourages runners to really have like a lot of range. Oh, thank you, Chloe. Yes, it's an aspen. You can tell by the way it is. And if you know what that's from, shout it out in the comments. That is one of my favorite.
Is that a movie quote?
It's it's a YouTube video quote.
Okay. You can tell by the way it is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to all 1,700 of you who are tuning in. We are watching Tara Dower and Rachel Endricken, number 2 and number 3 in this race right now. They are led only by Jimmy Elum, about 35 miles into this race or so, making their way to Convict Lake. And we also, as has become accustomed to Mountain Outpost live streams, have some really amazing chronicles that are being developed by Tony Hill to recap us and give us a little bit of a kind of a summary of what's been going on in the race so far. So here shortly we are going to go to, we've seen episode 0. Episode 1 we heard is ready to go. What a turnaround in terms of content. Let's
I know,
let's
so
go.
impressive.
So awesome. So we're going to let you all check that out here in just a couple minutes as we get it queued up. Let's get some candy emojis in the chat for Tara, and we're gonna go with, what are we gonna go with for Rachel?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's
did she encounter the cow or did Tara encounter the cow? I can't remember at Cocodona. We could throw.
Well, Tara didn't.
Tara didn't run Cocodona, so
No.
it wouldn't have been.
I think it was Rachel. Well, Rachel is
think it was
petting
Rachel and the
dogs.
cow. Well, okay, dogs.
Yeah, let's do dogs
Yeah,
for
she
Rachel.
loves dogs.
Yeah. So dogs for Rachel and candy for the legendary Candy Mama.
Yeah, and both of them, one of each.
Yeah.
Yeah, collectively. This is not a vote. This is
No,
you
no.
must put both in the chat. This is big love for both these ladies. Perfect. Just follow what Jenna did. She did a cow and a cow and a okay, no,
And
never mind. Yeah, Rachel encountered the cow. That's right. Okay, so dogs for Rachel, candies for Tara. Throw them both in there.
Corinne, if you had to pick one candy to fuel a 100-miler off,
Oh, great
what would it be?
question. Great question. Okay. I mean, I know my answer. It's like my favorite candy of all time, Haribo fruit salad. They have
Love
like a
it.
sugary coating, so I don't think that they would like melt or disintegrate or anything like that. And there's a variety of flavors. It's a fruit salad, so you've got like lime in there. You got cherry, so you got a variety. There's grapefruit, so I'm gonna go with that. What would you do?
That's a great answer. Oh man, I love fruit, but I'm like a chocolate peanut butter gal, so I would probably say Snickers bars.
I mean, it's a classic.
It's a classic.
You kind of got everything you need in there. There's some protein. There's the nougat. I think that's a smart choice.
I mean, Snickers just the ultimate. The one downside is, man, you can't
it
get them
melts.
that cold, or if they melt.
Or if it melts, like you need
The
temperature regulation.
The extreme temperatures.
It's going to be the next technology innovation in the vest is like keeping the nutrition at a certain.
Wait, I love that. Yeah.
That would be crazy. Like I can prevent my chocolate bar from melting in my vest because I have an insulated pouch. It would add a little weight, but it could be interesting.
Or you have like a little heater and you could keep your quesadillas warm and your mashed potatoes.
Oh my God, a heater on the bottom of your vest. What the heck? That's amazing.
Any pack, developers out there, we're giving you gold right here.
Seriously. I'm thinking maybe that back like lumbar pocket could have like a insulated material around it. That could be interesting.
Oh, we are getting some great answers. People are stoked on the candy. So I'm seeing Snickers, Nerd Clusters. Those have been
those are good.
Really, like on it.
Very popular.
Yeah, Swedish Fish, legendary.
I mean, it's candy corn season. Somebody needs to throw some candy corn in there.
Paydays.
That also, I feel like candy corn doesn't change it doesn't melt or get hard very easily.
Because no one really knows what it's made out of.
Because it could be plastic, but we don't know. I don't know.
Sure.
Could be wax. But it's good.
We got some Nutty Buddies, some jelly beans. Do you remember the old school?
Is this was there some separation?
That's what. Yeah.
Or maybe Tara stopped to
maybe pee or something
go off
like
the
that.
trail for a moment. Could be the case. So we're gonna make sure that we don't follow her with a drone over there.
Yes. Good call.
Remember the old school what?
Oh, the old school Jelly Belly sport beans.
Yes.
Yep.
That was like
a staple.
Yeah, I mean they were basically like
the only.
They were like Jelly Bellies they packaged and put there's electrolytes in them, but I think those would be good too.
Totally. They'd be great.
And the good thing about Jelly Bellies is again the flavor variety.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would be a little bit worried about like a Sour Patch Kid. I feel like I would destroy my mouth.
Yeah. Could get way too raw in your mouth. That sour stuff.
So it looks like Tara probably pulled over for a little bathroom break.
She's back.
And she's
right
back in screen, cruising along.
Our drone camera operators are absolute professionals. They are respecting everyone's need to potentially go off to the side of the trail, and the camera work is excellent here. We love to see it. And this could be
Convict Lake?
Could be, or Laurel Pond that they're going around. I think they're going to climb up to Convict Lake, so my guess is that this is like Laurel Pond. Either way, it's pretty awesome looking. Oh man, there's some mountains back there.
So we believe that, we know that Parley Hannon has left the Sherwin Creek aid station, and we believe that Jonathan Kuplak has also. Oh, Tara! Tara just mooned the live stream.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. And she dropped something, so I hope whatever she dropped, she got
God,
to
what a
pick
character.
Up. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, thank you, Chloe. Convict is more dramatic. We will know when we see it. This is just the appetizer. Laurel Pond is just the little aperitif before we see the true Convict Lake. I can't wait to see it. And right now, this is Jonathan.
Oh,
Kuplak.
Awesome. Okay, so we have Jonathan into the Sherwin Creek.
Is this Sherwin? Yeah, okay.
Great to know. Yeah, so that looks like we actually have two runners in here as well. We have someone in orange.
Oh, that is, yes. I'm trying to remember his name, but we have seen that individual.
So yes, we do have runners rolling through Sherwin Creek,
remind us.
Drinking a Coke. Yeah, if you don't think Tara Dower's having fun, think again. She's having a great time.
Her new name is Moon Mama, not
Moon
not
Mama.
Candy Mama. Candy Mama's only for long trail efforts and races. We're going Moon Mama.
All right. Looks as though it might be Kyle Moss who is in the orange shorts.
Ellie Pell, if you're in the chat, is this Kyle Moss we're looking at?
She said that's Kyle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then she knows. Kyle Moss.
Nice
Thank
looking
you.
good. Drinking some Coke.
Look at those shorts.
Yeah, those are great shorts. You know, you gotta look good, run good, feel good, look good. It all goes together. Also, some sweet arm sleeves. If those are arm sleeves,
I thought they were tattoos.
I thought they were
like
too.
full sleeves, rocking the full tattoo, but no. Okay, and out before we got a lead change here.
So we have Kyle Moss leaving the aid station. And we have Jonathan Kuplak, who is loading up to head out soon.
Kyle Moss, a previous winner of Superior Fall 100-miler and Cruel Jewel 100-miler.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Also has Run High Lonesome, Cascade Crest, the Mammoth Lakes 100. Mountain Lakes 100. Kodiak 100-miler. I would say he likes hundreds. I do believe this is his first 200. Ellie Pell could probably confirm this. Rio de Lagos on the list of races run. Q-Plaque is how we pronounce Jonathan's last name. Q-Plaque, much easier.
Yes.
I'm just going to think of a Q-tip, Q-Plaque.
We're also hearing it might not be Jonathan. It could be another runner.
What?
In there.
That's not Jonathan, someone said. Okay.
Because Jonathan doesn't have tattoos, apparently.
Johnny doesn't have tattoos. All right. Well, you know what? Could that have been Teddy Tonelli?
So bib 326.
That's Teddy. Teddy Tonelli.
Okay.
Okay, so our apologies. Correction on that. In the aid station, we had Teddy Tonelli and Kyle Moss.
And Jonathan, it looks like, came in actually before Parley.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jonathan Q-Plaque is ahead of those individuals. But right now you are looking at Tony Tonelli.
Teddy
Sorry.
Tonelli.
God, I swear to God, I'm never going to say the first name right. It's just going to not happen. I have a mental block against it. Teddy Tonelli. Sorry, Teddy.
All right, so it looks like we have a great shot of Parley Hannon out cruising along. Got those poles out.
This is your third place female currently, Parley Hannon. Parley with a really interesting background, multi-time D3 national champion in track and cross country. But
Also, Speed
then
Project.
shifted into long efforts and, won the Speed Project Atacama as well as ran and I think won the Los Angeles to Las Vegas Speed Project. So
knows what she's doing out on these longer efforts.
Speed and distance experience happening here, and it's really cool to see. Learn more about Parley.
Yeah, it's so fun to see athletes who maybe haven't done the more traditional ultra races, and then they show up at a Mammoth, as you were saying earlier, without ultra sign up results, and just are absolutely crushing. So we're rooting for you, Parley, and just excited to. I always say that at one point in a race, someone didn't know who Courtney Dillwater was.
Oh, yeah.
And that I just always find it so exciting to see who's going to show up and throw down.
All right. We are going to move to a quick stream swap. If you're viewing and tuning in, stay with us. You shouldn't have to do anything. It'll switch over to the next stream. But we are going to pause commentary for just a moment here as we switch into stream 2. Stay with us and we'll be right back.